Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to learn about Azure Data Factory. We are going to learn about complete Azure Data Factory from a basic to the advanced level. If you are a beginner, if you want to learn about the ETL activity, how actually you can perform a ETL activity in Azure space, Azure cloud space, this video is for you. In this video, you will learn about the complete Azure Data Factory from a basic to the advanced level. Each and every topic we have covered with the practical example. We have started with the basic like what is a Azure Data Factory, and after that with practically each and every topic we have covered. For example, how actually you can create a Azure Data Factory in Azure space, how actually you can create a Azure storage account in Azure space, how to create Azure SQL database in Azure account, what are the different Azure Data Factory activity we can perform. For example, we have a copy activity, we have a delete activity, how actually you can copy a data from a storage account to the SQL, what are the different types of the triggers we have, what are the different kinds of the transformation we can perform in Azure Data Factory. For example, we have a joining, union, select. There are multiple transformation. Each and every transformation we have covered in this particular video. And after that, we will learn about how actually we can parameterize it, and we will learn about the different activity like we have a get metadata activity, we have a if condition activity, we have a for each activity, append variable, set variable, filter, like that multiple activities are there. So each and every activity we have covered with practical example. So what we have done, we have taken, suppose we want to learn about the copy activity. So what we have done, we have taken one scenario, one business scenario, and based on the business scenario, we are trying to learn about the copy activity. So like that, each and every activity we have taken, and with that scenario, we are doing a practical and we are trying to learn. So that is the approach we have followed in this particular video. So only one prerequisite for you, only one prerequisite. What you have to do, you have to create a Azure account. So we get the 30 days free Azure account. In this 30 days period, you can learn about the complete Azure Data Factory. So whatever the example we have covered in this particular video, right? So try to do a practice so you will get completely hands-on also. So do try to create Azure account and do try practice. Now let's start.
So in this particular video, we will understand what is Azure Data Factory, how Azure Data Factory works, what is the use case, and also we will understand about the ETL activity. So let us start with Azure Data Factory definition. So Azure Data Factory, it is a cloud-based ETL and data integration service provided by a Microsoft Azure. So whenever you have to perform any ETL activity in Azure space, you can use Azure Data Factory. With the help of the Azure Data Factory, you can perform any ETL activity. Now first understand what is ETL means. So ETL is nothing but a extract, transform and load. Let's take an example. Let's understand why we perform a ETL activity and what is ETL activity means. And then we'll come to the Azure Data Factory definition part. Let me give you one example. So generally whenever you will work in any organization, you will see you have a data that is available in a multiple space, and that is a very common scenario. You will not find like all your data is available in a single storage. You will generally see you will be having a data that is available in a multiple space. Now let me give you one scenario. Suppose I have a data that is available in a SQL Server. I have a data that is also available in a PostgreSQL. I have a data, all the device data is available in Azure Cloud, and I have a market related data is an SFTP server. Now in this case you can see I have a data that is available in a multiple space. Now what business wants? Business want to build one Tableau report or one Power BI report. In this Power BI report they wanted to have all the metrics, like they wanted to know all the user activity, subscription activity, device activity. In this case I need a data which is available in a multiple space, but to connect each server one by one, that is a very tedious task. To unify the data, what actually we do, we try to perform a ETL activity. So as part of the ETL, what actually we do, first we try to extract the data. So E means extract the data. So what we'll do, whatever the data is available in multiple space, right? SQL Server, PostgreSQL, Azure Cloud and SFTP server, we'll try to connect with this all the server, and we'll try to extract the data. So that means the extract. The second is the T. T means transformation. So as part of the transformation, what actually we do, we try to clean the data. So suppose all the data is not important, only the specific column is important for you. So what you will do, you will try to filter that data, you will try to handle the null value, you will try to clean the data. So all the kind of the step you will do in a transformation layer. And the third is L. L means load the data. Finally, you will try to load into the common storage, common space. So that is the load the data. So what we have done, we have extracted the data which was available in a multiple sources, we have transformed that, and finally we have loaded into a final location, that is our target location. Now in this unified data we will be having a information of all the account, subscription device, market related data, and that we can use it for our reporting perspective. So that is the important, and that kind of the scenario generally you will see in an organization also. So whenever you have a data that is available in multiple space and whenever you want to unify that, then generally you will go for the ETL activity, and that also we call it as a data integration service. Okay, so whenever you have to perform any ETL service or data integration service in Azure space, you will go for the Azure Data Factory. Let's come to the definition part. Azure Data Factory, it is a cloud-based ETL and data integration service provided by a Microsoft Azure. It enables you to create, schedule and manage data pipelines that move and transfer data from various source to destination. So it is nothing but it is a ETL activity. So we will try to move, we will try to transform the data from various sources to the destination, right? So that actually only it is saying. So whenever you have to perform ETL activity in Azure space, you will go for the Azure Data Factory. Let's discuss few use cases. So data migration, this is one of the important use case. We use Azure Data Factory for the data migration activity. So generally you will see you have a data that is available in on-prem server. So what actually we'll do, we want to migrate into the Azure space. So as part of the data migration, what we'll do, we'll try to create a pipeline, we'll try to move a data which is available in on-prem to the cloud space. So data migration is the common use case of the Azure Data Factory. Second, getting a data from a client server or online data to a Azure data storage. So suppose you had to build any report, but your data is available in a client server. So from client server, first you will try to get your data into Azure data log storage, and based on that you will try to build a report. So this kind of the scenario generally comes in that kind of the case we use Azure Data Factory. And the third one is carrying out various data integration process. Data integration process is nothing but a unifying a data. So unifying a data which is available in a multiple sources. So I hope you got what is Azure Data Factory. So whenever you have to perform any ETL activity in a cloud space, you will go for the Azure Data Factory. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we will see how actually we can create a Azure Data Factory in a Azure space. So I hope you have already created a Azure account. If you haven't created a Azure account, please do create a Azure account so that you can do a practice along with me. Once you will create an account, you have to search for the portal.azure.com. Once you will log in the portal.azure.com, you will see this particular screen. Now suppose you have to create any services. So in a search bar, you can search any services. Suppose I had to create a storage account, I'll search for the storage account is coming. Suppose I had to create a SQL database, I will search for the SQL database is coming. So that is one option. Second option, in the left side you will see different services is there. So there, that also you can use. What actually we are going to do, we are going to see how actually we can create a data factory. So in a search bar, I will search for the data factory. Search for the data factory. The data factory is coming, right? This is the particular symbol. I'll click here. I already have created one data factory that is showing here, but now we are going to see how actually we can create a new data factory. So click on the create. First you have to select your subscription. So whatever the free subscription you have, you can select that. After that we have to create a resource group. So click on the create new, give any resource group name and click on the OK. I have already created one resource group, so I will use the same one. If you haven't created a resource group, click on the create new and create that. After that we have to give the information about the data factory, what is the name. So make sure the name should be unique, so give the unique name. So I am going to give data factory practical test something. So unique name I am giving. After that we have to select the region. So you can select near your region. After that version we have to select and click on the next. If you want to configure any git, you can configure. So uncheck this, and after that you have to pass the repo name, branch name, and all this kind of the details. But we are not going to do that. So I'll click on the configure git later. Click on the next networking. We will go with the public endpoint as of now. Click on the next tags. You can give any tags. So I will give the name as a POC ADF POC ADF just to recognize the data factory, and after that click on the next. After that you will see whatever the option you have selected, all the information you will be able to see here. We have to click on the create. Once you will click on the create, you can see deployment is initialized. You can see deployment is in progress. So once the deployment is complete, we will see how actually we can open a Azure Data Factory. So generally this kind of the activity is a one time only. Whenever you will join an organization, you will see already data factory is created, or you have to create a data factory. So this is the simple step we have to follow. You can see your deployment is complete. So click on the go to resource. Now here you can see launch studio, Azure Data Factory Studio. I'll click here. Now in this Azure Data Factory Studio only, we will do all the kind of the data pipeline creation and all. So most of the time data engineer, they will try to spend their time into this particular screen only. So you can see in the left side we have a home option, we have a author option. In author option only we will try to create a pipeline, data set, data flow. We will see about this, like what is pipeline, data set, data flow in upcoming videos. In a monitor section you can monitor your pipeline if any pipeline is running. So for the monitoring perspective we will use a monitor, and we have a manage option. So we have a link service integration. This all also we'll try to understand. So I hope you got like how actually we can create a data factory. So in upcoming video we'll try to understand more about the data factory components, parts and all. Yeah, that's it in this video. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have understand like how actually we can create a Azure Data Factory. In this video we are going to understand about the Azure Data Factory components, like what is activity, what is data set, what is link service, what is integration, runtime and all. So because if I'll show you in Azure Data Factory, you will see all the terminology like pipeline, data set, data flow, link service and all. So these are very much important. So let's discuss one by one. So let me take a simple example. With that example, let's try to understand. Suppose my requirement is like I had to create one pipeline which will copy a data from a blob storage to a SQL Server. So that is the requirement I have. Now in this requirement, if you will see my data that is already available in a blob storage in a CSV file, and I had to copy this data into the SQL Server. So in this case, if you will see blob storage where your data is already coming, which is already available, and from there you want to copy into the another space, so that will become a source for you. Now in this case, my source is the blob storage. Where you want to copy a data, we want to copy a data into the SQL Server, so that will become a sink for me. So target one will become a sink, and the source one from where actually you are taking a data. Now next thing is like activity. So what actually we want to perform a task here? We want to perform a copy activity because we have to copy a data which is available in a blob storage to the SQL. So for that I will use a copy activity. Suppose my requirement is like I have to delete a data that is available in a blob storage. So for that I will use a delete activity. So similarly in Azure space we have a multiple activity already available. You can see for move and transform we have a copy activity. For the delete also we have another activity. For the failure we have another activity. Like that the multiple activity are already available for the task. So from a requirement perspective, my data was available in a blob storage and I had to copy a data into the SQL Server. So for that, what actually I am using? I am using a copy activity here. So activity is nothing but a what task actually you want to perform. Now next is the data set. So data set is nothing but a it will represent the location and the schema of your file. So once you decided what task actually you want to perform, the next step is to create a data set for your source and the target. Now in this case, what is my source? My source is the blob storage. So for that I will create a data set. And what is my schema? Schema is CSV file. So for that I will select the CSV file schema and I'll create the CSV data set. For the target also I will perform the same. This will represent the location of my target. I'll create a data set here also. This will represent the location of my file and the schema. Schema is table, so I have created a table data set. So data set will represent the location and the schema of your file. So in this case, you can see I have created the CSV data set and the table data set. Now the next thing is the link service. So if you want to access this blob storage, so for that you should have a access. You should have a linking credential. So that actually we have to provide in a link service. So what we will do, we will create a link service. We will provide a user name and the password so that we will be able to access our source and the server, source and the target. If you want to access the source and the target, for that you should have a credential. That credential you have to provide in a link service. So link service actually help to connect with the source and the target. I hope you got it. So we discuss about the data set, we discuss about the link service, we discuss about the source and the sink. Now next thing is the triggers. So once you will create a pipeline, the next thing is the trigger. So trigger will help to run your pipeline. Suppose you want to run a manually. So for that we have a manual trigger. Suppose you want to schedule your pipeline, like weekly basis it should run. So for that we have a schedule trigger. Suppose for a specific event base you want to run the pipeline, for that we have a event trigger. So these are the trigger will help to automate pipeline or to run the pipeline. Now next thing is the integration runtime. So we have a three type of the integration runtime. First one is the auto resolve integration runtime. Now what is auto resolve integration? So whenever your data and whenever your source and the target that is available in a same space, like suppose my source is also available in a cloud, Azure cloud, and my target is also available in a Azure cloud. In this case I will go for the auto resolve integration runtime. But suppose my source is available in a on-prem, or you can say any private network, and I have to move this data into the cloud. In this case your auto resolve will not work. In this case you will go for the self-hosted integration runtime. Auto resolve will work where your source and the target that is available in the same space, like the same environment. Self-hosted will work whenever both the things are available into a multiple uh, network, like one is public, one is private, one private is another space, second private is another space, then you will go for the self-hosted. And the third we have is like SSIS. So SSIS related package, we generally go for the SSIS integration runtime. This we will discuss more when we'll do a practical, but as of now you should understand what is data set, what is link service. Do a practical in upcoming video and we'll understand more about this. Hello everyone. So from the theoretical perspective we are going to learn what are the things which we should know. So whenever we create a Azure storage account, so we generally get a 4 type of the storage services. So let us try to understand one by one. The first one is the blob storage. Second one is the file storage. Third one is the table storage. And the fourth one is the queue storage. So based on our requirement we are going to use this all the storage. So suppose whenever you have a requirement where you have a data in a unstructured format, suppose you have a video file, suppose you have a audio file, txt file, any kind of the documents and all you are getting. So in that kind of the scenario we generally use the blob storage. For all the kind of the unstructured data we generally use the blob storage. I hope you got about the blob storage use case. Now let us try to understand the file storage. So let us take an example. Suppose you are working in company, your one team is working in a Bangalore, your another team is working in Mumbai, another team is working in a US location, but you are working in a same project. So you want to have some shared location so that everyone can access the same file. So what actually we do, we will create a shared location and here we will put our all the files so that everyone can access and upload and do the changes. In that kind of the scenario, we generally use the file storage. For the share location, we can take an example. I hope you got it. So table storage, we generally use it for the structure kind of the data. So suppose you have a requirement where you want to store in a tabular form, so then we generally use the table storage. Fourth one is the queue storage. In a queue storage, suppose you have a requirement, for taking example in a Paytm, right? In Paytm, where the lakhs of the transaction happening at a time, or any Google Pay or any kind of the transaction system we can take. So in that kind of scenario, what actually we try to do, we try to process the data in a queue, and so we want to process every file in a queue way. Okay, so in that kind of the scenario, we generally use it for the queue storage. So what actually we do, we try to put every file into a queue and we try to process one by one. In that kind of the scenario, we use a queue storage. Now let us try to understand more from the account type. So we will generally get a three type of the account. Either you can create a blob storage, either you can create a general purpose v1 account, v1, and the general purpose v2 account, and we call it as a general purpose v2 account. And blob we generally use for the unstructured data, and this is the latest version, and even Azure also recommend to use this because we have a multiple functionality over here. So we will use the general purpose v2 account only. Now from the access tier perspective, what actually we should know, let us try to understand. So we generally have a three type. We have a hot tier, second one is the cold tier, third one is the RQ. So whenever you have a requirement where actually you want to access the data frequently, if you want to access, so in that kind of the scenario, we try to store our file into a hot tier. Cold tier, where we have a requirement where we don't want to access data frequently, so we will try to store our data in a cold tier. RQ, where we have only rarely we are trying to access our data, so we actually try to store our file in a RQ. So how actually we can create a Azure storage account, that actually we are going to learn. Okay, once you will log into the portal.azure.com, we have to search for the storage. Search for the storage accounts will come. Click on that, click on the create button. We are going to create a storage account. Click on the create. So first we should have a subscription. Under the subscription we will create a resource group. If you haven't created a resource group, click on the create new and you can create a resource group. Under the resource group only we are going to create this storage account. So we selected the subscription, we selected the resource group. After that we have to give the storage account name. As of now I am giving the storage account name as a POC storage, like this. Make sure it should be unique. After that you have to select the region. After that we have to select the performance. We have a two type, standard and the premium. Standard means it will give the HDD kind of the storage. Premium is it will give SSD kind of the storage. So premium is much more costly as compared to the standard, and it is fast also. And we have a redundancy, that is for the backup. And see, as of now I am selecting the GRS only. Click on the next. Here we are not going to do any changes as of now. Click on the next, next, and you can review whatever the option you have selected. And after that we have to click on the create. Now you can see the deployment is in progress. Here we have one option like the notification. If you click on the notification, you will be able to see all the notification about your account. So as of now the deployment is in progress for the storage account. That actually the notification we are getting. You can see the deployment is in progress. Once it will complete, our blob storage whatever we have created, that will be ready. So let's wait it to be completed. You can see the deployment is succeed, deployment is complete. Go click on the go to resource. This is the overview. As of now what we are going to click on this container. click on this container, click on the plus container. We are going to create one container and we are going to upload a file. As of now I am creating one container, input container, and we can give a access level. You can give a privately if you want to access. You can give private, blob level access you can give, or you can give public access also. I have given the public access as of now, but make sure you give the private and all access. Just for the testing I am doing, that's why I selected that access. Click on the input, click on the upload, search for the file, select any file. I have selected this file, click on the upload. This is how actually we can upload our file. Upload is now success. Now if you want to see this file, what you have to do, click on this upload, this particular file, click on the edit, click on the preview. Now you can see this is the particular file I have uploaded, and I can see this particular file also. So this is very simple. Now I have given the public access, right? So if I will click here, if I will select this particular URL, and if I will open this, I will be able to download that particular file. You can see this is the particular file which got downloaded because I have given the public access. Make sure you will give in the private access. So that is how actually we can create a storage account, we can upload a file. Hello everyone, so we are going to start our practical lab for the Azure Data Factory. We will see each and every activity one by one. In this particular video we are going to see how actually we can perform a copy activity in Azure Data Factory. So we have a business requirement. First step, we will try to understand the business requirement, and then we will think about the solutioning part, and then we will move for the practical part. So this is how actually we are going to follow. So let us understand the business requirement. So our business requirement is like we have a data that is available in Azure storage input container. So in Azure we have a blob storage. We have created one input container. In this input container we are getting a data from outsource. Now what we have to do, we have to copy this data to Azure storage output container. So what we have to do, we have to copy this data which is available in input container. We have to copy this data into the output container in a blob storage. So it is very simple, right? Whatever the data is coming into the blob storage input container, that data you have to copy into the blob storage output container. For that we have to create a pipeline in a Azure Data Factory. So that is the practical we have to do. So what we are doing, we are copying a data which is available in a blob storage input container to the blob storage output containers. That is the practical. Now whenever you will create Azure Data Factory pipeline, what are the steps generally we have to follow? Let's try to understand. So whenever we will create Azure Data Factory pipeline, these are the steps we have to follow. So what is the first step? In this scenario, if you will see, what we are going to do, we are going to perform a copy activity because we have to just copy a data which is available in input container to the output container. So first step, what is the activity you are going to follow? So we are going to follow copy activity. So copy activity we have selected. Now after that, what is the next thing? Next thing is like you have to understand what is your source and the destination. What is my source and the destination? Source and destination both are blob storage in this case. So we have understand what is my source. Source is also blob storage, and my target is also blob storage. So what I will do, first I will try to create a data set. Create a data set. In this data set, what actually I will try to do, I will try to point out to the my source location. Similarly for the target also I will create a one data set. This target data set will point out to the target location. So first step is to create the activity, to decide the activity. Second step is to create a data set, and the next step is to create a link service. What link service will have? Link service will have to access the source location. So blob storage. So if you have to access a blob storage, so for that you should have a access. So this link service will help to access the blob storage. Similarly here also, to access the target location, we will create a link service so that we will be able to access the output container. So these are the steps generally we will follow whenever we create any Azure Data Factory pipeline. Now let me show you the data set. So this is the data set what we have. We have a employee ID, name, salary, address, location. So this is the CSV file we have. Let me open Azure storage. So this is, I have login with the portal.azure.com. I have created one storage account. The storage account is the POC storage, or you can search like storage account. Once you will search the storage account, you will see your storage. If you haven't created a storage account, please do create a storage account. We have already covered in the last video. So click on the POC storage. After that, go to the container. In this container, we will try to create a two container. I'll click on the container. Click on the plus container. You can see, right? We are going to create a new container. I'll give the container name as a input. So make sure you give in a lowercase and the unique. You can see input container I have name given. I'll click on the create. So I created one container, input container. I will create another container. That container name will be the output container. Output. So this is the container I will create for my target location. So I created two container, input and the output. I'll go to the input. I'll try to upload a file. How to upload? Click on the upload button. Browse for file and upload that particular file. I will upload this particular file. Upload. Now you can see apply1.csv we have copied into the input container. If you want to see this particular file, click here, go to the edit, and you can see preview. You will be able to see this is the file we have. Now what we want to do, we want to create one data pipeline which will copy a data from an input container to a output container. As of now, output container there is no data. So we'll create one Azure Data Factory pipeline which will copy a data from input to the output. So I will search for the data factory. I already created a data factory. We have already seen like how to create a data factory also. I'll click on the POC data factory here. Launch studio, open in a new studio. So this particular screen you will see once you will open a data factory. Now what we have to do, you have to go to the author. In this author only we will try to perform all the data pipeline creation and all. So you can see you have option pipeline, change data capture, data set, data flow. I'll click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. Once you will click on the new pipeline, you can see this all the activities there. So what is our first step? First step to decide the activity. What activity we want to perform? We want to perform a copy activity. So in a move and transform, you can see we have a copy activity. You have to select and you have to drag here. Once you will select and drag, you are going to perform a copy data activity. Okay, it's very simple, right? Now click on this copy data. Now you can see general name, you can give any name. So I can give name as a blob to blob, so that you can see here also it is coming like blob to blob copy. Description you want, you can give any description. Timeout, retry if any failure is happening. For that we give a retry and the timeout option. As of now we are not giving. Now what I will do, I'll go to the source. Now in the source what we will do, we'll try to create a data set. So you can see we have a source data set. So what is our first step? First step is to create a data set. So first we will create a data set for the source and then we will create a data set for the target. So you can see source and the data set, right? Click on the new. Here you will see different option. Means your source can be anything. Your source can be blob storage, your source can be data lake, your source can be MongoDB, your source can be MySQL, different, right? So what is our source? So our source is the blob. So I'll select the Azure Blob storage. Continue. After that, we have to select our file. My file is CSV file, so I'll select that. If your file is JSON, so you can select that schema also. Mine is CSV, so I'll select that. Continue. After that, we have to create a link service. Link service will help to connect with the blob storage. So I'll click on the new. We are going to create a new link service. You can see we have given the name as Azure Blob storage. After that, the integration runtime, because our source and the target both are available into a Azure space only, so we are going to use the auto resolve integration runtime. That is the by default one. After that, we have to select the subscription. We have to select our storage account. So this is the storage we have created. After that, you just have to click on the test connection. You can see connection is successful and then click on the create. So with this with the help of this link service, we are able to connect with the blob storage. Now after that you have to select the file path. So I'll click on this browse, which particular file you want to have your source. So this is the our source. So I'll select this file as my source. You can see input container and the employee1.csv. This is my source. First row as header. So whether your file contain the first row as header, yes. So I'll select this, and after that you have to click on the OK. Now you can see we have created a data set. Now whether you are able to connect or everything looks good or not, how actually you will check, you have to click on the preview data. Once you will click on the preview data, and if you are able to see your file as it is, then you are good. Otherwise, if any error occurs, you will not be able to see any data in a preview data itself. So that's how we have to debug also. Now our source is ready. We have created a data set. Now what actually we want to do? I will go to the sink. For the sink, where actually we want to store our data, we want to store in a blob storage. So for that also we have to create a data set. So in a diagram, if you will see, right, we have created a data set for source. Now again we will create a data set for our target location. Where you want, so first I will click on the new. Where you want to store your data? We want to store in the blob storage, so I'll select that. But if you want to store in a MySQL, PostgreSQL, based on your requirement, you can select that. Blob storage I will select. Continue. I want to store in the form of a CSV only, so I'll select that. But if you want to save as a JSON, you can select that also. So CSV only I will select. Now after that we'll create a link service. You can use the same link service because that is the same blob storage, but let's see how actually we can create a link service. So I'll give the link service name. After that you have to select your subscription. After that you have to select the blob storage. After that click on the create. Now after that file path, where you want to store, I want to store into this output container because this is my target, right? So I'll select that, and after that I'll just click on the OK. Now my source and my sink is ready. For source I created a dataset and link service. For the target also I created a dataset and the link service. Now after that what we have to do? Now your data pipeline is now ready. Now what actually you will do? If you want to validate this, click on the validate all. You can see we have a validate all option, right? Click here. Once you will click here, and if you will see no error, then you are good. Click on the close. So validated all resources going on. In the notification window you will see. So what you have to do, validate all. Your data factory has been validated. Close. After that you have to click on the publish all. So whatever the changes you are doing, right, so you have to first publish before running the pipeline. You can see publishing is going on, deployment is going on. Once it will complete, then we will try to run the pipeline. Now you can see publishing, deploying changes to the factory. So whatever the changes we are doing, first we have to validate all, and then we have to publish. You can see publish is completed. Now if you had to run this pipeline, how actually you will run? You can see we have option add trigger. So if you click on the add trigger, you have a two option, trigger now and the new edit. If you had to schedule, then you will go for the new edit. But if you had to test and if you had to run manually, then you can click on the trigger now. Then your pipeline will start running. That will copy a data from a input to the output. So let me click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Now if you have to monitor your pipelines, so you can see we have a monitor option. Come here, you can see this is the pipeline which is running and it is in progress state. Once it will complete, it should be able to copy a data from our blob storage input container to the output container. If it is doing, then we are good. You can see it is succeed now. Now what I will do, I'll go here in a Microsoft Azure. I'll go to my storage account. In the storage account, I'll go to the container. In the container, in output, I will see whether my data is copied or not. You can see my data is copied. So with the help of the data factory, we are able to copy. Let's see how data looks. You can see data looks as it is, what actually it was available there. So that is how actually we can create a pipeline using Azure Data Factory. That's how we can create a data set link service. So I hope you got it. In next video, we'll do a more practical and we'll try to understand more. Hello everyone. So in last video we have understand like how to perform a copy activity in Azure Data Factory. So in this particular video we are going to see how actually you can perform a delete activity if you have to delete a data from that particular container, how actually we can do. So we have one of the business requirement that actually we are going to understand, and based on that we will try to create a data pipeline. So let me explain what actually happening. So suppose you have one of the web application, from there actually you are receiving a continuously data into this particular source location. This source location is a input container you have in a Azure storage. So this is a Azure storage account. In Azure storage account you have a input container, and in this particular input container you are receiving a data from this web application. Now what actually happening, on a daily basis we are receiving a data in this particular container. So we are also running one of the pipeline which is actually copying this data on a daily basis to the other container. So let us suppose this is the output container. Here actually we are copying a data. Now whatever the data actually got copied into this output location, we want to remove from this source location, right? So we have to perform a delete activity for that in a Azure Data Factory. So in this particular video we will see how actually you can perform a delete activity. So whatever the scenario I have explained, this can be a one of the business use case. So let us try to see how actually we can perform a delete activity. I have this storage account. Let me open. This is my storage account. I will go to the container. So in this container, in this particular storage account, I have created this input data container, and here I have a data available in employee1.csv. on a daily basis we are receiving. Okay, I have created Azure Data Factory Studio. Let me open Azure Data Factory Studio. I'll go to the author. I'll try to create a pipeline. Just click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. Now what actually we want to do, we want to perform a delete activity. How actually we can do? So for copy activity we have to click on the move and transform. So for delete activity we have to go to this general. You can see delete, right? Just select, drag and drop. Okay, so delete activity. So in delete activity what actually we want to do, first we have to specify the name. Delete source input data, that is the name I am giving. After that we have to do a setting for the source. So for the source, first we have to create a data set. So this data set will indicate where actually our data is. So our data is coming into a blob storage. I'll select that, continue. After that we have to create a link service connection. For that I'll click on the link service. I'll try to select the Azure subscription. I'll try to give the storage account, and then I will try to check test connection, whether I am able to establish a connection or not. So let us see whether it is success or not. You can see the testing connection. Okay, connected successfully. Click on the create button. So now our link service is now ready. Now we have to give the path location. So in file path I'll select this particular folder, and I'll select this employee1.csv file. So as of now I have selected employee1.csv, but if you want to delete all the csv, then star.csv you can give the path location. Then click on the OK. Okay, now our source is ready, right? Now our source is ready. Now go to the logging account link service, where actually you want to log the data. So if you want to use the same blob storage, you can select that. Let me try to select the same blob storage whatever I have. All the login details will get saved over there only. So I'll select that. To see the connection established. Folder path we have to select where actually you want to store the logging details, so that I have selected that. And let me do the validation. Let me click on the validate, no issue. After that we have to click on the publish all. Click on the publish, and after that we will try to run up our pipeline, and we'll try to see our employee1.csv file in input data, it got deleted or not. So as of now we have done the publishing. Whether once it will complete, then we will try to run our pipeline. Now publish is completed, no error found. Now what we will do, we will try to run. How to trigger a pipeline? Click on that trigger, click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Now if you want to monitor, go to the monitor section, click on the refresh. So this is a particular pipeline which is now running and it is succeed also. Now let me go to the input location. If I will try to refresh, you will see the employee1.csv file is now deleted, and we have also selected the logging details, right? So when we have done it, when we have selected the this path, okay, this is the delete file in a logging setting, right? So we have specified the log details path, right? So what actually we have done in a input data, this particular path only we have. So here we have all the logs details. So we have a log details here, but we have the original file, whatever the file was there, that got deleted. Okay, so that is how actually we can perform a delete activity. I hope you got the idea. Mostly for the logging, we create a separate container and we try to save all the logs details. Okay, now here I have given the in the same folder only. So that is how actually we can perform a delete activity. I hope you got idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can do a setup of SQL database in Azure space. This is a very much important because in a real time also you will see a multiple scenario where you will be having data is available in a SQL database and that data you have to move into the blob storage or some other location, or you have a data that is available in a blob storage as a CSV or JSON file, that data you have to move into the SQL database. So this kind of the scenario generally you will see in a real time. So that's why in this particular video we will see how actually we can create a SQL database in Azure space, and in upcoming lecture we will use to create a multiple data pipeline. We will try to see multiple pipeline scenario where we will be having data available in a multiple space, and that data we have to move into the SQL database, or from SQL database if we have to move data into the blob storage, how actually we can do everything we will see. But in this video let's see how actually we can do a setup of the SQL database. So I have logged into the portal.azure.com. Once you logging into the portal.azure.com, you will see this particular screen. What we are going to do, we are going to create a SQL database. So I will search for the Azure SQL database. You can see SQL database. Click on this. Now first time when you will set up, you will see this particular screen. Click on the create SQL database, or you can click here create. Now after that what we have to do, first thing you have to select the subscription. Second, we have to create a resource group. So I already created a resource group, so that's why I'm selecting. But if you haven't created a resource group, you can click on the create new and you can give any name and you can create a resource group. Under this subscription, and we will be having a resource group, and that resource group we are going to create a SQL database. So that's how actually we have to read. First thing, we should have a subscription. Under this subscription we will create a resource group. Under this resource group we are going to create a SQL database. So that's how we have to read. Now after that we have to give a database name. So I will give a database name as a POC database something. You can give and use, make sure it should be unique. So I will give POC database test. After that we have to click on the server. We have to create a server so that we can logging into the SQL database and we can write a query. So first thing, create a server. So click on the create new, give the server name. I'll give server name as a POC server 728. After that we have to give a location. After that, authentication method. This is important because once you will log in, it will ask for the login name and the password. So I selected the use SQL authentication. I will try to set up my admin username and the password. And this thing we have to remember because with this only you will be able to log in. After that, click on the OK. So set up your admin password, and this you have to remember because with this only you will be able to log in. Click on the OK. After that, want to use SQL Elastic Pool? No. Workload environment, we will select the development because we are doing a testing. After that, compute and storage. Here we have to select You can see general purpose. So most of the things are there for the processing. We will go with the basic one because in basic you will get the 2 GB maximum and the cost also will be the 4.90. As we are using a free, so that is fine, but we will use a basic one only. Click on the apply. Click on the next. After that we will select the public endpoint. Click on the yes. Client IP address yes. After that click on the next. Security. Click on the start free trial here. Click on the next. Use existing data. So if you will select the sample, so you will get few database already and few table already. So I will select the sample. Click on the next. Click on the next review create. Click on the create. Once you will click on the create, it will be initializing, and once it will complete, we will try to see how actually we can log in. So you can see initializing the deployment. So first the deployment will be submitted, and once the deployment is submitted, after that it will be completed, then only we'll be able to log in. So let's wait for that. You can see deployment is complete. Click on the go to resource. Now you can see this is a particular database we have created. Now if you want to log in, how actually you can log in, let's see that. So you can see query editor we have. Click on this query editor. Now we have given our login and the password, so that password we have to pass here. Click on the OK. Now you can see the query editor opened. Now left side you can see multiple tables already available because while setting up we have selected the sample tables, right? So if we want to write any query, so let me write sales lt.address, and if we'll run, you can see this all the data we already have. Means this all the table already available, and this all the things we can use it for our data pipeline creation and all. So that actually we'll see in the next. Now once you will open, suppose you are in a Azure. Now you want to go into the SQL database. So now just you have to go into the SQL database, and this is the what you we already created. Now go to the query editor, and here you can log in and you can see your data. So that's how actually we have to do. So we'll meet in a next video and we'll see a practical. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to do a practical. We are going to see how actually we can copy a data from Azure Blob storage to Azure SQL database. So we have a business requirement. First we'll try to understand the business requirement, then we'll think about the solutioning part, and then we will do a practical. So let us understand. We have a data that is available in a blob storage as a CSV format. So in a storage, in a blob storage, CSV data is available. That data you have to copy into the Azure SQL. So whatever the data is available in a blob storage CSV data, that data you have to copy into the Azure SQL in a tabular structure. So that is the requirement we have, and we have to create a data factory pipeline for that. In real time also you will get a scenario like this, where you have a data is available in one storage account as a CSV, JSON or any other format, and that data you have to copy into the SQL database in a tabular structure. So for that you have to create a pipeline. If you get this kind of the requirement, what kind of the step you have to follow, let's try to understand. Let's think about the solutioning part. So first thing you have to define, you have to understand what is your source. So my source is a blob storage as a CSV file. What is my target? My target is SQL database tabular format. So first you have to think about the what is your source, then you have to think about what is your sync or target. So that part is clear, right? Now next thing you have to think, because we are going to copy that data in a tabular structure. So for that you have to create a schema for that. First you have to look your file, what file is available into the blob storage. So let me show you the file first. So this is the file which is available in a blob storage. Employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email, this kind of the file we are getting. Now if you had to copy this data into the SQL database, so for first thing you had to create a table for that. You had to create a schema for that, table schema for that. What is schema means? I will define a schema like this. So first I will check what is my source file. This is the source file. In this source file I am getting employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email, right? So similar kind of the schema I will try to create a table in a Azure SQL database. I will try to define all the column like employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email, so that the all the data I can store into this particular table in the all the columns. So we have created a schema, we have defined the schema also. Now next thing is like what activity we are doing a copy activity. After that we'll try to create a data set. One data set we will create for the blob storage, one data set we will create for the Azure SQL database, and to connect with the blob storage we will have one link service, and to connect with the Azure SQL database we will have one link service. So that are the stuff we are going to follow. Let's do a practical and let's understand more. So I open my Azure portal.azure.com. I'll go to the my blob storage account. So this is the storage account I have. I have already created a blob storage. If you haven't created blob storage, you can click on the create and you can create a blob storage. Once you will create a blob storage, click on this, go to the container. Here we will create one container or we will try to store our file. So I will give a container name as a input. Click on the create. In this input container I will try to store my file. So that will become my source file. In a real time this kind of the thing will already be available because we are doing a practical, right? So we are trying to do a setup for all. So I'll try to copy, I'll try to upload this file. Click on the upload. So this is the file which I uploaded into the blob storage. If I'll show you, I'll go to that, click on the preview. Now you can see we are able to see a data. So our source is now ready. Now what is the next thing? Next thing is the SQL database. So I will search for the SQL, open in a new tab. So how to create a SQL database, that we have already covered in a last video. If you haven't created a SQL database, first thing is like you have to create a database. Please do watch the previous video where we have covered how to create a SQL database. Once you will create a SQL database, click on this. After that we have to go into the query editor. You have to pass username and the password. Click on the OK. Now you can see we have a Azure SQL database. Here we can create a table. So you can see in a table all the tables are available. But what actually we are going to do, we are going to first create a employee table. So I'll copy this, I'll try to paste here and I'll try to run this. Once you will run, you can see query succeed 0. Run select star from employee. I shouldn't get any error. You can see we have a file, we have created a table, and that employee table should be available here. So let me refresh this. You can see this is the employee table we have created. So we have created an employee table that will become our target location. Now what we have to do, we have to create one data pipeline which will copy a data which is available into this CSV file into this particular table, employee table. As of now there is no data available into this particular table. So how that this data will come, we create a data pipeline that will copy a data from a CSV to this particular table. So for that we had to create a Azure Data Factory. So I'll first search for the data factory, open in a new tab. So you can see this is the data factory I have created. I'll click on this, click on the launch studio. Now we'll try to create a data pipeline for that. Now in data factory, once you'll open this particular screen, you will see you have to go into the author. Now come to the pipeline. We are going to create a pipeline. So click on this, click on the new pipeline. Now the first option, move and transform, you can see copy data, because we are performing a copy data from a blob storage to the SQL database, right? So I will select the copy data here. I will just click and the drag here. Now you can give any name. So I will give name as a blob to the SQL so that I can understand what actually this pipeline will do, blob to the SQL. After that we had to set up a source and the sink. You can see the source and the sink, right? What is our source? So source is the blob storage. Source is the blob storage. So for that we have to create a data set. So what we will do, we will create a data set. Click on the new. My data is available in a blob storage, so I'll select a blob storage here. You can see we have a multiple option. So what you can do in a search, you can search blob storage. Click on this, continue. Which format your file is? CSV format. So I'll select that. Click on the continue. After that we have to create a link service so that we can connect with our source. Click on the new. Give a name, blob a link service. After that you have to select your subscription. You have to select your storage account. After that, test your connection whether you are able to establish a connection or not. If it is successful, then click on the create. After that you have to specify your file path. So I'll give the input and this particular file. If you have a multiple file, then you can give star.csv. So it will take all the CSV format data. That also we can do. Now I'll select first row as header. Click on the OK. Now your source is ready. Your data set for the source is ready. How actually you will verify it's working fine or not? Click on this preview data. Once you will click on the preview data, you shouldn't get any error. If you are getting error, means there is something fishy in your source creation. So click on the preview data. You should be able to see your data, because in a source we already have data, right? So we are able to see we have employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email. Means our source is now ready. Now what we have to do, we have to do a setup for the sync. So for the sync also, what we have to do, we have to create a data set. So I will click on the new data set, sync data set. What is my data set? Data set is Azure SQL database. So I will search SQL database. You can see Azure SQL database. I select this, continue. For this also we have to create a link service so that we will be able to connect with our SQL database. Here we have to pass a subscription. You have to pass a server name. This is the server, and you have to pass the database name. So this is the database we have created. So I will pass the server name, database name, and the SQL authentication, your username and the password. So I will give my username and the password, and I will try to test the connection. Testing connection is important, because if any error here only it is coming, means you can debug like it is a link service issue. You can debug like in database or server, any kind of the issue is there. Now click on the create. Now link service is ready. Now you can see you have a table name. So here you will be able to see all your table. So what is your target table? Target table is employee. This is the table we have created. So I'll select this, click on the OK. Now my target is also ready, because as of now in target there is no data. Means our source is ready, our target is ready. Source we are able to preview our data. In sync there is no data, but once you will run a pipeline, we will be able to see a data. Now after that what you have to do, click on the validate. If any error comes, here it will come. Click on the validate all, click on the publish all, click on the publish. Now we'll try to run a pipeline, and we'll try to see whether our pipeline is running fine or not, whether it is copying our data from a blob to the SQL or not. First thing, you have to publish it, and after that you can see publish is completed. After that you have to click on the add trigger, and we have a two option, trigger now and the new edit. We'll see about this also in depth. First we will click on the trigger now, because we are running a pipeline. So if you have to run manually, so you can click on the trigger now. Now your pipeline is started. If you want to monitor, left side, go to the monitor, and here you will be able to see your pipeline. So this is the pipeline which is running, and here it is giving a status as a in progress. Once it will complete, once it is succeed, then you should be able to see your data in a SQL database. If any kind of the error comes, then the failure message will come. So let's wait whether our pipeline is working fine or not. You can see it is coming as a failed. Now let's try to debug. So how actually you can debug? Click on the error. Error is saying like operation on blob to the SQL failed. Failure happen on sync side. Means our target side there is problem. In invalid column name, the column LOC is not found in the target. The column name is not found, that actually it is saying. Now I will go to my pipeline. I'll click on this copy data. What you have to do, click on the mapping. Click on the import schema. Now you should be able to see all the mappings are fine or not. So you can see employee ID from the source is mapping with the destination, name is mapping with the name, salary is mapping with the salary, address is mapping with the address, but for location there is no mapping. So I'll click here, I select the LOC. LOC is mapping with the location, email is mapping with the location. So that's how we have to debug. We have to select the mapping properly. Now this means employee ID data should go into the employee ID, LOC data should go into the location column, email data should go into the email column. After that, once you do a changes, click on the publish all. Click on the publish. Publish is completed. Now click on the add trigger. Trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor. Now you can see it is in progress. So let's wait and let's see if any other error comes, then also we will debug. Debug is important because while debugging only we will learn more. So you can see now it is succeed, means our data should be available there. So I'll go to the database. Now if I'll try to run a select star from employee, I should see a data. Click on run. Now you can see in our employee table we have a data available, and that is exactly same what we have in a SQL CSV. That is exactly same what we have in a CSV file. All the data actually got copied. Location and email you can't see any data because in a source file also you will see location and email is blank. So that's how we had to create a pipeline and we had to debug. I hope you got idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand what is trigger in Azure Data Factory. Triggers are very much important from an interview perspective also. Whenever you will give an interview, you may get a question like what is schedule trigger, what is tumbling window trigger, what is event trigger. So that actually we are going to understand in this particular video. What is trigger? Triggers are objects that enable automatic execution of the pipeline based on the predefined condition or schedule. In last video also we have seen we were having one pipeline. This is the copy data activity. What this pipeline is doing, it is copying a data from a blob to the SQL. Now to run this pipeline, what actually we were doing in a last video, we were clicking on the add trigger button, add trigger. So whenever we are clicking on this add trigger button, then only this particular pipeline was running. So trigger is nothing but it helped to run the pipeline so that our pipeline will run and the task will be completed. So trigger generally help to execute the pipeline based on the condition or the schedule. Now suppose you have a scenario where you have to run this pipeline automatically, like on a daily basis, a weekly basis or monthly basis. You don't want to do manually. So in this case we also have some other trigger. So now let's understand what are the different types of the trigger we have. So we have a schedule trigger. So when actually we use a schedule trigger, execute a pipeline on a specific schedule like hourly, weekly and a daily. Suppose you have a scenario where you want to run this pipeline on a every day, on every week or every month, every hour. So in that kind of the scenario you can use a schedule trigger, and with the help of the schedule trigger this particular pipeline will run automatically based on whatever the criteria you will select. If you are selecting every hour, it should run, so then the pipeline will run every hour. If you will select every day it should run, then every day it will run. If you will schedule every week, then every week it will schedule. So schedule trigger is one of the trigger. Now second is the tumbling window trigger. It execute a pipeline at regular interval defined by a window size and offset. So it will look similar to the schedule trigger. In here also you can execute a pipeline based on the certain condition. Like here also you can give like hourly base. If you want to run the pipeline, you can run. If you want to run on the daily basis, that also you can run on a specific window size. What is the difference between the schedule trigger and the tumbling window trigger is like, in a tumbling window trigger, whenever you have a historical data, suppose for the historical data also you want to run this pipeline automatically, you want to schedule it for the backfill, in that kind of the case tumbling window will help, because in schedule trigger from the current date only you can run the pipeline, but in tumbling window trigger for the previous date, for the historical date, it actually help to run or automate the pipeline. This all will do a practical and will understand also. Now the third one is the event trigger. It execute the pipeline based on the certain event. Suppose you have a blob storage. In this blob storage, suppose any file is getting updated, any file is getting uploaded, any file is getting updated, that is nothing but a one of the event. Whenever his file is uploading, then that is a event. Whenever file is getting updated, that is a event. Whenever file is getting deleted, that is also a event. So if this kind of the any event is happening, uploading, deleting, and updating, and based on that if you want to run the pipeline, then we can use a event trigger. So whenever anyone will upload any file, then the pipeline will run. So in that kind of the case, event trigger will help. Now the fourth one is the manual trigger. Manual trigger generally help to run the pipeline on a manual basis. Like whenever you will click, then only it should run. So that is nothing but a manual trigger. So I hope you got idea. In next video we'll try to understand with the practical one by one. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand schedule trigger in Azure Data Factory. With practical we'll try to understand how schedule trigger works in Azure Data Factory. So first let's understand what is schedule trigger. Schedule trigger is a type of trigger that allows you to automatically execute the pipeline on a predefined schedule. For taking example, suppose I have one of the pipeline, copy data pipeline. What this data pipeline is doing, it is copying a data from a storage account to the SQL table. Now what actually I want, this particular pipeline should run automatically, means every day it should run, every week it should run. This kind of the scenario I have, I want to automate this all the process. Every day this particular data pipeline should run, means I want to schedule it. So in that kind of the scenario we use a schedule trigger. Let me show you. Let me open Azure Data Factory. So you can see this is the one of the data pipeline I have. You can see now to run this pipeline, previously what we were doing, we were clicking on the add trigger button and we were clicking on the trigger now. When I will click on the trigger now, this pipeline will run. So that is a manual trigger. But now what actually we are seeing, we are discussing about the schedule trigger. So for that we have to click on the new edit. Click on the add trigger and click on the new edit. Once you will click on the new edit, you will get option like choose trigger. So as of now there is no trigger. So what you will do, we'll click on the new. Click on the new. We are going to create a trigger. So first we have to give the trigger name. So I am giving a trigger name as a trigger 1. After that we have to select the type. So we have 4 type, you can see. We have a schedule trigger, tumbling window trigger, storage event trigger, custom events trigger. So as of now we are going to discuss about the schedule trigger. So I'll select that. After that you have to select the start time. So I will select the current time. This is my start date. And after that you have to select the time zone. Based on your location you can select the time zone. And after that you can see we have a on which particular time schedule you want to run this pipeline. So I want to run every day. So for that day you can select every minute if you want to run. So minutes you can select, every hour you can select, every week you can select, every month you can select. Let me select the minute. I'll select as a 2. Every 2 minutes it should run. We specify an end date. So till what date it should run. So I am just selecting the 10th of April. It should run this particular time. Every 2 minutes this particular trigger should run. So what actually will happen, every 2 minutes the particular trigger will run and it will run this particular pipeline. So we don't have to manually run the pipeline. Every 2 minutes this particular pipeline will run with the help of this trigger. So that's kind of the scheduling we can do with the help of this. Now you can see start trigger on creation. Now after that we just have to click on the OK. Once you will click on the OK, click on the publish all, then only your all the changes will be saved. You can see it is publishing. I'll show you the monitor window as of now. As of now there is no, even I will refresh, no pipeline is here. So we'll wait for the 2 minutes, because every 2 minutes my pipeline should run, so it should run automatically. First it is publishing. You can see publish is completed. Now we'll go to the monitor window and we'll try to monitor this. Every 2 minutes my pipeline should run automatically with the help of the trigger. So let's wait for that. Now you can see this particular pipeline ran and it got succeed, means after 2 minutes automatically this particular pipeline got ran and it got succeeds. Now if you will see how actually you will verify it's run through a trigger, you can see triggered by a trigger. If you will run manually, then it will show a manual trigger. So that's how actually we can schedule our pipeline. So in a trigger, you can click on the new edit and you can select any new trigger. If you want to create a new trigger, you can click here and you can click on the plus, and after that you can schedule based on your requirement. I hope you got about the schedule trigger. In next video we'll discuss about the other triggers. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand event based trigger in Azure Data Factory. Triggers are very much important from an interview perspective. If you will go for any interview, one question definitely you will get asked regarding a trigger. So they will ask some scenario based on the trigger. So in this video we are going to understand how event based trigger works. So first we will understand what is event based trigger, how actually it works, and also we have one of the business requirements. So based on the business requirement we will try to do one project, how event based trigger works. So that is the agenda. So let us first understand what is event based trigger. In Azure Data Factory, event trigger is a type of trigger that allows you to automatically execute the pipeline in response of any specific event or condition. So in high level you can understand, based on certain event, if you want to run any pipeline, then you will use a event based trigger. So trigger we use to execute the pipeline or to automate the pipeline, and if you want to execute any pipeline based on certain event, then you will go for the event based trigger. Now let's understand what are the events. I'll give you one of the examples. Suppose I have one of the blob storage. In this blob storage I am getting a file from my external resources. So if any file is getting uploaded into this particular blob, then one events will be get generated. If anyone is deleting any file which is available into this blob storage, that is also nothing but a one event for me. Now, so based on this all the event, if you want to run any of the pipeline, that is nothing but a event based trigger. So if anyone uploaded any file into this blob storage, then you want to run one of the copy data pipeline which will transfer a data from a CSV to the JSON. So that kind of the business use case we can understand. So based on the certain event, if you want to run any of the pipeline, then we use a event based trigger. We'll come to this project requirement. First let us understand in Azure Data Factory how trigger we can set up. So first you have to go into the Azure Data Factory. You have to first create a pipeline. Now once you will click on the pipeline, you can see add trigger. So once you will click on the add trigger, we have a two option trigger now and the new edit. Once you will click on the new edit, here you will get one option to create a new trigger. Now if I'll click on the plus new button, now first you have to give the trigger name, and in type you can select the storage event, custom event. These are the event based trigger we have. So if I will select on the storage events, so it will ask you about the your storage related information. So you can select your storage related information, you can pass your container name, and now you can see here we have a event. Now if you will see, one is the blob created. It is nothing but any of the file is getting updated into that particular container, any of the file which is getting deleted from the blob. So these are the events we have. Now based on this event, if you want to run any of the pipeline, then we use this event based trigger. So I hope you got like how actually we can create a trigger for the event based trigger. Now let's do a practical and let's do this all the step one by one. So as of now let me discard this. Now let us understand what is our business requirement. So we have one of the Azure storage. In this Azure storage, if anyone is uploading any file, then what actually I want to do, I want to trigger one pipeline. I want to trigger this copy data pipeline. What this copy data pipeline will do, it will read the data from this Azure storage, so the CSV file. So if anyone is uploading any CSV file into the Azure storage, based on that I want to trigger a pipeline. And in this copy data, what actually it will happen, it will read the data from my Azure storage, this CSV file, and it will convert into the JSON. Like CSV to the JSON conversion, this particular pipeline will do. So we will create one pipeline which will convert CSV to the JSON, whatever the CSV file to the JSON conversion it will do. And when actually this pipeline will run, whenever anyone will upload any file into the Azure storage, then automatically this particular pipeline should trigger. So that is the use case we are going to do now. Now let me open. First I will show you the storage account. So I have created one storage account. So first you have to search for the storage. How to create a storage account we have already covered. So this is the storage I have already created. Click on that. We are going to create a container. So I'll click on the container. I'll create a two container. One is the input container. So if anyone is uploading any CSV file into this input container, based on that I will try to run my pipeline. And I will create another output CSV, output JSON. This is another container I am creating. So if anyone is uploading any file into this input CSV container, then my Azure Data Factory pipeline will run. It will read the data from input CSV and it will convert into JSON and it will store into this output JSON. That is the practical we will do. I'll go to the Data Factory now. What is the first step we'll do? We will first create a pipeline. So click on this pipeline, click on the new pipeline. After that, you have to click on the move and transform. Click on the copy data. After that we will create a data set. So I'll select the source, click on the new, where actual our source is Azure Blob storage, so I will select that. Continue. File is CSV file, so I'll select that. After that we will click on the link service. So we are going to create a link service for that. We will select the Azure subscription. We will select our Azure storage account and we'll click on the create. After that we will select the file path. So I will select the input CSV, that is our source. I'll click on the OK and I'll just click on the OK. Means our source is ready. So we are given only the input container. So what actually I will do, I want to have a condition, if anyone is uploading any CSV file, then CSV file only should be converted into the JSON. So that is my requirement. So in that case, to read only the CSV file from the container, what I will use, I will use a wildcard file path. In this wildcard file path, you can see input CSV. This is the path, right? Here you can pass star.csv. Star means it will read all the file. Star.csv means it will read only the CSV file. So if anyone is uploading any CSV file, that CSV file will get converted into the JSON. So that is the work we will do. Now our source is now ready. Now go to the sync. For sync also we will create a data set. What is our target location is blob storage, so I will select that. I want to convert into the JSON, so I'll select that. I'll use the same link service. So if you have a same blob storage account, then you can use the same link service because we are connecting to the same storage account, right? So I can use the same for both. Only the file path you have to select different. What is target location? Target is output JSON, so I'll select that. Click on the OK and click on the OK. Now our source and the sync is ready. My copy data pipeline is ready. Now what we will do, we will create a trigger. So when actually this particular pipeline should run, whenever anyone will upload any file into the storage account. So for that I will click on the add trigger, click on the new edit. We are going to create a new trigger. So click on the choose trigger, click on the new, select the type as a storage event, subscription you have to select, storage account you have to select, and the container name you have to select. Drop down you will get the container name also. So input CSV, this is the container I will select. Blob created. So if anyone will upload any file into this particular bucket, then only I want to run the copy data pipeline. So that is why actually I'm selecting the blob created. And after that, just click on the continue. Okay. Once you do this, all right. After that, we have to click on the publish all. Click on the publish all. Click on the publish. You can see publishing. Once the publish is completed, then we will try to upload one file into the Azure storage, and based on that our data pipeline should run. You can see it's still publishing. Once the publish will complete, then only we will try to run the pipeline. So we have scheduled our trigger. Okay, you can see publish is now completed. Now what we will do, as of now I will show you the monitor. I'll try to refresh. You can see there is no pipeline, right? Now I will go to the storage account. Now input CSV. I will try to upload any CSV file. So if I will upload any CSV file into this particular bucket, then my pipeline should run. So that is the criteria. Employee. What I will do, I will try to upload any CSV file. So this is the one of the CSV file I am uploading. Click on the upload. Now once I have uploaded a file. Now I will go to the data factory. If I will refresh, now our pipeline should run because we have uploaded, right? You can see our pipeline is running. And how actually we can verify? Trigger by trigger one. This is the trigger we have created, right? So I have uploaded any file and this particular pipeline started running. Now what this will do, it will copy a data from CSV to the JSON and it will store into the output container. Now let's wait. You can see it is succeed now. Now to verify whether it got converted into the JSON, this particular folder, you can see employee1.json. The CSV file got converted into the JSON. Means our pipeline is running. Now if you want to delete the trigger, what actually you can do, click on the manage. Here we have option trigger. From here also you can create a new, or if you want to delete, you can delete from here. Otherwise it will be keep on completing, and after that you have to click on the publish all. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can create a pipeline. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand tumbling window trigger in Azure Data Factory. Tumbling window trigger is one of the important topic from an interview perspective. You may get one question regarding tumbling window trigger in an interview. What is a tumbling window trigger? How tumbling window trigger works? What is the difference between the tumbling window trigger and the schedule trigger? This kind of the common scenario generally you will see in an interview. So in this particular video we will understand tumbling window trigger in depth, and also we have one project. So based on the tumbling window trigger use case, we will do a one project also. Let's first understand how tumbling window trigger works. So tumbling window trigger is a type of trigger that used to schedule the execution of pipeline based on the predefined time interval. What does it mean is like, so suppose you have one pipeline. Now this particular pipeline you have to run for the specific time interval, like you have to run for every hour, every minute. Then with the help of the tumbling window trigger you can run this pipeline. Now you may have a question like, the same thing you can achieve with the help of the schedule trigger also, like every hour you can schedule and every hour the pipeline will run. Now the same thing we are saying for the tumbling window trigger also, based on each interval we can run the pipeline. Then what is the difference between the schedule trigger and the tumbling window trigger? The difference is like, whenever you have to run the data for the historical backfill data, if you have to run the pipeline, then tumbling window trigger will only help, because in a schedule trigger only for the present data or future data you can run the pipeline, but for the historical data, if you have to run the pipeline, you can use a tumbling window trigger. I hope you got the idea like what is the difference between the schedule trigger and the tumbling window trigger. Now how tumbling window trigger works is like suppose you have to run the pipeline from the 1st of March to the 6th of March. On every 24 hour or every day you have to run this pipeline. Now what actually it will do, it will try to divide your execution into a window, like 1st of March to the 2nd of March one window, 2nd of March to the 3rd of March second window, 3rd of March to the 4th of March third window, 4th of March to the 5th of March, 4 window, 5th of March to the 6th of March, 5 window. So based on this particular window size, it will try to run your pipeline. So the pipeline will run for the 5 time. Like 1st of March to the 2nd of March, the 24 hours it will run the pipeline, and the second time it will run from the 24 hours interval, 2nd of March to the 3rd of March, because we have given the 24 hours interval. So like that, actually try to divide your run into kind of the window size. That's why we call it as a tumbling window trigger. Now let me show you how actually tumbling window trigger we can use in a Azure Data Factory. So come to this Data Factory. You can see we have a trigger, right? Click on the trigger, go to the new edit, click on the new, and here you will get option schedule tumbling window. So this tumbling window you can use, and the start date and the end date you can select from here, and based on the every minute, hour or month you can schedule your pipeline. So that is how tumbling window trigger we can use. Now let's do one practical, and now let us understand the business requirement. So we have a data that is available in a SQL database. We have to copy the data into the blob storage as a CSV file. So we have a data in a SQL database, and we have to copy data into the blob storage as a CSV file. So that is the requirement, and every 24-hour data should be available in a one CSV file in a blob storage. So that is the requirement. Now what happened? We had to first backfill the data for the previous day, like from 1st of March to the 6th of March data you had to backfill, because that data was not available. The historical data you had to backfill. So we need to run the pipeline from the 1st of March to the 6th of March. That is nothing but a historical data for us. That data you had to backfill. So how actually we can do a backfill? That is the scenario here. So whenever you have to backfill the data for the specific time period, then we use a tumbling window trigger, right? So what in this video what we will do, we will create one pipeline which will copy a data from SQL database to the blob storage, correct? And we have to backfill the data from a 1st of March to the 6th of March. That is the requirement we will do. So in the tumbling window trigger, we will select the 24 hours time interval, and from 1st of March to the 6th of March, we will try to run the pipeline. Now first let me show you the data. So I created one SQL database. Once you'll create a SQL database, you have to come to the query editor and you have to log in. What we will do, we will create one table, customer sales table I have created, and I have inserted the value. This command I will send you, so that also you can create that. Now if I will show you my table, this is the customer sales table I have created. We have a product ID, product type, sales price, sales time. In real time also you will get to see this kind of the data is available in a table. Like the sales time is in a timestamp. Like on sales happen on which particular time, that sales time is telling me. Now what actually we are doing, we are copying our data every 24 hours in a CSV file in a blob storage. Now suppose if I will run this particular command, so it will give me only for the 1st of March data. So what I have selected, where sales time between the 1st of March is starting to the 2nd of March is starting, not ending. Okay, so if I'll run this, then I will get only the 1st of March how many sales happened, correct? Now in our case we had to backfill the data from 1st of March to the 6th of March, right? And every window, so we will be having a start time and we will be having a end time, correct? So what actually I have done, I have created one store procedures, select star from customer side where sales date between the start date and end date. So what I have done, I have created one store procedure. I have parameterized this start date and end date, and what I am doing, select star from table where sales date between the start date and end date. So if we will run this particular store procedure for the 2nd of March to the 3rd of March starting, you should get a 2nd March of data. You can see the 2nd of March of data you are getting. If I will change it to the 3rd, if I'll execute, the 3rd of March of data I should get. You can see 3rd of March data I am getting. So like this, if you had to pass start date and date, for that I have created a store procedure. So this is our source. Now what we had to do, we had to copy from 1st of March to the 6th of March each date data into the blob storage as a CSV file. So we will use this procedure and we will pass the start date and end date in Azure Data Factory itself for the each 24 hours interval with the help of the tumbling window. So that is the requirement we will do. I have also created a storage account. Here I have created one container. As of now in container no file is available. Okay. Now I'll go to the data factory. Now let's do a practical. Once you'll come to the data factory, we have to create a pipeline. So click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline, and what we are doing, we are going to create a copy data, right? So I'll click on the copy data. We will create a source. What is our source? For that we will create a data set. Source is the SQL database, right? So I will select the Azure SQL database. You can see Azure SQL database. Continue. Link service we will create. We will pass the subscription. We will pass the server name. We will pass the database name, and we will pass the username and the password. So these are all the things you will get when you will create a database, Azure SQL database. After that, click on the create, and as of now we will not select any table here, and we'll click on the OK. Now our source is ready because we are using a store procedure. Now you can see in a source option we have a table, query and store procedure. So I will select the store procedure. In this store procedure I will select my store procedure which I have created. So this is the customer sales which store procedure I have created, right? Click on the import parameter. So we have passed the parameter also in a store procedure like end date and the start date, right? So that we will select. Now once you will select the source, right? Now what you have to do, you have to click here left side anywhere, you just click on the parameter. So we will create two parameter. One is end date, one is start date. So this is the value we will pass there. So that's why in the left side anywhere you click on the parameter and click on the two parameter, click on the plus plus, give the p end date, p start date. This is the value we will pass into the store procedure. Now click on the copy data. This parameterization, this all we call it as a parameterization, that actually we will cover in depth in upcoming video. But as of now, just to understand how actually the things works, just try to cooperate. Okay. Now for this end date, what I will do, click here, add dynamic value. The value will be the end date. For the start date, what will be the value? Click here, click on the start date. That is the thing only we have to do. So what you have to do, left side you have to click on the parameter p end date, p start date, copy data, select your store procedure, import parameter, and pass your end date and the start date here. Now let's come to the sync. We will create a data set. We are going to store into the blob storage. So I'll select that as a CSV file. So I'll select that. Link service we will create. We'll pass the subscription, we'll pass the storage account, and then we'll click on the create. Now after that you have to pass the container. So this is the particular place where I want to save output CSV. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now my target location is also ready. Now what I will do, I will try to create one tumbling window trigger because we had to run the pipeline from the 1st of March to the 6th of March, right? And based on the each 24 hours. So for that I will create a tumbling window trigger. So I'll click on the add trigger, click on the new edit, give the name as a new, give the name as a tumbling window, any name you can give. Type we will select tumbling window. Now after that you have to specify the start date. So from which date you want to start your pipeline. So I want to run from the 1st of March. So I select the 1st of March, and here also timing you can select. So from 1st of March 0 0. So I selected the 1st of March 00. Now every 24 hours, the window size should create and it should run the pipeline. It means 1st of March to the 2nd of March, 24 hours, one pipeline will run. 2nd of March to the 3rd of March, one pipeline will run. 3rd of March to the 4th of March, one pipeline will run for that particular data. 4th of March to 5th of that particular data will run. So like that, we have selected the 24 hours recurrence. Now end date. So till what date you want to run? So I want to run till 6th of March. So I select the 6th of March, click on the OK. Now in this particular time period, whatever the based on every 24 hour, my pipeline will run. Once you will create that, and after that you just have to click on the OK. Now here end date and the start date we have to pass. So what we have to pass? So there is one parameter into the here. So this is the what we have to pass. We have to pass the output of the start time and the end time. Now we are running a pipeline from the 1st of March to the 6th of March. So 1st of March to the 2nd of March, one pipeline will run. 2nd of March to the 3rd of March, one pipeline will run. 3rd March to the 4th of March, one window pipeline will run. 4th to the 5th, one will run, and 5th to the 6th, one will run. Now based on every 24 hours. Now this from 1st of 2nd, whenever it will run, this will be the start time, this will be the end time. Now for the 2nd to the 3rd, this 2nd will become the start time and 3rd will become the end time. Now here 3rd will become the start time and end time, 4th will become the end time. So to get this all the value in the Windows interval, we have this all the two function we have to pass. Trigger dot output dot Windows start time. The output of the start time and end time, it will give. So start date you pass the Windows start time, and end date you pass here this also I will give you. You can also use the same. Output the window the end time. Click on the OK. Click on the publish all. Once you'll click on the publish, as of now I will show you the my monitor. As of now only the 5 pipeline is already available. Okay, but now once my publish will complete, my pipeline should start triggering the 6th to the 10th. Okay, so let's wait. Now publish is completed. If I will refresh, my pipeline should start triggering. You can see this is start triggering. So it start triggering for this this particular time period. You can see the 5 window actually triggered, and it should copy each date data to our succeed. So let's go to the our storage account. This is the storage account. Select that. You can see the file is start available. If I show you one of the file, each date data should be available here. So you can see this is available for the 5th of March data. Here it should be available 3rd March of data. The 1st of March of data. Similarly, each file contains the each date data only. It should contain only the 3rd March of data. Next, it should contain the 4th of March data. Means each file contain the each date data. That is what actually we wanted. One is still running. It's completed. Now next date data should be available. This is available. Even you can pass the particular specific time. You can give the date into the file name itself. That also we will see in a upcoming. Okay. So that is how actually we can backfill the data based on the tumbling window trigger. I hope you got idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about the data flow transformation in Azure Data Factory. So till now we have seen like how actually we can copy a data from one location to another location using a copy data activity in Azure Data Factory. Now we are going to discuss about the transformation in Azure Data Factory. So in a data flow, you will get a different kind of the transformation. So if you have to perform a ETL operation where you have to extract the data from a different sources, and then you have to apply a transformation, and then finally you have to load into the final location. So data flow actually helps. So data flow provide a different kind of the transformation. For example, it provides filter transformation, it provides sort transformation, it provides joining transformation, it provides union transformation. There are lots of the transformation data flow provides, and these are the transformation we can use in our data factory. So data, if you have to apply any transformation in Azure Data Factory, you can go for the data flow transformation. Now in this video, what actually we are going to see about the filter transformation and the sort transformation in Azure Data Factory. So we have one of the business requirement. First we will try to understand the business requirements. So what actually it is saying, like we have a data that is available in a Azure SQL database. So I have created one of the Azure SQL database. In this SQL database I have a multiple table 1, table 2, table 3 and all. Now what we have to do, from a table 1 we need to copy a data into the blob storage. So if you had to copy data from SQL to the blob storage, so what actually we were using, we were also using a copy data activity, right? But now it is saying like we do not have to copy all the data, we only have to copy a limited data. Like you have to apply a some kind of the filter criteria there. So in that case we will use a filter transformation. And after that it is also like saying like data should be sorted. So we will also see about the sort transformation. So from a data pipeline perspective, if you will see, previously here we were using a copy data, right? Now in the place of the copy data we are using a data flow, and we are applying a transformation like the filter transformation, sort transformation. That is only the difference. Similar thing like data set creation, link service, your source and the target will remain same. Like how actually we were creating, here also we will try to create in the same way. So let's do a practical and let's try to understand how this data flow works. This is my database. So let me log in once again. Let me try to show you what are the tables which I have. So this is my database in Azure database. I have, let me take a customer table. Let me try to execute what are the information we have. So we have a sales lt dot customer table, and these are the customer id, name, title, first name, middle name, last name and their company name, salesperson, all the information we have. But we don't want to store all the data in a storage account, but we only want to filter. What is the filter condition we will apply? To apply a filter condition where the title, right, if you will see we have a Mr. and Miss, we want to only save the data whose title is Mr. So that is the one filter condition we want to apply, and after that we will do a sorting based on the first name. Based on their first name we will try to do a sorting. So that actually how actually we can do in a data factory studio, that actually we will try to see. So what actually I will do, I will try to open my data factory studio. So this is the data factory studio. Previously we were creating a pipeline, right? Now what actually we have to do, we are going to see how actually we can use a data flow. So what actually I will do, I will click on the data flow, new data flow. Here we have to add a source. The rest of the procedure is same, like how to add a source. What we have to do, you have to give the source name. After that the data set we have to create. So what is the data set? So for that let us try to create a data set. I will click on the new. What is my source location? My source location is nothing but a SQL database. So I will select the SQL database here. This is the SQL database. Click on the continue. I am going to create a link service with that SQL database. For that I need a subscription, I need a server name, I need a database name also. I need a username and the password. And after that I will try to see the connection. So these are the steps we were also doing in a copy activity. Okay, the same process here also we have to follow. We have to create a data set, we have to create a link service. Now our link service is ready. What is our table name? Our table name is customer table. So I will select. Now my source is ready, and here if you want to debug and if you want to see your data, right, we have one flexibility. What you have to do, you have to click on the data flow debug option. Once this will be ready, you can go to the data preview. Once this will be ready, right, this is rotating. Once this will be ready, you will be able to see your result. If anywhere it is failing, you will get to know from here itself. We have opened the data flow debug option. We have click on the data preview. If you refresh, you will get to see all your data. Okay, our source is ready. We have created a data set. We have selected the customer table and we have clicked on the data preview. Now our data will be shown here in a data preview option. In a data preview, we are able to see our data. This is our source. Now if you click on this plus, right, you will be able to see, right, there are so many options which we have available. These are the transformation which we can perform. You can see joining, existing, union, lookup, flatten, filter, sorting. So there are different kind of transformation we have available that we will see in a later video also. As of now, what actually we want to do, we want to use a filter transformation. So I'll select that, click on the filter. In a filter, what we have to select, incoming stream. What is incoming stream? Incoming stream is nothing but our source. What actually we want to filter? So for that we have to open expression builder. Okay, mrn dot. So if the title equal to Mr, then only that we will pick it. Let me try to refresh the data. Let me click on the save and finish. You can see Mr it is matching. It is, that's why it is giving a plus plus. If it is wrong, that it will not pick. Click on the save and finish. So this is the filter condition we have given. If you want to preview a data, if you will refresh it, you will be able to see only the data that is a Mr, where title is Mr. So from here, let's see whether our condition is working fine or not. You can see title, it is coming a Mr only, and you can see that got filter, like we are only seeing 1, 2 and then 5, 7 because whatever the ms was there, it was filter it out. Now let's click on the plus. Now we will see how actually we can apply a sorting. Click on the sort. Now here what we have to do, you can see incoming stream is nothing but a filter. From filter the data is coming. Now it is asking like the option sort only within a partition or case insensitive. So we'll select that if you want. Now let's try to give a sorting condition. So what I will do, I will select the column. So we want to sort based on the name, first name, and I want to sort based on the ascending order only. So this is the filter condition I am giving. Let me try to preview the data. So whatever it should start from A, B, C, like that. Okay, because we are giving a ascending order based on their first name. You can see first name, first A is coming, then B, then C, like that it will come. And finally what actually we will do, we will try to select the sink. Sink is nothing but our target location. In a sink, for that we have to create a data set here. Click on the new. We want to store in Azure Blob storage. I want to store into a delimited text. I will create a new blob storage. Select the subscription, select the storage account name and click on the create. After that we have to select our final path. I want to store here data flow output. Click on the OK. I want to save first row as header and click on the OK. So now our pipeline is ready. What we have to do, even here also if you want to preview the data, you can preview it. Before running the pipeline, you can do a debug and you can see each step what are the things which is happening during the transformation. Now you will be able to see the records here. You can see you are able to see the record. It is filtered out based on the first name and only the Mr record is coming in a title. Now what we will do, we will try to click on the publish. Now we want to run, right? If you want to run, so for that we have to create a pipeline. So go to the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. Now here you have to option to select this data flow. Just click on this data flow whatever we have created here and drag it. Now this is now ready. Our data flow is already ready. We will click on the publish all. Click on the publish. It is publishing. and then we will try to trigger it once the publish is complete. Okay, so we have to wait it to be completed. Now publish is complete. Now I will click on the add trigger now, click on the OK. Now our pipeline will start running. Go to the monitor window, click on the refresh. You will get to see like our pipeline 2 is running. It is in progress state, so let's wait it to be completed. Now if you will see, our pipeline is now succeed. Okay, it is succeed. Now what we will do, we will go to the storage account. In data flow output, we should be able to see our data. So what actually it happened, it took all in a partition. I'll try to show you the data first. If I will select any one partition, I'll go to edit, and if I will do a preview, you will be able to see our data, like all the mister is there, and it got filter out based on the mister and based on the first name. It got saved in a partition way. So how actually we can handle that? So there is one step. Go to the pipeline, go to the data flow, go to the sync. In a sync we have one option, so go to the optimize. There is one option like optimize use current partition. If you will select the single partition, it will get saved in a single partition. Otherwise you can set the partition also if you want to save in a single partition or the multiple partition. So that is how we can handle that also. I hope you got idea. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how joint transformation work in Azure Data Factory. So we have a business requirement, so let us understand first and then we will do a practical. So what actually it is saying, like we have a blob storage. In this blob storage I have a two container. One is the employee container, second is the department container. So in one storage I have a two container, employee container and the department container. And in this container we have a employee CSV file, and here we have a department CSV file. Now what we have to do, we have to combine these two data together, and whatever the final output will be there, that we have to store into the final location. So that is our requirement. So means whatever the two file you have, employee and the CSV file, employee and the department file, that file you have to combine, and then you have to store into the final location which will contain the employee and the department both the information. So that is the requirement we have. I'll show you the data first. So this is our employee file. We have employee ID, name, salary, address, location, and this is our department in which the department and the designation is available. So if I will show you, so this is the employee file and this is a department file. So employee ID and the user ID is one-to-one mapping. So based on that we can do a joining, and the final output should be like this. Like we should have a combination of employee ID, name, salary, address, as well as the department and the designation. So based on the user and the employee ID we will try to join, and based on that we will try to find out the department designation, all employee and the department information. So for that what we will use, a join transformation. So let us understand and let's see how actually we can use a join transformation. So this is my storage account. I have a three container. One is the input department container, second is the input employee container, third is the employee department container. As of now no data is available. So what I will do, in input employee container I'll try to upload a employee file. So this is one of the CSV file which I will upload into the employee container. Now in a department container I'll upload a department file. This is also a CSV file. So in employee container we have a employee file, department container we have a department file. Employee department will be the final output. As of now no data is available. So in Azure Data Factory we will create a pipeline, we'll try to combine, and the combined data we'll try to store into the employee department. I'll open a data factory. I'll go to the author. What we have to do, we will create a data flow. So go, because we have to do a transformation, right? So we will create a data flow first. Click here, click on the new data flow. This particular screen you will get. So you can see add source. So we will add a source for the first file. So here we will give the name as a employee. You can give any name. So I have given the name as an employee. After that, we will create a data set. So where our data is available, my data is available in a blob storage. So I will select that. Click on the continue. My file is CSV file, so I will select the delimited text. Next, after that we will create a link service so that we can connect to the blob storage. So I will select the subscription, I will select the storage account, and after that I will click on the create. Now here we have to select the file path. So where actually my file is available? My file is available in a input employee, right? So here my file is available. Select your file, click on OK, click on OK. Now your first employee source is ready and you can see column 6 column. If you want to preview data, you have to first click on the data flow debug, click on OK, and after that if you'll go into the data preview, you should be able to see a data. As of now, data flow debug is in rotating. Once it will complete, you will be able to see a data. Now if I will refresh, so you can see I am able to read my employee file. We have a employee ID, name, salary, address, location, and email. This all the column I am able to read. So that file was available in our employee file. Employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email. Means our data set is working fine for this employee. Now what we will do, we have to create another source that for the department. So I'll click on this add source because we have a multiple source, right? So like that you can add a multiple source. So here what I will give the name as a department. We'll create a data set where actually file is blob storage only. I'll select that. My file is CSV file, so I'll select that. And because we are using a same storage account, to connect the storage account we have already created one link service, so you can use the same link service here. I'll select that, but our file path is different, so we'll give the different file path. Now my department file is available into the department container. I'll select the department CSV, click on OK, click on OK. Now in the department you can see we have a 3 column. If you want to preview data, go here, refresh. I am able to see my department file also, user, department, and designation. Why I am doing a data preview? This is how we have to debug. First we have whatever the source we are creating, you should see in data preview, are you able to read the correct or not. That's how we have to debug. Now we have an employee and we have a department source. What we will do, we will try to combine this. So for that we will use a join transformation. So click on this, click on the join. Now in the join you can see it is asking what is the left stream. So left stream is employee. What is the right stream? The second is department. Employee and department we want to join, right? So now you can see employee and the department we have joined. Now in a joining we have a this kind of the joining available, like full outer join is there, inner join is there, left join is there, right join is there, custom cross join is there. So this all the joining option is available. As of now, which particular join we are using? We are using a left join. So I will select the left join based on my data. After that, based on which particular column I want to join. So if I'll show you, I want to join based on the employee ID column and the user column into the department. So I will select from the left table. It's not coming, so just click on this plus and go down, and after that you can remove. So which particular employee ID I will select here, and the department user. So based on the employee ID column and user I want to join, and this I can remove the bottom one. So what is the joining condition we are applying? Based on the employee ID column and the user column I want to join. Now if you will preview, I should be able to see my data, like the combination of all the data. So let's see whether it's working fine or not. Now you can see I am able to read all my file, employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email, and also the department and the designation information. Like this join contain 9 column total. Employee is having 6 column, department having 3 column. So I am able to combine my data. Now what I will do, I'll click on the plus and I will add my sync. Sync is a target location because here I want to save, right? Where actually you want to save? So for that we will create a data set, blob storage, as a CSV file only I want to store. Link service, we can use the same link service because we are using the same blob storage. And where actually you want to save? I want to save into the employee department container. Click on OK. Click on OK. Now here also you want to preview data, you should be able to see your data. Whenever you are getting stuck in any of the place, first try to use a data preview option to view your data. If you are able to view your data, then your pipeline is working fine. Otherwise you will get one error here itself. So that's how we have to debug. Now my pipeline is now ready. What I will do, I'll click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline, and I will drag this data flow whatever I have created here, and I will click on the publish all. Click on the publish. You can see publish is in progress. Once the publish will complete, we'll try to trigger. Once we will trigger, our final output should be stored into our final location, into the employee department container. So let's wait for that. You can see publish is completed. I'll click on the add trigger. Click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor. Click on the refresh. You can see this is the pipeline which is running now. It is in progress. Now run is succeed. If I'll go to my storage account, if I'll go to the employee department, my file should be available. And you can see this is the file which is available. If I'll click here, go to the edit. If I'll click on the preview, you can see I have a combined file, employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email, user, department, and the designation. Means our pipeline is working fine. I hope you got idea. And that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand union transformation in Azure Data Factory. So with practical we'll try to understand how union transformation work in Azure Data Factory. So we have a business requirement. So let us first understand. We have a two CSV file. One is the Mumbai CSV file, another is the Delhi CSV file that is available in a container. What we have to do, we have to combine these two CSV file and finally we have to store into the final location. That is our requirement. Means whatever the Mumbai CSV file, Delhi CSV file we have, right, we have to union it and we have to finally store into the output location. Now one question can come, like in joining transformation also we were doing the same activity, like we were combining up two CSV file and finally we were storing into the final location. Now what is the difference between the joining and the union transformation, and when we have to use a join transformation and when we have to use a union transformation? And it is a very much important interview question also, what is the difference between the union and the join transformation? So it will all depend when actually we have to use a join and union transformation based on your data. Now first you look your data. So this is my Mumbai file we have. So we have a month, we have a sales, we have a profit, we have a location. So this is my Mumbai file. Now another file we have is like Delhi file. In the Delhi, if you will see, we also have month, sales, profit, location, but the Delhi related data we have. Now when to use a join, when to use a union? Whenever you have to combine your data on row wise, you can see here after Mumbai all the data what I have done, I have combined all the Delhi data. This is the final output we have, like all the Mumbai related data, and after that we have a Delhi related data. Means row by row actually I have combined the data. So union generally we use whenever you have to combine data based on your rows. Based on the rows, if you want to combine your data, you can use a union transformation. Now when actually we have to use a join transformation, in a join transformation we try to do a joining based on the columnar. You can see here we had a employee ID, right? Here we have a user ID. So based on the employee ID and user ID we combine, and the new column we have added. So whenever we have to combine based on the column, then we will use a join transformation. Whenever you have to combine row wise, then you can use a union transformation. Now there are some criteria which you should remember when to use a union transformation. So in union transformation, the number of columns should be same. So you have a two file, right? One is the Mumbai file, second is the Delhi file. So if you are combining these two file, then the number of columns should be same. So if in one CSV file, if we have 4 column, then the Delhi also we should have a 4 column. That is the one thing. Second thing is like the data type should be same. So suppose here employee ID is integer, here employee ID is a string. Now in this case, if you will try to union it, it will give error. So data type also should be a same. So these are the criteria you should remember. Now let's do a practical and let's understand. So I have a storage account. In this storage account, I have created input container. In this input container, I have a Delhi CSV and Mumbai CSV file. So if I show you, this is a Mumbai CSV file, this is a Delhi CSV file, and what we want to combine this data on row wise. So for that we are using a union transformation. Now what I will do, I'll go to the data factory, go to the author, will create a data flow. So click on the data flow, click on the new data flow. Here we will select a source, select that. So you can give the name as a Mumbai. Click on the new data set. Where your file is blob stress, I'll select that. Click on continue. My file is CSV file, so I'll select that. Click on continue. And after that we have to create a link service. So I'll click on the link service. I select the subscription. I select the storage account. And after that I will click on the create. So this is how to create dataset and link service we already covered in last video also. And after that we have to select the file paths. So my file is available into this input Mumbai CSV. So I'll select that. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now you can see in Mumbai we have a 4 column. So click on the data flow debug here first. And if you'll go to the data preview, if you'll refresh, you should be able to see your data. You can see I am able to read my Mumbai file. Now I'll click on the add source. I'll add the second. This is the Delhi CSV file, so I'll give the name as a Delhi. Dataset we will create. My blob storage, my data is available. I'll select that. CSV file, I'll select that. And you can use the same link service because we are using a same blob storage account, but path is different. So in input container, my file is the Delhi CSV, so I'll select that. Click on the OK. Now here in Delhi also we have a file. If you want to preview data, click here, refresh. You should be able to see your data. Now Delhi file I am able to read. Now what we will do, we will perform a union transformation. So select here plus, select a union. Now what is the incoming? It is asking like incoming is the Mumbai and union with the Delhi. So these two source you want to combine, right? So incoming string and the union with, you have to select the two source. So here we have union by option. So based on the name, if you want to union, like in my data set, if you will see, right, we have a month, sales, profit and location. Based on the name, if you want to union, you can select that. So we are going with that. After that, go to the data preview, click on the refresh. Now let's see whether it's coming fine or not. Now you can see it is union based on the name, and you should be able to see Mumbai and the Delhi file both. What we will do, we will add a sink. In the sink, we will create a data set. We want to store into the blob storage as a CSV file. Link service, we can use the same link service. And the file path you have to select. So I will give the file path as output. Click on the OK. OK. So this is our union transformation pipeline is ready. What I will do, I will go to the pipeline. I will create a new pipeline, and the data flow 2 I will try to drag here. Click on the publish all. Click on the publish. Once the publish will complete, we will try to run the pipeline. You can see publish is completed. What I will do, click on the add trigger. Click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor. Now you can see my pipeline is running. Let's wait it to be completed. Now you can see it is succeed now. So I'll go to the my storage account. I'll go to the output. My file should be available. You can see this is the part file. Multiple part file is created. But to avoid this, what you can do, go to the data factory, go to the author, go to the data flow, go to the sync. We have a mapping, right? Optimize. You can use a single partition. After that you can publish and you can run the pipeline. Then only in a one part file whole data will get saved. So like that we can do that. So I hope you got idea. That's it in this way. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the select transformation in Azure Data Factory. It is a very simple transformation. So let's understand the use case and then we will do a practical. When we use a select transformation, whenever your requirement is to rename your column, whenever your requirement is to drop any of the column, whenever your requirement is to reorder any of the column, then we use a select transformation. So these are the three use case. Whenever you have to rename, whenever you have to drop any column, whenever you have to reorder your columns, then we use a select transformation. Let's take an example. Suppose I have this particular data set. In this data set, suppose I have to rename this column name. I want to rename this column name as a employee ID to the ID in Azure Data Factory. Then we can use a select transformation, and with the help of that we can rename that. Suppose this LOC, this you want to rename into the location, that also we can do in Azure Data Factory using a select transformation. So rename is the one of the use case. Now second use case is like drop. So suppose in this is my data set, this is my source data set, but on target I want only this 4 column. I don't want location and email. So if you had to drop any column, then you can use a select transformation. You can select the specific column which you want and you can delete whatever the column you don't want. So that is the second use case. The first use case was to rename the column. Second use case was if you had to drop any of the column, you can use the select transformation. Third use case is to reorder. Suppose in target you want first name should come and then ID should come, then address should come, then salary should come. So you want to rename your column structure, then you can use a select transformation. So these are the simple use case we have. So let's do a practical. So in practical what we are going to do, so in storage account we have a input container, we have a data in a CSV file, and what we are going to do, we are going to perform select transformation and finally we are going to store into the output. So drop, rename, reorder, these are the practical we are going to see. So let me open. So I will show you, this is my storage account. I have two container, input and the output container. In output container I don't have any data as of now. Input container I have a data, the employee1.csv file. If I will show you, and this is the file which I have. Now what I will do, we will use a select transformation in Azure Data Factory. So for that I will open a data factory, go to the author, click on the data flow. We are going to create a new data flow. Click on the new data flow, select the source. The same process we will follow. First we will create a data set, and our file is available in a blob storage, so I will select that. File is CSV file, so I will select that. After that we will create a link service. Select your subscription, select your storage account, and then click on the create. After that we have to specify the file path, input. This is the file path we have to select. Click on the OK. Now my source is ready. If you want to preview a data, this data preview, in the data preview also you can open and you can see. For that you have to first data flow debug you have to on. Once you will on this data flow debug, you will be able to preview your data. So it's rotating. Once it will complete, you will be able to preview. I clicked on the refresh. Now you can see the fetching the data. Now after that we should be able to see our data. So that is how we have to debug also. So first thing is like whatever the data set and whatever the source you are creating, after that click on the data preview and view your data, and everything looks good, then only you should go further. So that is how we do. I am able to preview my data, email ID, salary, address, LOC, email. Now we are going to use a select transformation. So for that click on the plus, and after that you will see a select. So this is the select, right? Select that, select transformation. Now here we get first is like name. If you want to give any name, you can give here. Incoming stream is the source one, that is fine. So whatever the duplicate input column, if you want to delete, you can tick mark that, and the duplicate output column also you can delete that. Now the first thing we are going to see how actually we can rename. You can see employee ID name as, so suppose I want to change employee ID as a only ID. I want to change LOC into the LOCA location. Email should I want to change as a email ID. So if you want to rename, that is the one use case. I mean we can rename any of the column with the help of the select transformation. Suppose you want to drop. Suppose I don't want this email column. So if I had to drop, I can click on this uh, delete and I can drop that. So that is the second use case. Now the third one is like if you want to reorder. Suppose name should first come. So I can drag that and I can have that kind of the flexibility also. So that is the third use case. Now if I will show you in data preview, we can debug and we can see our data, like whatever we are doing, that is correct or not. So what I have done, I have reordered. So name is coming first, then the salary, and then employee ID I have changed into the ID. So ID only I can see the column name, right? And the email column we have deleted. So email column is not coming. So means with the help of the select transformation, if you had to rename, if you had to reorder, so this kind of the activity we can perform. And finally what we will do, we will try to load into the our sync location. So for that we will create a data set. Blob storage only I will create as a CSV file. I'll use the same link service because the same blob storage account we are using. File path, output, click on the OK. Click on the new pipeline. Data flow you can drag it, and after that you have to click on the publish all, and after that we will trigger it. Then our output should be available there. Once the publish is complete, then we will try to trigger it, and the pipeline should be able to perform the operation. Publish is completed. Click on that trigger now. Okay, go to the monitor, it is running. Click on the refresh, you can see it is running in progress. Now we can see it is succeed. So I'll go to the my CSV file, go to the storage. In output I should be able to see my data. This is a part file. Go to the edit. Now we can see we have only the limited column, and we have a rename like employee ID to the ID, LOC to the location, and also we have reorder the column. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the derived transformation in Azure Data Factory. It is a very useful transformation in Azure Data Factory. Let us first understand how derived transformation works, and then we will do a practical. So when actually we use a derived transformation, whenever you have to generate a new column from an existing column, or you have to update a existing column, then we use a derived transformation in Azure Data Factory. For taking example, suppose we have a one data set. In this data set I have certain column, like we have a ID, we have a name, we have a salary. Now in the salary column we are getting few null value. The value is not there, and if you want to replace this value as a unknown, or you want to replace with a 0, then with the help of the derived transformation it is possible. Suppose you have a name column where all the names are coming like Manish, Rahul and all. Now your requirement is like you have to convert this name into the uppercase. So how actually we can do? With the help of the derived transformation we can do. Suppose you have a two column, and this two column you want to concat, and the combination of that you want to store in a new column. So how actually we can do? With the help of the derived transformation we can do. So from an existing column if you want to change, so with the help of certain expression we can change that. So derived transformation actually help if you had to generate a new column from an existing column, and or if you had to update an existing column, then we can use a derived transformation. I will show you one data, and that will be the practical we will do also. So this is my source data which I have. I have ID, name, salary, address, location and email. And what is my requirement is like, if you will see in the name column, few value is coming as a blank. Now what actually I want in my target location in my output, whatever the blank value is coming, that I want to replace as a unknown. That is my first requirement. The second requirement, in a salary column also you can see we have a few value which is coming as a blank. So what I want, whatever the blank is coming, we have to replace with the 10,000 because that is a by default value. So what we are doing, in existing column we are changing the values with the help of the derived transformation. So derived transformation help if you have to do some changes in an existing column, or if you have to derive a new column. For the new, in this case what we are going to do, we are going to derive a new column country. In this country, whatever the address is there, right, everything we will try to store into the uppercase. So whatever the value is coming in an address, we will create a new column as a country, and the address value all we will convert into the uppercase and we'll try to store into the country. So that are the practical we are going to do in this particular video. So let's do a practical and let's understand that. So this is my storage account. I have a two container. First is the input container. I have a file employee.csv file. If I'll show you, this is my csv file is available. What we are going to do, whatever the blank value is coming, right, we want to replace this with unknown, and the salary we want to replace with the 10,000, and we are going to create a new column name as a country. So that is the practical. So I'll open my data factory. What we will do, we will create a data flow. So click on the data flow, click on the new data flow, click on the add source. The first step is like to create a data set, right? So go to the data set, click on the new, where our file is blob storage, so select that. File is csv, so we will select that. We will create a link service so that we can able to connect with the blob storage. So for that we have to select the subscription, we have to select the storage account, and after that click on the create. So link service and dataset is a very common process for all the data factory operation. After that you have to select the file path. So where my file is, so I will select that employee1.csv, click on the OK, click on the OK. Now if you want to preview your data, so for that what you have to do, first you have to go into the data flow debug, you have to on this, go to the data preview, refresh this. Now you should be able to preview your data. Once you will be able to preview your data, then we will go further. Now we can see I am able to read my data, employee ID, name, salary, address and all. Now you can see the name few value which was not there, it was coming as a null. So this null value we want to replace. So we want to replace with the unknown and the salary with the 10,000, right? So what I will do, I'll click here, and you can see here we have a multiple option. What we are going to see, we are going to see a derived column. So select that. In this derived column, the first thing is like select the name, give the description. Incoming stream is the source one, so automatically it is coming. Now after that you can see here we have a columns option. Now in the column option you can see if you want to add a new column, you can add from here, or from existing column you can select. So suppose here you will see I have a existing column. So in a name we have a few value which is coming as a blank, which is coming as a null, we want to replace as a unknown. So how actually we can do, for that we can write an expression. So click on the open expression, or you can do open expression builder here, click here. So the column name we have selected name. So what we will write, we will write one if condition. So you have to write double if. We will check is null. So is null is one of the condition we have, so select that is null, and here we will write a condition. If is null, name is our column name. So what we are writing, if name is null, then what we will do, we will try to replace with unknown. Otherwise it should be whatever the value is available in a name, it should be. So what is the condition we are writing? If the name, we have a column name as a name, right? In the name column, if the value is coming as a null, then we will replace with the unknown. Otherwise whatever the name is coming, that value we want. Click on the save and finish. Now if you want to preview whether it's working fine or not, click on the data preview and refresh. That's how we have to debug. Okay, so first do a changes and come to the data preview and preview your data whether everything looks good or not. If it is look it looks good, then only you go further. Now let's see, come to the name. You can see whatever the null was coming, right, it got replaced with the unknown. If I show you my data, the id 5 was coming null, id 5 was coming null. Now we have replaced with the unknown, means it's working fine. Now what is the next thing we are going to do? We are going to replace the salary whatever the null is coming with the 10,000. So how actually we can do? So click on the plus first, add a column, select your column. We will select the column name salary. We'll click on the open expression builder, select a salary here. For the name we have written this, right? For the salary we will write. So what is the condition we will write? If same condition is null, select that salary. If salary is coming null, then what we want? We want to replace with the 10,000 as the salary. So that is the condition we are going to write. So let's see whether it's working fine or not. You can see one type mismatch is coming. It is not coming properly. Why it is an error? So this salary, it is coming as a int string. So that's why it is coming error. So what I will do, I will replace this as a string only, and after that I will click on the save and finish. Now no error is coming. If you want to preview, go to the data preview. If you will refresh, our value should be replaced. So you can see whatever the blank value, null value was there, that got replaced with the 10,000. Why it was coming as a, why we have written the 10,000 in a string, why not integer? Because whenever you read any CSV file, so if you go to the source, go to the projection, you can see this all are coming as a string. Now suppose if you have to convert the salaries into integer, you can convert from string to the integer from here itself. Now after that, if you go to the derived column, and you can edit this open expression builder, and this salary 10,000 you can replace with the integer 10,000 value. Click on the save finish, it will work fine. So that is the thing you have to remember. Whenever you will read a CSV file, by default it will read everything as a string value only. So you can change that in a source itself. Now you can see the salary and the name we have converted. Now let's see how actually we can add a new column. What I will do, I'll click on that add column. So you can give any name. So I will give name as a country, and we can write any expression. So click on the open expression builder, go to the country. Here what we will write, we want to change into the uppercase whatever the address is coming. That is what we want. Save and finish. So click on the open expression. This upper is not coming properly. So what we will do, again you write upper. So and this you can change it to address. So sometime what happens, whenever it is not coming properly, right? So first you try to write, suppose you have to use upper. So this upper is coming, right? Use that, and then you can change that into the your column name. Then it will work fine. Click on the save finish. Now go to the data preview. One new column should be added. Now you can see new column got added, country, and it converted all India, all address into the uppercase. So that is how we can use a derived column, and we can use that for the change the existing column, or you want to add a new column with the help of that. After that, we just have to go to the sync, select your data set. We want to save into the blob storage as a CSV file. Continue, select the same link service because the same storage is there. Go to the open output folder, click on the OK. Now your data flow is ready. What we will do, click on the pipeline, new pipeline, and the data flow 2 we will try to drag. Click on the publish all, click on the publish. Once the publish is complete, we will try to run the pipeline with the help of the trigger. So you can see publish is completed now. Click on that trigger, click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor, refresh. You can see one pipeline is running, pipeline 2. Let's wait it to be completed. Now you can see it is succeed now. We'll go to our blob storage. In the output file should be available. This is the file. Go to the edit, preview. So new column we have added country. Salary we have changed it to the 10,000 and the unknown we have whatever the null was there. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the aggregate transformation in Azure Data Factory. It is a very simple transformation but it is a very useful transformation. So let us discuss the aggregate transformation and then we will do a practical. So with the help of the aggregate transformation, we can perform any kind of the aggregation like sum, mean, max, count. So it is similar to the SQL. So in a SQL, if you had to perform any aggregation, so what kind of the query we write? We write a query like select maximum salary from table, right? So like that we do. And also if we had to group, so we also try to mention the column name and we try to group by a column we do, right? So here also if you have to perform any kind of the aggregation, we have a sum, mean, max and count function, and also we have a group by concept. So with the help of that we can find the aggregation. Let's take an example. So that practical we are going to do. So this is my data set, this is my source. In this source I have a employee ID, their name, their salary, their address, their location and their email. And what actually I want to find out, I want to find out in India how many employees are present, in USA how many employees are present. So for that what we will use a aggregate transformation. Suppose you have a scenario where you have to find out in India what is the total salary people are getting, in USA what is the total salary people are getting. So for that what we will use aggregate function like sum. Suppose you have to find out in India what is the maximum salary of the employee, and if you have to find out what is the minimum salary of employee getting in India. So for that what we can use a aggregate function. So these are the simple function. Like if you know SQL, it is a very simple, the similar to the SQL, here also we are performing the same operation. So let me open. First I will show you the data. So this is my input container. In this input container I have an employee file. I'll show you the, so this is the file we have. What we are going to do, we are going to perform how many employees are there in India and what is the total salary of people India is getting. What is the total salary people are getting in India and US. So let's do that. So I will open my Azure Data Factory. So I will come to this data flow. I'll click on the new data flow. We are going to create a new data flow. Click on the add source. First we will create a data set. So click on the new, where our data is in blob storage. So I'll select that. Click on continue. My file is CSV file, so I will select that. Continue. Click on the new link service. So here we will select our subscription, our storage account. After that click on the create link service we have created. So data set creation and link service is a similar process which we have already done in previous video. Click on the file path, select your file, employee CSV, click on the OK, click on OK. Now if you want to preview your data, click on the data preview. First you have to on the data flow debug and then you can click on the refresh. You should be able to preview your data. You can see I am able to preview my data. I am able to read my CSV file. Now what we will do, we will perform a aggregation. So for that click on the plus. You can see we have option aggregate. So click on that. In aggregate, first you have to give the any name, aggregate 1 if you are giving, so it will show aggregate 1. After that you can write any description. What is incoming stream? It is a source one, so I'll select that. After that we have to group by. So based on which particular column you want to group. So this is my data set. In this data set I want to find out how many unique employee are present in India. So I want to group by based on the address column. So I will select the column name as a address. Name as address. After that, go to the aggregate. Now here we can write any aggregate operation. So add or select a column. So you can give any column name. So we want to find out employee count. So I am giving the name as a employee count. Now here we can write a expression. So for that, click on the open expression builder, and here you can write a any kind of the expression. Suppose if I have to find out the unique employee. So you can see if I type count, I am getting a different option. Count means it will count all the employee. We want to find out the distinct employee, right? So click on the count distinct, and after that, based on which particular column you want to count, I want to count based on the employee ID. Now save and finish. If you'll go to the data preview option, let's see it's working fine or not. It should group by a address column, and it should give me a unique employee count. You can see it is giving a address and the employee count. It's working fine. Now I also want to find out the total salary. So what I will do, click on the add column. I'll give the name as a total salary, and here expression, we can write any expression. So I'll go to the total salary. I'll just write a sum of salary. Click on the save and finish. Now you can see I'm getting one error, type mismatch. So what actually happens whenever you read any CSV file, so it takes all the column as a string format. So go to the source, go to the projection. You can see all the column it is treating as a string. So first you have to convert the salary into the integer. So click on this, click on the integer. Employee ID also will convert into the integer. And now we'll go to the aggregate. You can see sum of salary, it's working fine. If you'll data preview, you should be able to preview your data. Sum of salary it is giving, right? Now let's find out the maximum salary. So click on the add column. Go to the bottom, give any column name. I'll give the column name as a maximum salary, and here also you can write a expression maximum salary. So for maximum we have a max function. You can write maximum salary. Save and finish. It will work and you can preview your data. So like this, if you have to find out any aggregation, with the help of the aggregate we can do. If you have to find out the count, if you have to find out the sum, mean, average, everything you can do that. And after that you just have to click on the your sink, and in the sink you have to create a data set. You want to store into the blob storage as a CSV file. Continue. You can use the same link service, and in output folder I want to save. Click on the OK, click on the OK. My data flow is now ready. Click on the new pipeline. We just had to drag this. Click on the publish all. Click on the publish. Once the publish is completed, we will try to trigger it. So that is how actually we can perform my aggregate operation. I hope you got the idea. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss one of the important topic, that is a parameterization. So let's understand how parameterization work in Azure Data Factory. So what is parameterization? It is a process of dynamic pass the value during runtime to avoid a duplicate task. Let's take an example and let's understand. Suppose my requirement is like I have to copy a data from a SQL DB to the blob storage. So what I will use? I will use one copy data, and which particular table I have to copy. So for that I will create one data set. In this data set I will pass the table name like a table 1. Where you have to copy? I have to copy into blob storage. So I will create one data set, and here I will pass the location where I have to copy. Now my requirement is like, suppose I have a hundreds of the table, like I have a table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, table 5, like that I have 100. Now if you had to copy hundreds of the table, so for that what you have to do, again you have to create one copy data. So if you have to point out the table 2, again you will create one data set, and that data set will point out to the table 2. Till now we were doing like this only, right? And where you had to copy, suppose you had to copy into the another location, so for that you will again create one another data set and you will pass the location value. Similarly for the table 3, table 4. But suppose you have hundreds of the table, then hundreds of the data set you have to create. To avoid this all the process, we have a concept of the parameter. So in the parameter what we can do, we can create a single data set, and in this data set we will create a single data set that will point to the SQL DB, and whenever we have to run dynamically we will pass the value. So suppose table 1 you have to copy, so whenever you will run you will pass the value as a table 1. So suppose you have to copy table 2, so during runtime you will pass the name as a table 2, and that will copy a data table 2. Similarly for the table 3, means one data set you can use it for the all the tables. So that is the advantage of the parameterization. Let me show you with the example so that you will be having a better understanding. First I will show you database. So I have created one SQL database. How to create SQL database we have already covered, and I have created a sample table. So I got this all the table. So as of now I have a multiple tables are available. You can see address table, customer address, product category. My requirement is to I have to copy all the table into the blob storage. So what I will do, instead of creating a data set individually for all, I will create a single database that will point out to the all the table. So what we will do, I will go to the data factory. In the data factory you can see we have one option data sets. So what you will do, click on the new data set. We are going to create a one data set. So where my file is a SQL database, so I'll select that, click on the continue. We'll create a link service, so that we will be able to connect to the SQL database. So we have to pass the subscription, you have to pass the server name, you have to pass the database name. So this all the value also we can pass dynamically, that we will see in the next video. But as of now I'm hard coding this all the value. After that we have to click on the create. Now previously what I was doing, if I had to copy the sales LT address, I was selecting the particular table, and that particular table only I was able to read, but I have to read all the table in through a one data set. So I am not going to select any table name, I'll just click on the OK. Now here you can see we have one option parameter. In the table you can see as of now we haven't passed any value. So what we will do, dynamically we will pass. So for that what we will do, we will create a parameter. So click on the parameter, click on the new. Here I will create one parameter name as a table name. You can give any name here. Now come to the connection, click on the enter manually. It is asking me schema name and the table name. Schema name is nothing but what is your DB name. So my DB is suppose sales LT, that is my DB name. If I'll show you here sales LT dot address, so sales LT is nothing but a DB for me. Address is a table name. So table name, for the table name I'll click on the dynamic content, and this parameter we have created, right? So I'll just click on that. You can see this is the dataset dot table name. One expression got created. I'll just click on the OK. Means now we have created one. We are passing dynamically value of the table name. Now if I'll click on the preview data, it is asking me to pass the table name. So suppose I will pass the table name as a customer. Customer is a table. Click on the OK. I am able to read the customer data, customer ID, name, style, right? Suppose I had to read the address table. So what I will do, I'll click on the preview data. Here I have to pass the address. If I'll click on the OK, I am able to read the address ID, address line. So I have created a single data set and that I can use for the multiple purpose, and dynamically I have passed the value. Now suppose this says LT, right? So suppose you have other database also, DBO also. So instead of hard coding the sales LT, what I will do, click on the parameter, click on the new, and here I can give the name as a DB. You can give any name. Now come to the connection. I'll click on the add dynamic contain DB. I'll select the DB, click on the OK. Now if I'll click on the preview data, it will ask me to pass the DB and the address. So what is my DB? DB is a sales LT. So I'll give the sales LT and address. Click on the OK. I am able to preview your data. Means I have created one data set. That particular data set I can use for the all the table. So that is the advantage we get with the help of the parameters. Now you can create one copy data activity. You can select one data set that with the help of that data set you will be able to copy a multiple table. So that is the advantage we get in a parameterization. So I hope you got the idea. In next video we will continue and we will see more about the parameterization. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can use a parameterization in a link service. In previous video we have seen about the parameterization of data set. In this video we are going to cover in a link service how actually we can dynamically pass the value. Suppose my requirement is like I want to connect with the SQL database. Whenever you have to connect with the SQL database, what are the things generally they ask? They ask to select the subscription. They will ask to select the server. They'll ask to select the DB name, username, and the password. Once you will pass this all the value, then only you will be able to connect with the particular server. Now suppose you have a multiple server. You have a server 1, server 2, server 3, like that you have a multiple server. Or suppose you have a multiple DB. Like in a server 1 you have a multiple DB like DB1, DB2, DB2, DB3 and all. Like that you have a multiple DBs available. Now if you want to connect with the DB1, what generally we do, we create a link service for the DB1. If you want to connect with the DB2, we will again create a new link service. If you want to connect with the DB3, again we were creating a link service. So instead of creating a multiple link service for the multiple DB, what actually we can do, we can create a single link service and we can pass this all the value dynamically during the runtime. So we will be having one link service and that we will use for the multiple DB or the server. Suppose your username and the password, this all also a different for the server. So this all value also you can parameterize. So that kind of the advantage we get in a parameter. So let's do a practical. So I'll open a data factory. Once you'll open a data factory, how actually we can create a link service? One way is like while creating a data set, it will ask to create a link service. The second way is go to the manage. Here you will see all your link service. So click on the new. We are going to create a new link service. I want to connect with the SQL database, so I'll select that. Continue. Now here you can see first thing is to pass the name. So this will be the static. The second, it is asking to select the subscription, select the server, select the DB name, select the username and the password. If I select the username and the password, and if I'll click on the test connection, I should be able to connect with the particular server and the DB, and connection is successful. Now if I have to connect with another DB, this POC DB, then what I will do, again I will create another link service, and here I will pass the DB name the differently. Suppose you have a multiple DBs are available. So in that case, instead of creating a multiple link service, we can create a one link service and this value we can pass dynamically. So how actually we can pass dynamically? In bottom you can see we have a parameter. Go to the parameter. Here you can create a parameter. Let me give the parameter name as a DB name. I'll just give the DB name. and after that you have to go into the enter manually. So in account selection method we have a two method from Azure subscription. Second is the enter manually. Click on the enter manually. After that the database name, so click on the add dynamic content, and this is the DB name which you have created, right? Click on that. So this is how we can pass the dynamic value. Now click on the OK. After that the username and the password and fully qualified domain name. So how actually you have to pass? You can see the example myserver.database.windows.net. So you can write the same myserver.database.windows.net. What is my server? My server name is the POC server. So I will replace my server with the whatever the server I have. So what I have done, this database name I am passing dynamically. Now if I'll click on the test connection, you can see it is asking me to pass the value. So if I'll pass the POCDB, click on the OK, you can see I am able to connect. Let me again click on the, suppose my DB name is another DB. So as of now I have a 2 DB, POCDB and the master. So suppose I want to connect with the master. So what I will give the name as a master. And if I will click on the OK, I am able to connect. So I am able to connect 2 DB with the single link service itself with the help of the parameter. Now suppose your username and the password also are different. For that also you want to create a link service. So what you can do, you can click on the parameter and here you can write a password. Usually the password will be different, username usually it will be same. Now what we will do, in the password section, right, click on the add dynamic content. You can select the password, click on OK. Now whenever you will run, it will ask two things. First is the DB name. So I'll pass my DB name as master and it will ask to pass the password, and we can pass the password also. So like this we can parameterize our link service. We can have one link service that we can use for the multiple server and multiple database. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to do one project and we are going to see how actually we can use a parameterization in a pipeline. In previous video we have already covered how actually you can parameterize your data set and how actually we can parameterize link service. In this video end to end we are going to see how actually we can do a parameterization in a pipeline. So we have a business requirement, so let us first understand the business requirement and then we will do a practical. So my business requirement is like I had to copy a data from a SQL table to a blob storage. So I have a SQL database. In this SQL database, I have a multiple table. I have a table name customer table. I have another table name as a address table. Now what I have to do, I have to copy this data into the blob storage. So in a blob storage also I have a multiple location. So I have a container name as a customer container and also I have a container name as a address container. So if I have to copy a data customer table data, then that data should copy into the customer container. If I have to copy address table data, then that data should go into the address container. So that is my requirement. I have to perform a copy activity here. I have to create only one pipeline, one copy data activity, and that should be able to copy both the table into the different location. So that is my requirement. So I have a customer table, I have an address table, and this both the table I have to copy into the customer container and the address container into the blob storage. So that is my requirement. So what we will do, we will create one data set, and that data set we will try to do a parameterization, and during runtime we will pass the value customer or a address table. So we will create one data set for both the table. Similarly we will create one data set for the both the container location. Let's do a practical and let's understand. First I will show you. So this is my blob storage. I have created a storage account. If you will see, I have a two container. One is the address container As of now, no data is available, and also customer container, as of now no data is available. So this is my blob storage, this is my target location. Here the copy data should be copied. Now if I show you my database, so this is my SQL database I have created. In this SQL database, if you'll see, I have a multiple tables available. How to create a SQL database we have already covered in that video, and if you will select the sample table, you will see all the tables available here. So you can see I have an address table and I have a customer table, and these two table I want to copy into the blob storage corresponding location. So I'll go to the data factory, I'll go to the copy, click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. What we are going to do, we are going to see copy data. So I'll select that, go to the source. First we will create a data set. So click on this. What is your source location? Source is a SQL database. So I'll select the Azure SQL database. After that we will create a link service. So click on the link service. We will select the subscription. We will select the server name. We will select the DB, and we will give our username and password. Click on the create. Now I am not going to select any table name as of now. If I will select any table, so then that data sheet will become only for that particular table. So I am not going to select any table as of now. I'll just click on the OK. Now in the left side you can see in a data set, one data set we have created. As of now we haven't passed any table name. So what we will do, go to the parameter. I'll give table name as a parameter. So this value we will pass during a runtime. So I'm giving a value as a table name. Now I'll come to the connection. I'll click on the enter manually. Here we will pass the schema name and the table name. So I'll click on the table name, click on the add dynamic content, and you can see in parameter we have a table name. So I'll select that, click on the OK. What is schema name? So if I'll show you in my database, sales LT is a DB name. So I will pass the sales LT as of now, because for the both the table sales LT is a DB name. So I will go with that. Now if I'll click on the preview data, it is asking me to pass the table name. So if I'll pass the address, I should be able to see a address table. Let's see it's working fine or not. It's working fine. I am able to preview the address. I'll just close this. Now I'll go to the pipeline. In this pipeline you can see one option is coming to pass the table name. Now what you have to do, you have to click outside in this white space. If you click on the copy data, you will see this all the thing. You have to click outside. Now what you have to do, you have to create one parameter here also. Here also you can pass the name as a table name. Now click on the copy data, click on the add dynamic content, and give the value as a table name parameter. Click on the OK. Now if you want to preview data, click on the preview data, pass any table. Suppose I want to see a customer. I should be able to preview data. I am able to preview a customer data. Means we have created one data set and one pipeline that will be able to copy a both customer table as well as the address table. So that's how we have configured. So two step. First go to the data set. In the data set, create a parameter table name, and you have to pass the dynamic value here. Now come to the pipeline. You can see table name. What you have to do, here also in white space you have to click parameter table name. You can create, click on the copy data and add dynamic content, and you can pass this value. Now coming to the sync. So what is our sync? For that we will create a data set. Data set is blob storage, so I'll select that. We want to copy as a CSV file, so I'll select that. Now link service. So we have to create a link service for this. I'll select the subscription. I'll select the storage account. I'll click on the create. Now where you have to copy. So my requirement is like customer data should go into the customer location and address data should go into the address location. That is my requirement. So I am not going to give any path as of now. What I will do, I'll just click on the OK. Now in the left side you can see delimited text. This is the data set we have created. So here you can see it is asking me to pass the container and the file name and all. So here also you can see one parameter. So what we will give, we'll create one parameter container name. You can give any name, but to recognize I am giving a proper name. Container name, one parameter I am creating. Coming to the connection, in this container I will pass the add dynamic contain and I'll give this particular container name. Click on the OK. Now if you had to preview your data, first you have to pass the container name. So if you will pass the customer name, there only the data will be copied. If you will pass the address, it will copy into the address location. If you will pass the customer, it will copy into the customer. Now coming to the pipeline, here also you can see it is giving me to give the container name. So what you have to do, you have to click outside in white space. Click on the plus, give the name as a container name. Now click on the copy data. In the container name, you can pass the value. This particular container name we have created. Click on the OK. So these are the simple steps we have to do. After doing this all, what we will do, click on the publish all and we will try to run, and let's see how actually we can copy a customer table into a customer container and the address table into a address container. You can see publish is completed. Now if I'll click on the add trigger and the trigger, now it will ask me to pass a table name and the container name. So what actually I want to copy a customer table. On which particular location I want to copy? I want to copy into the customer container. So if I'll show you in a storage account, this is the customer container I have created. So that value I am passing, and customer is my table name here. So you can see sales lt.customer, right? So that value I am passing. Now if I'll click on the OK, my pipeline should be able to copy a data into a customer table into a customer location. Let's wait for that. You can see it succeed now. I'll go to the POC storage customer. I'm able to see sales lt.customer. Click on the edit and you can see we are able to see our data. Now what we will do, now again I will go to the data factory. Now suppose again I have to run for the same copy data for the address location. What I will do, click on that trigger, click on the trigger. Now here you can pass the table name. So I want to copy address table into the address location. Click on the OK. Now my pipeline should run. Now address table should go into the address location. So it is running, right? You can see it is succeed now. I'll go to the storage. If I'll show you the address, you will see address data is available here. Means our pipeline is working commonly. Like suppose if you had to copy any of the table, then you have to pass only the table name and where you want to copy, and this one copy data will work for all the table. Yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can save our file in a proper format in Azure Data Factory. So generally you will see whenever you are performing any copy data activity and whenever you are trying to save your file into any location, you will see your file is getting saved as a name part x00 something name. You will see like part file as a name, it gets saved. But my requirement is like I want to save my file in a proper format. Suppose I have to perform any copy data activity, and if I am running the pipeline on a specific date, then the file which is getting copied, that should be saved in a proper format, proper date format I want to save, because that will be easy for me to recognize the file. So if the file is contain the 2024-04-01, then I will get to know like this particular file contain the April 1 data. So it's very important to save your file in a proper format so that it will be easy for the data analytics people to do analysis based on this date format also. So in this video, what we are going to do, we are going to perform one copy data activity that will copy a data from a blob storage, one container to another container, but the file will get saved into a proper naming convention, and also file will get saved in a JSON format. So that is my requirement. So let's do a practical and let's understand what actually I have done. So I have one storage account. In this storage account I have one file. If I will show you employee1.csv, okay, if I will show you the file looks like this. Now what actually I want to do, I want to store into another output container. As of now there is no file available in output file. I want to store into a time format. How actually I can do in the data factory, we are going to see. So first you have to go to this Azure Data Factory, go to the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. We are performing a copy activity, so I will move that. Go to the source, we are going to create a new data set. So I will click on the Azure Blob storage. Our file is in CSV format, so I will select that. Click on the continue. We are going to create one link service so that we can connect to our blob storage. So I will select the subscription. I will select my storage account name and I will click on the create. Okay, it is creating. Now it is completed. Now what we have to do, we have to select our file path. So what is our file path? File path is nothing, it is in input folder. So click on the OK, and first row is order, click on the OK. Now our file is ready. Okay, the dataset name is delimited text2, that we have to remember. Now we have to go to the sync. We have to create a blob storage because we want to store into a blob storage. So I will create one link sync data set. We want to store into a JSON, so I select the JSON. I will select the same link service. Okay, because I want to store in the same path. Here where actually we want to store, we want to store into the output, so I will select that. Okay, click on the OK. Now this is the sync data set is JSON2. So we'll go to the JSON, or here itself if we'll click on the open, right? Now if we'll go into the file name, right, click on the add dynamic content. Now if you'll see here, right, parameter and the function, if you'll go to the function, you will get to see different kind of the function. So we are going to store in the form of the date. So what actually we'll do, we will select here. So we have a UTC time zone. If you'll click here, it will get store your file name as a UTC time zone. Okay, now if you will see, you have a different function like add to time, add days, add hours, add minutes. So anything based on the your requirement, you can select that. Convert time zone, if you want to convert the time zone from a UTC to the Indian time zone or any time zone, that actually you can do. Or you want to convert into a UTC, that also you can do. Day of month, day of week, day of year also you can do. So what we are going to do, we are going to convert time zone. Now what we have to write, so this is the one we have to use. So what we are doing, convert time zone UTC, and we are converting into Indian standard time. So this I will mention into the description. Convert time zone UTC and Indian time zone we have to do. Click on the OK. Okay, so this is the time zone where actually we want to store. Okay, even if you want to mention any kind of the string also, that also you can do. Now go to the pipeline. Now click on the publish. Now we will try to run and we'll see whether it is converting properly or not, whether our file is getting saved properly or not. So it is publishing. When it will complete, we will see. Now it is publishing. We will wait it to be completed, and then we will try to trigger it. Whenever we will trigger, right, the file should be saved into a Indian standard time zone. Okay, it is complete. Add trigger now. Now it is completed. We'll go to the output folder. So this is output. I will click on the refresh. Now you can see this is the 3rd of July. You can see 3rd of July and 11:40. So this is proper in got converted into the Indian time zone, right? Now if I will open this, I think it should be a same file because we have performed copy activity in a JSON format. Okay, so that is how actually it works. I hope you got it. Yeah, thanks. That's it in this video. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the Get Metadata activity in Azure Data Factory. Till now we have discussed about the copy activity only in Azure Data Factory, where we were copying a data from one source to the another source with the help of the copy data activity. So get metadata activity is another activity. So let's discuss when actually we use a get metadata activity. So for taking example, suppose I have one of the storage account. In this storage account, I have a multiple files are available, like employee 1 file, employee 2 file, employee 3 file, department file, like that the multiple files are available. Now your requirement is like you only have to copy this department related data. So how actually you will get to know like whether the department data is available into this particular storage or not, because you have a multiple files are available, but you only have to pick this department data. So how actually you will get to know? So this actually we can achieve with the help of the get metadata activity. So get metadata activity will help you to find out the metadata information, like what is the files available in the folder, what are the files available, what is the size of the file, when actually it is created, what is the last modified file. So these are the things are available. So these all the things we can achieve with the help of the get metadata activity. So you can see here we get a different option, like with the help of the item name you will get to name of the file and the folder. You have a item type. If you will select the item type, you will get to name type of the file or the folder. Similarly, we have a when was the last modified, what are the list of the subfolder and the files with the help of the child item. If you want to know the structure, that also you can get, and you want to check whether the particular file is exist or not, so that option is also available. Let's do a practical and let's understand more. So in high level, get metadata activity will help to know about the metadata information. Let me open Azure Data Factory. So I have one of the storage account. In this storage account, if you'll see in input, I have a multiple files are available. Department, employee, employee, one, like multiple files are available. Now what I want to do, I want to read this particular folder and I want to know like what are the files are available. So let's see whether we can achieve or not. So I will go to the data factory. I'll click on the author. You can see click on the pipeline, new pipeline. So previously we were looking into the move and transfer. Here we were having a copy data and data flow. Now what we will do, we are going to use another activity, that is a get metadata. So this is the get metadata. Just drag it, go to the in general option. It is simple, like you can give any name and description, you can pass timeout, retry, this all the things you can pass. Coming to the setting, first step is create a data set. So what we will do, we'll create a data set. So our file is available in a blob storage. So I'll select that, my file is CSV file. I'll select continue. Link service we will create so that we can establish a connection. We'll select a subscription, we'll select a storage account, and after that we'll click on the create and the file path. So we will select only the input. Click on the OK, click on the OK. Once you will do this, you will see one option dataset we have created. You can see you have one option field list. You will click on the field list. If you will drag here, you will see multiple option like child item, exist, item name, item type, last modified, or if you want to have any dynamic content, if you want to write that also you can write. So what we are going to do, we are going to select a child item here. I just selected the child item. After that, what I will do to test this, what this child item is doing, I will try to click on the debug. Let's see what is the output we are getting when we are selecting a child item. You can see output in progress. Let's wait. You can see it is succeed. Here you will get two arrow. The first arrow, that is input, what is the output is second arrow. We'll click on the output, what is the output we are getting. Now if you'll see here in the child item we are getting name and the type. So we are getting a name about what are the files available, department.csv. Another one is giving me employee1.csv, employee11.csv. It is listing all my folders and the files. So if I'll show you in input, I have this all the files, right? So with the help of the child item, I'm able to explore my folders and all the files related information I'm getting. So metadata information you can get with the help of the get metadata. Now you might have one question like why we are using a get metadata. Get metadata will help you to explore your folders and the file. Now suppose your requirement is like from this all the output you only want to pick up the department.csv file and you want to copy that data. So for that you can apply certain conditions like whether the name should be department.csv and that file should be copy. So that kind of the flow actually you can create. So that kind of the use case we get in upcoming video also we'll discuss more. So child item we have seen. If you want to explore the, if you want to list all the subfolder you can use a child item. Now let's see exist. So let me click on the exist. Now let me click on the debug and let's see what is the output I am getting. So exist will help whether a file, a folder or table exists. If exist is specified in the get metadata field as, the activity won't fail even if the file, folder or table doesn't exist. Instead exist false is written in the output. So exist will help to know whether the file is exist or not. The activity won't fail. It will give you the true and the false. So with the help of the true and false we can output that. You can see it is succeed. Now let me show you. You can see exist true. So exist will help whether the file is available into your particular location or not. So exist is giving me true. Now what I will do, I'll go to the input, I'll create another container output, and as of now no file is available. Now if I will pass this output, so output you will get here is the false. So that is the second option. Now let's see what is the third, last modify. So you want to know the when actually it was modified last time, that particular file if you want to know, and based on that if you want to perform some incremental, that also you can do. So let's see what is the output we are getting. I'll click on the debug. You can see it is succeed now. Now if I'll click on this, you will see when actually the file was last modified, it is giving me the information. So it was last modified on the 2024 421. If I'll go to the here, you can see 2024 421 all the file was modified. So that is the information I am getting. So I hope you got. Whenever you need to find out the get metadata activity, what you have to do, you have to create a data set, and from here you can select an option, and with that you will get to know the metadata information of the particular storage accounts and all. Now in next video we'll try to continue this get meta, and we will try to use another activity along with get metadata, and we'll see the more use case. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the for each activity in Azure Data Factory. So let us understand. For each activity is similar to the programming language. In programming language, if you had to loop, if you had to iterate, what we use a for loop, right? Here also we have a similar concept. For taking example, suppose in normal case if you have any array and you have a multiple value. So in programming language, if you had to read this all the value one by one, what we use, we try to iterate with the help of the for loop, and we try to read the value one by one. So if I am iterating this whole array and if I am printing, so one by one this value will be printed. Similarly here also, if you have to iterate anything, if you have to iterate any activity, then we can use a for each activity. For taking example, suppose I have a one of the storage account. In this storage account I have a multiple file, employee 1, employee 2, employee 3, department, like that multiple files are available. Now what I have to do, I have to copy all the file into the another storage container as a JSON format. So this all the value are CSV, I have to copy in a JSON format. That is my requirement. Now in this case what I have to do, I have to iterate the copy activity and I have to pass the file name. So that is the thing I have to do, right? So what I will do, I'll create one copy data activity. In this copy data activity, if I will pass any file name, that file will be get copied into the another storage account, right? But we have a multiple file. In this case, what I will use, this copy data activity, I will try to iterate with the help of the for each activity, and one by one I will try to pass the file name. Like first I will pass employee 1, employee 2, employee 3 based on the loop condition. So that is the how we can iterate any of the for each activity. So in this case, what actually practical we are going to do, we have a storage account, we have a multiple file, and we have to copy into the another storage container. So in this case, if you have to first read what are the files are available, in that case what we will use, we will use a get metadata activity. Then only we will be able to read what are the files are available. Now after that we have to copy, right? So for that we will create one copy activity, but we have a multiple file which need to be copied. So for that we will use a for each activity. So we will use a for each activity. Under that copy activity we will define, and one by one from here we will pass the file name so that it will copy into the another container as a JSON format. So from CSV to the JSON we are going to convert. We are going to see multiple files how actually you can copy into the another container. So let's do a practical and let's understand, then we'll get a better idea. So first I will show you the storage account. I have one of the input container. In this input container I have a three file, department, employee and the employee 2. If I'll show you output, as of now in the output container no file is available. Now let's create a pipeline. So what you have to do, go to the author, click on the new pipeline, and in the bottom you will see, first what we will do, we will try to read what are the files are available in storage account. So if you have to read that, what we will use, we will use a get metadata. So what we have to do, go to the setting, create a data set. So we'll create a data set. My source is available in a blob storage, so I'll select that CSV file, select that. We'll create a link service, storage account, click on the create. After that give the file path. So my file path is input container, so I'll give that. Click on the OK, click on the OK. Now our get metadata is ready. Now you can see we have a field list. In this field list, click on the new, click on the drop down, click on the child items. With the help of the child items you will get to know what are the files and the folders available into the particular container. Now if you want to debug this, so click on the debug and let's see whether this particular get metadata activity is working fine or not, whether we are able to read our all the files or not. So let's see. You can see it is running, it is succeed. This is the input one, this is the output one. If I'll click on the output, you can see child items, we are able to read each file. In a name you can see we have a department CSV, employee1.csv, employee2.csv, like we are able to read our all the files which is available into the container. That's fine, right? Now what we have to do, we have a multiple file, this all the file we need to copy. So for that what we can use, we can use a for each activity and we can iterate that. So if you'll go down in the iteration, you will see for each activity. So just drag it. In this for each activity you can iterate that. Just try to connect this. Let me connect this. Click on this and drag it. It will be connected. Now in this for each you can see we have a activity option, means you can add any activity. We will use a copy data activity. First click on this for each. In this for each, go to the setting. It will ask to pass the item. So what are the file name which you want to pass? So if you have to read the file name, what is the thing we should use? We should use a get metadata one dot child items. This we already covered in the get metadata, right? If you have to read any file one by one, we can use a get meta dot output dot child item. If you will do, click on the OK. So that is the dynamic value we will pass. Now click on the activity. In this activity, click on the plus. You can see these are the activity you can use for the iteration. What I am going to use, I am going to use a copy data. Click on this copy data. You can see here it is showing me the same source and the sink you have to select, right? So what is our source? My source is the blob storage. I have already created a data set for that, correct? And we have passed the input, right? Now go to the wildcard file path. Click on the wildcard file path. and here click on the add dynamic content, because we are going to pass this value from the for each array, right? One by one file name we have to pass, so click on the for each item and the value should be name, item dot name you have to return. Click on the OK. So what are the steps you have to do? Go to the for each, click here dynamic content, click on the get metadata one child item, that is the first step. Now second step is go to this copy data source. First you have to create a data set, and this wildcard file path you have to select, and the file name we will pass here. We have to write item dot name. Now after that, let's add a sink. Let's create a sink. So we want to copy into the blob storage as a JSON format, so I'll select that. Link service we will select the same. Where you want to copy that you have to specify output. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now this our pipeline is ready. Now if I'll click on the debug, let's see whether it's working or not, whether it is able to read all the files or not. So you can see first it is running the get metadata one. So in get, with the help of get metadata one, we should be able to read our all the files. So let's see output. You can see we are able to read, means our get metadata one is working fine. Now what is the next step? Next step is for each. So in a for each, first it will try to iterate that file name, and it will pass into the copy data. So that is in progress, and you can see copy data also succeed. If I'll click here, it read the data and it copied. So it performed 3 copy data activity, you can see, because we have load and we have only 3 files. So that's why 3 times this copy data activity ran. Now if I'll go to the output container, if I'll see whether my file is available or not, you can see file got saved into the department.json, employee1.json, employee2.json, means our pipeline is working fine. So what we have done, we have read the file and we have passed into the for loop. So one by one this file is getting passed into the copy data, and it is getting copied, and 3 times it ran the copy data. So with the help of the for each, we can loop the any activity. I hope you got the idea, and that's it in this. So thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the if condition activity in Azure Data Factory. First, we will try to understand about the when actually we use a if condition, and then based on the one of the business use case, we will try to do a practical. So let us understand. So if condition activity, it is similar to the programming language. So in programming language, we have a if else condition, right? So whenever we write a certain condition in if it is satisfied, then we try to return that. If it is not satisfied, then it will return the another condition which is not satisfied here. Similarly, here also in if condition activity, we try to write certain condition. If this particular condition is satisfied, then we can perform one activity. If it is not satisfied, then we can perform another activity. So like that the if condition activity works. For taking example, suppose I have one of the business use case. Suppose my storage account, in this storage account I have a multiple file, employee 1, employee 2, department, employee 3. My requirement is like, in this storage account, if any of the file name contains emp, like you can see employee 1, employee 2, employee 3, then I want to store into the employee container. If this particular condition is not satisfied, then store into the department container. I mean, in this storage account, I have a employee and department both the file. What I want to do, I want to copy that into the employee container and department container based on the requirement, based on the condition. If the file name contains emp, then it should go into the employee container. If it is not, then it should go into the department container. So in this case, what we will use? We will use a if condition. In this if condition, we will try to mention like if the file name contains the emp, then it should go into the employee container. If it is not contain the employee, then it should go into the department container. So I hope you got idea like when actually we use a if condition activity. Now the similar kind of the practical we are going to do here. So what we will do, in the storage account we have a multiple file, and based on the multiple file, what actually we want to do, we want to check whether the file contains the emp or not. If the file contains emp, then we will return true.
If the file not contain the EMP, then we will return a false. So let's do a practical. So to read the file, whatever the file is available in storage, what we will use? We will use a get metadata activity, because we have a multiple file. To check each file name contains the particular, what we will use for each, and under this we will use a if condition activity. So that is the practical we are going to do. Now what I will do, I'll go to the author, I'll create a new pipeline, click on the new pipeline, go to the general. In general, first we will do a get metadata. First I'll show you my storage account also. In this storage account, if you'll see, I have a input container. In this input container, I have a employee 1 file, employee 2 file, and the department file. And I also have a output folder. As of now, no file is available. Now what I will do, I'll use a get metadata, go to the setting, I'll create a data set. My blob storage, my file is available as a CSV format. I'll try to create one link service. I'll select the storage account, and after that I will click on the create, and after that you have to specify where your file is available. So my file is available into the input container, so I will select that and click on the OK. Now your data set is ready. Now if you want to know what are the files are available, you want to know about the file name, right? So what we will use in this case, we will use a child item. So select that. Now your get metadata is ready. Now what we will use, we want to iterate. So for iteration, what we will use, we will use a for each activity. So I'll select the for each activity and I will try to select that. Now click on the for each. In this for each, go to the setting, go to the item. Here we will try to pass a get metadata 1 dot child items. So this is the child item. We will select that. Click on the OK. Now this is for the for each. Means each of the file name, actually it will try to iterate into this for loop. Now what we will do, we'll click on the activity. We will search for the if condition. You can see this is the if condition. Select that. Now I will click on the if condition. Now you can see we have a activity column. Now you can see it is giving me expression. So first you have to write certain expression. If it is satisfied, then based on that true and the case activity you can run. So what is the condition we are going to run? Click on that dynamic content, click on the for each. Now what we will do, this item dot name is nothing but our file name. Item dot name is nothing but a file name which is coming from a get metadata. So what we will check contains item dot name emp. What is the condition I am writing? If the item file name contains the emp, means that is our true condition. Click on the OK. So this is the condition I have written. File name should contain the emp, and in then we can perform a two activity, true and the false. So in the true, I'll click here. So in this case, what I will do, I just want to return the true and the false. So I'll click on the set variable, go to the setting, I'll create a new variable. This variable part we will discuss more, but here we can define any variable and there you can store your value. So what I will do, I'll create one variable name as a file emp variable, and I will give the value as a true. I'll go to the for each again. So set variable in the true activity, another set variable I will use. This set variable we will discuss in depth also, but as of now what I am doing, I am creating one variable. So in this variable I am just trying to store my value, so false. So for the true I am storing a true value, and the false we are storing the false value. Now if you will see, my pipeline is ready. So what I have done, from get metadata I am trying to read all my file. Now this file I am passing in a for each activity. So one by one This particular file will be iterated through a for each activity. Now I am going to the if condition. In this if condition, I am checking whether the file name contains the employee or not. This is the condition I am writing. if if the particular file contains the emp, means it is a true, then the particular activity you can perform. It is a false, then it particular activity we can perform. So what is the activity we are performing? We are performing a set variable, means in the variable we are trying to store value true, and in the variable we are trying to store value false if it is a not satisfied. So in our case we have a three file, right? You can see in a input we have a employee 2 file, employee 1 and the employee 2, means employee content 2 file, means 2 time true should come, 1 time false should come. Now let's try to debug and let's try to see whether it's working fine or not. So you can see first it is running the get metadata. So if you'll see get metadata child item, we have a name, right? In department it is able to read. So we use item dot name. So the child item dot name which we have passed in a we have passed in the if condition, right? So that's why we have used the name. So get metadata is working fine. After that it is looping the for each activity. Now if you will see in the final output, now in a set variable if you will see, we are getting one employee because employee 1.csv it was there, another employee because employee 2.csv was there, and after that we are getting a department because department.csv was there. Means our if condition we are able to check properly. So here what I have done, I have just based on the my condition, I just try to store the value in a variable, like whether it is a true and the false. But suppose if you have to perform any copy, that also you can do. Instead of the set variable, you can use a copy data activity. If this particular satisfy condition satisfying, then you store in the employee container. If it is not satisfied, then you are store in a department container. So that kind of the practical also you can do. So try to do that particular practical. That's it in this. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the set variable activity in Azure Data Factory. So first we'll try to understand about the use case and then we'll try to do a practical. So with the help of the set variable activity, we can create any of the variable and we can assign a value. Suppose I am creating a variable name as a and we can assign any of the value for that. So it is like similar to the programming language. So for taking example in Python also, if you had to create any variable name, what actually you do, first you try to write the variable name and you can assign, after that you assign a value. Similarly here also we can create any of the variable name and we can assign a value. Previously it was only supporting the string, boolean and array, but we also now it started supporting the integer also. So that is the one of the new thing which you have to remember. So these are the data type only it supports. So what actually you can do with the help of the set variable, you can create any of the variable and that particular variable you can pass into your of the pipeline. For taking example, suppose my one of the pipeline contain the particular date time. So I am storing the whatever the date value into this particular variable, and also I am creating another variable and passing the day of the particular date, like Monday, Tuesday or something. Now what actually I am doing, I am just combining, I am creating another value that contain the Monday and the particular date time, and this value I can pass into the file name of any of the pipeline where actually I have to use. Like suppose in copy data active you want to save this particular name as a your file name, right? So that kind of the thing actually you can do. Means with the help of the variable it's very simple. You can create a variable and you can assign any of the value and you can use in your pipeline. Let's do a practical and let's understand. Let me open my Azure Data Factory. So if you'll go to the author, you can click on the new pipeline. We are going to create a new pipeline. Now if you'll go into the general, right, you will see the value as a set variable. So this actually you can drop. Now here you can see you can pass any of the name, that is fine. Go to the setting. In this setting we can create a new variable. So click on the new. So first you have to give the name and you have to pass the value. So let me give the name as a and what is the type. So you can see we have a 4 type. It is supporting string, boolean, array and integer. Previously only the string, boolean and array was there. Now integer also it is supporting. So I will select the string only. I'll click on the confirm.
I have created one variable named a. Now what is the value? So here you can pass any of the value, or you can dynamically also you can assign a value. So let me click on the add dynamic content. Now if you go to the function, you will get different kind of the function. Suppose I want to know the current particular time in a UTC format, so I'll select the UTC now. Now if I'll click on the OK, my value a should contain the current time in a UTC. Now if I'll try to click on the debug, let's see. Now if I'll show you output, you can see variable a contain the current UTC time zone. So like that actually we can create a variable and we can set the particular value. And suppose this is one way of creating a variable. The second way of creating variable is in a right side. If you click anywhere in the blank side, you can see you are getting a parameter variable. So in a variable here also you can create a value. Suppose I'll create a value as a b, and this also I'm creating a string. I'm not passing any value. Now if I'll creating any set variable here, now if I'll go to the setting, if you will see in a name it is already showing the value b which we have created. Now here you can pass the value. So let me give the name as a Monday. Suppose that particular day is Monday. This Monday also you can get it from a dynamic content. If you go to the function, in the function from the UTC you can convert into any of the day also with the help of this all the function which is available. So this thing actually you can explore, but as of now hard coding the Monday and I'm just assigning a value. Now if I'll try to debug it, my a should contain the UTC time zone and b should contain the Monday. If you'll see, set variable to output is the Monday and the set variable 1 is the particular time period. Now what I want to create another variable. Go to the variable, click on the new. I will use as a file name. So I'm creating a one variable file name. Now what I will do, I'll go to the another create a set variable, and this all the value I will pass here. Now go to the set variable, go to the setting, we'll select the our third one is the file name, and here we can combine whatever the value which is coming from the set variable 1 and set variable 2. We'll go to the concat, we have a and b, right? So what actually we can do is we can concat, you have to write at the rate concat, and in this concat you can pass the a and the comma b, not b, the value you have to select here, variable b. Now if I'll click on the OK, now if I'll try to debug, it is running, it is in progress, it is succeed. Now my variable 3 contain the particular date as well as the Monday. So now like this particular value, if you want to pass in any of the pipeline in a copy data as your file name, if you want to save that, so that kind of the thing actually you can use in with the help of the variable. Suppose this set variable 3, whatever the output you are getting, so you can create a one copy data activity in a file name. You can pass the particular set variable 3 as a file name, and any of the pipeline if you want to use this particular set variable, that also you can use. So this kind of the use case generally we get in a set variable. So it's very simple. We have to create any of the variable and we can assign a value, and any of the pipeline if you want to use, we can use that. So yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have understand about the set variable. So in a set variable, what actually we were doing, we were defining a variable name and we were assigning a value. So it was supporting a integer, string, array and the boolean type, right? So suppose you have one of the array. In this array you have a multiple values available. Now your requirement is like you want to add a more number into this particular array, you want to append. So in that case we use a append variable. So that is the only use case we have. Suppose I want to add a 90 into this particular whatever the array which we have. Now my output should be 10, 20, 30 and 19. So that actually we can achieve with the help of the append variables. Let's do a practical and let's understand. So it is a very simple. So I open my Azure Data Factory. In this Azure Data Factory, click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline. In a general option, you will see a append variable and also a set variable. So I'll click on the append variable, just drag it. Now what I will do, I'll just click on the outside. In this outside, we can create a variable. So I'll click on the variable, click on the new. Let me create one variable name as a and the type should be a array. Let me define a multiple value as of now. Suppose this array contains 10, 20 and the 30. These are the value it contains. Now what I will do, I want to add one more value. So for that I am using append variable. Go to the setting. What is the variable a? So I'll select that, and what actually I want to add, I want to add a 90. Now this is now if I'll try to debug, my 90 value will be appended into this particular array. But how actually I can verify whether it got appended or not? So for that what I will use a set variable. In this set variable I'll try to pass this output. So I'll go to the set variable. In this set variable what I will do, I'll create a new variable. The variable name is output. Now in this output I will try to pass as an array. And what are the value I want to pass? I want to pass whatever the value we are getting from this a, right, which we have appended a new value. So I have passed this. Now if I try to debug, now you can see one is the append variable. Here you will not see any value, but in the set variable if you will see, right, 10, 20, 30 which we defined and 90 also got added. So like this we can perform append variable. So with the help of the append variable we can add any value. Suppose any file name you want to add into the existing variable file name, that actually you can achieve with the help of the append variable. So this is a simple use case. I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the new activity, that is a store procedure in Azure Data Factory. It is a very much important because whenever you will join organization, you will see you will be having a multiple store procedure. So store procedure generally we use a lot in organization. So we should know about how store procedure works, and in also in Azure Data Factory how actually you can call store procedure, that also we are going to see. So with practical we are going to see this all the things. So let's first understand what is store procedure. Store procedure is a prepared SQL code that you can save so that the code can be reused again and again. Suppose you have written one complex query. So one of the complex query you have written the group of the SQL code where you are using a multiple join condition. So this particular SQL code you can save in a store procedure, and whenever you have to call this query, you do not have to write again all the query. What actually you can do, you can directly call this store procedure, this particular SQL code will get executed. So that is the advantage we get. So group of the SQL code you can save in a store procedure, and whenever you will call a store procedure, this particular code will be executed. So that is the advantage we get in a store procedure. If you have a SQL query that you write over again and again, save it in a store procedure and then just call it to execute it. So that is the advantage we get. You can also pass a parameter to store procedure so that the store procedure can act based on the parameter. So that is also an advantage. So we can also pass a parameter based store procedure, that also we will see. So now let's discuss in Azure Data Factory how actually we can use. So suppose if you have created any of the store procedure and that store procedure you want to call in Azure Data Factory, so that actually you can do with the help of the store procedure activity in Azure Data Factory. So suppose any of the store procedure that you have in Azure SQL database, Synapse Analytics or the SQL Server, and that you want to invoke, so with the help of the store procedure activity we can do. So in this particular video what actually we are going to do, we are going to do one practical. So I have one of the store procedure. So what actually my requirement is like, I will create one table, employee table. In this employee table I will be having a multiple values. So I will try to insert. Now what I will do, I will create one store procedure in a Azure SQL database. So I will what actually store procedure I am creating, create procedure and the procedure name, any name you can give. So employee delete, this is the one of the store procedure I am creating, and I am passing a one parameter at the rate id. So what this store procedure doing, this is executing this particular SQL code. So what this SQL code about, delete from employee where id equal to the at the rate id, means from the employee table I want to delete any of the id that I had to pass during runtime. And so I will create one store procedure, and next time whenever I have to call this store procedure, what I have to write, execute and the store procedure, and I just have to pass the id name. If I'll pass id 1, then the 1 will be deleted. If I'll pass the 2, then the 2 id will be deleted, like that. So what actually we have done, we have created a SQL code, and that actually we are storing into this particular store procedure. And whenever we will call this directly store procedure, we just have to pass the parameter value, and this particular SQL code will be get executed. So this actually we are going to do. So, and in Azure Data Factory, how actually we can call this store procedure, that also we are going to see. So I'll open my Azure SQL database. I will try to execute this table one by one. First, I'll try to create a table, employee table. After that, I'll try to insert a value. So this should be in a string. So let me change it first. Now if I'll execute, I executed. Now what I will do, I will create a procedure, one store procedures, create procedure name, and the query you have to pass. So what actually query I am passing, delete from employee where id equal to this particular id. I will create this store procedure. Now if I'll show you, select star from employee, you can see I have a 5 id which is present. Now whenever I will call this particular store procedure, I have to just execute command, and this store procedure I have to call, and parameter, what is the id you want to delete. Suppose if I'll execute this, the id one should be deleted. You can see. Now if I'll show you, select star from employee, this particular id got deleted. So this store procedure you can execute in a SQL like this, but in Azure Data Factory, how actually you can invoke this particular store procedure which is available in a pipeline. So let's see that. So as of now we have a 4 id. We will try to create one pipeline, and we will try to invoke this particular store procedure. So I'll open my Azure Data Factory. I'll go to the author, click on the new pipeline, go to the general. You can see we have a store procedure. Just copy here, go to the setting, link service. First you have to create a link service. Click on the new. You want to connect with the particular server, right? So here you have to pass your server name. So my type is Azure SQL database. I will select Azure SQL database. After that you have to select your subscription, you have to select your server name, you have to select your DB name, and you have to pass your username and the credential. After that you have to test your connection whether it is successful or not. Click on the create. So first step is to create a link service. Now second is store procedure. So click on here. You can see employee delete. This is the store procedure we have created, right? Click on this. Now you can see you have one import option. Click on this. Once you will click on this, you will see whatever the parameter you have written in this store procedure, right? That is available here, ID, and it is type is this, and the value we had to pass. So as of now I am not passing any value. So what I will do, I'll create one parameter. So I'll click outside here, parameter, I'll just give the name as a ID. Now I'll click here store procedure, value, add dynamic content, and I will pass this ID. Click on the OK. Now whenever I will invoke, I have to pass the ID which I want to delete. Now if I'll click on the debug, you can see it is asking me ID. So if I'll give the ID 2, now if I'll click on the OK, my ID should be deleted from the particular table. So let's wait for this to complete it. You can see it is succeed now. Now if I'll go to the my SQL database, now if I will show you, select star from employee, click on the run. ID2 should not be present. You can see ID2 is not present, means that particular ID got deleted. So like this actually you can invoke any of the store procedure with the help of the store procedure activity. Yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you got idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the lookup activity in Azure Data Factory. So first we will try to understand how lookup activity work in Azure Data Factory, and then we have one of the business requirements. So based on that, first we will try to understand the requirement and then we will do a practical. So let us start with that. Lookup activity reads and return the content of a configuration file or a table. So suppose for example you have one of the SQL table, employee table you have. Now you want to read this particular table from lookup. Actually you can achieve, suppose you have any of the file, whatever the content of the file you want to read, that actually you can do with the help of the lookup activity. Let's take an example, and with that example let's try to understand so that we will be having a better idea. Suppose I have a two table, so that is my business requirement also. So I have a two table. One is the employee table. In this employee table I have all the information of the employee. What is the employee ID, what is the employee name, what is the employee salary, what is the department, all the information I have in this particular employee table. I also have one of the table, that is a employee resign table. In this employee resign table, if any employee is getting resigned, so that particular id is coming. Suppose id 1 is getting resigned, so that particular value is coming into this employee resign table. Now my requirement is like I had to read who all are employee are resigning. So what actually I will do, I had to look into this table. In this table whatever the id is present means this particular employees are resigning. So how actually I can read this particular table? With the help of the lookup activity I can read the content of the table. Now my requirement is like who all are resigning, that I have to delete from this particular employee table. So first I had to look this particular employee resign table, right? So whatever the id I will get, I will try to delete from the employee table. So lookup activity generally we use to look up the table or a file. So that is the use case. It also return the result of a executing query or store procedure. Suppose you have written any SQL query and that particular result you want to store, that also you can achieve with the help of the lookup activity. Now let's take one of the business requirement. It is a similar what I was discussing. So I have a two table. One is the employee table. In this employee table all the employee information I have. I have a employee resign table. In this employee resign, whatever the employee who are resigning, that particular information is available. Now my requirement is like first I need to check who all employees are resigning. Suppose I employee are resigning 2 3 4, this particular id the employees are resigning. So first I need to look up this particular employee resign table. Whatever the value I will get, I need to delete from this employee table. So for deleting, what I will use a store procedure. With the help of the store procedure I will try to delete it, because if you'll see here we have a multiple values like 2 3 4. So in this case if you had to, we had to pass a id one by one, right? So for that we will use a for each. So what I will do, with the help of the lookup table, first I will try to look up the employee resign table. In this employee resign table, what are the id which is present, what who all employees are resigning, that particular information is present. So suppose 2 3 4 this particular employees are resigning. Now this I will pass in with the help of the for each, means one by one I will try to pass, so that I will use a for each activity. In this store procedure I am trying to delete from my employee table. Whatever the employee are resigning, I need to delete from this employee table. So for that I have written one store procedure that will delete a employee from this employee table. I will pass the id one by one, like 2 and then 3 then 4, with the help of the for each activity. So that is the practical we are going to do. So let me open. So I will first show you the table. So I have created two table. One is the employee table in which I have id, name and the country. So I will try to insert that. And also I have a employee resign table. What are the who all the employee who are resigning? So I have id. So you can see 1 2 3, these all the employees are resigning. So I'll create two table and I will insert the value, and I will create one procedure, create procedure, procedure name. And what is the query I am passing? Delete from employee where id equal to the @id. So this @id we will pass it from this particular employee resign table, whatever the id is present. So that is the practical we will do. So let's execute one by one in a Azure SQL. So you can see I have opened Azure SQL database. So here I will try to create a employee table first. I just copied. I'll just run this. You can see employee table got created and the value got inserted. Now what I will do, I will create a employee resign table. So I will try to execute this. Employee resign table also I have executed. So it is saying like it doesn't match the definition. So here we have to write employee resign, employee resign, employee resign. So let me execute. You can see query succeed now. Now after that what I will do, I'll create a procedure. I'll create one store procedure. This employee delete, this is the store procedure I am creating. This will, whenever I will execute, I need to execute like this. If I'll execute like this, execute employee delete at the rate id equal to the 1, then one id will be deleted from employee table. But this id I need to pass from this employee resign table whatever the values are present. So as of now I will show you. I have two table, select star from employee table, and also I have a select star from employee resign table. If I'll show you, so you can see in employee resign I have a 1 2 3 value, and if I will show you employee table I have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So now in a Azure Data Factory what I need to look, I need to look who are the employee which is present into this employee resign table. So you can see 1 2 3 is present, so that particular id I need to delete from the employee table, but using a Azure Data Factory. So I'll go to the data factory, I'll go to the author, click on the new pipeline. So if you have to look who all employee which is present into this employee resign table, so for that what you have to use, you have to use lookup, because we want to look up the particular table content. So I'll go to the general. In the general if you will see you have a lookup, so click on that. Now go to the setting. General option is similar, you have to just pass the name and the activity time or retry option you can pass. Go to the setting. Here first we will create a data set. So what is our data set? SQL database, Azure SQL database. Continue. We need to create a link service. Pass the subscription, pass the server name, pass the DB name, pass the username and the password. And then click on the create. Once your data set will be ready, you can see this our data set is ready now. Now here which particular table we want to look, that we have to pass. So I want to look the employee resign table, so I'll select that, click on the OK. Means I have selected the employee resign table. Now if I'll try to preview data, I should be able to preview a data. You can see id 1, because first row only was selected, that's why it is showing only the one record id 1. But if you will unmark, you will be able to see all the data here, preview data. Now in the bottom, if you want to write any query, that also you can write. If you want to write any store procedure, that also you can use. So we are going with the table only as of now. Now what I will do, this all the value I want to pass into the for each activity. So for each, what we have to use, go to the iteration. You can see for each activity, select that, click on the for each, go to the setting, select the sequential. So in the sequential order it will come at dynamic content, and whatever the lookup activity output, right? So select on the lookup one. So whatever the lookup activity output we are getting, whatever the employee resign output we are getting, that we need to pass into this for each activity. So I am writing the lookup activity output, click on the OK. Now this one is ready. Now after that I want to add an activity. Which particular activity you want to write? So I want to execute my store procedure. So I'll select the store procedure, select that store procedure. In this store procedure, go to the setting, select your link service, because in the same SQL table it is available the store procedure also, that's why we have selected the same. Click on the refresh, and after that you should be able to see your employee delete. This is the particular store procedure we have created, right? So I'll select that, employee delete. Now click on the store procedure parameter, click on the import. Now you can see id. So this id we have to pass, right? So which particular id you want to delete, that you have to pass. So what are the value you want to pass? Whatever the lookup activity output is coming through a for each, that particular output we want to pass. So id, if id1 is present into the employee resign, that will go into the for each activity, and so from for each activity it will try to delete into the with the help of this particular store procedure. So we'll click on the add dynamic content. We'll use a for each item dot id, you can write. Now click on the OK. Now let's try to run this and let's try to debug. If any error, then we will try to fix that. If I'll click on the debug, let's try to analyze whether our pipeline is working fine or not. So I clicked on the debug. After that, the debugging will start. The lookup value will look up the employee resign table. Whatever the value will present, it will go through the for each activity. In the for each activity, one by one, it will go into the store procedure. So our store procedure is a delete activity, delete SQL activity. So it is a deleting a value from the employee table, and after that it will delete the value. So you can see it started, lookup value is started, it got failed. So first let's see whether lookup value is coming up fine or not. You can see id 1 2 3 it is coming fine. So till now here we are good. Now go to the for each activity. What is the error we are getting? User the configuration length expect its parameter to be an array or a string. The provided value is of object. So because we have a multiple values present here, so what you have to use? You have to use a lookup value array. So in a for each activity, what you have to pass? Lookup value array. So at the rate activity lookup output dot value, we have passed a lookup activity, right? So but if you have an array like multiple values, so you can use this lookup value array. Click on the OK. Now go to the store procedure. The values are same. Now let's try to debug. So debugging is important. With the help of the debugging only you will know whether your particular pipeline is working fine or not. You can see lookup is going, for each activity also in progress, and store procedure also in progress. So let's wait and let's see whether it's working fine or not. You can see it is succeed. 3 times store procedure got executed. Now if I'll go and we will check our employee table, the employee 1 2 3 shouldn't be present there. If I'll execute this, you can see only 4 5 6 7 was present. Employee 1 2 3 got deleted. So means our pipeline is working fine. So what actually we are doing, we are looking into the employee resign table, whatever the value we are passing through a for each activity to this store procedure, and we are trying to delete the value from there. So I hope you got idea how lookup activity works. Yeah, that's it in this. So thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the wait activity in Azure Data Factory. So let us first understand when actually we use a wait activity. So whenever you will use a wait activity in a pipeline, the pipeline will wait for a specific period of time before continuing the execution of a subsequent activity. So that is the use case. So suppose you have a multiple activities. Suppose you have one of the copy data activity which is happening, and suppose you have another copy data activity that should happen, but you want like your pipeline should wait for a 30 minutes or for a specific period of time interval. In that case you can use a wait activity. So whenever you will use a wait activity, the pipeline will wait for a specific period of time, whatever the time you will mention, and then the continuing execution will happen. Suppose in this scenario, if you'll see, I have a two copy data activity which is happening. First is the from a blob storage to the sales table copy data is happening, and it is waiting for the certain period of time, suppose 30 minutes, and after 30 minutes only the customer data is getting loaded. So this is one of the scenarios. So in this case, if I had to stop, or if I had to wait my pipeline for the 30 minutes, so what actually I can use? I can use a wait activity in Azure Data Factory. So let me show you how actually I can use. It is a very simple use case. You have to go into the author, click on the new pipeline. So let me show you. Let me add a copy data first, and let me show you the wait activity. So if you'll go into the general, you can see wait is there. So if you will click in the wait, so this is the wait activity. So I will click on the wait, give into the name, and after that go to the setting. What is the time period for that you want to wait your pipeline? Suppose I want 30 second, I want it to be waited. So what I will mention 30 seconds. Like that, the second wise you can mention the time period, and the pipeline will wait for that particular time period. So suppose you have a multiple copy data activity, but you wanted to wait for a specific period or time period. For taking example, first the copy data is activity happening, then I want my pipeline should be waited for the 30-second at least, and then only the delete should happen. So in this case I can use the wait activities. So yeah, that is the simple use case we have. So I hope you got idea. Yeah, that's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the switch activity in Azure Data Factory. So first we will try to understand how switch activity works in Azure Data Factory. Then we have one of the business requirements. So based on the business requirement we will try to build one data pipeline based on the switch activity use case. So let us start with that. So switch activity provide the same functionality that a switch statement provide in a programming language. So in a programming language also we have a switch right. So in this switch what actually we try to write a multiple case statement. So if any of the case statement satisfied, that particular output generally get returned. So in this switch activity in Azure Data Factory, what actually happen? So first we will try to write a one expression. Suppose this expression is a output. So based on this output you can define a multiple case statement. So if the case is output, if the value is output, then I want to copy a data into the output folder. If the expression is output 1, then I want to copy a data into the output 1 folder. So like that you can define a multiple case statement based on, and you can define a multiple condition, and based on that you can perform a activity. So it is similar to the programming language. Here you can write any kind of the expression, and if the expression is satisfied, based on that you can define a multiple output values. So what actually we are going to do, we have a one of the business requirement. So let us understand the business requirement. So we need to copy data into the employee or a department location based on the parameter value pass. So what actually we'll do, we'll try to define one parameter name as a folder name. So if the folder name is, if we'll pass a employee, then it should copy a data into the employee folder. If we'll pass a folder name as a department, then it should copy a data into the department folder. So that actually we are going to do. How actually we can achieve that? So let me open my Azure Data Factory. First let me show you my data sets. So I have a input folder. In this input folder I have a two file, employee1.csv and department1.csv. This file I want to copy into this employee folder and the department folder based on the parameter pass. So I'll go to the data factory. I'll click on the new pipeline. We are going to see about the switch activity. So I'll click on the switch activity. I'll just drag the switch. So it is under the iteration and the conditional. Now in this switch activity, you have to first give the name, the switch one I have given. In activity, here we have to pass the expression. So you can write any kind of the expression. So let's pass this expression through a parameter. So I'll click outside here, click on the new. I'll give name as a folder name. So I'll click here. The expression I will pass as a folder name. So I'll click on the dynamic content, and this is the parameter, right? So I'll just pass it. So if the output folder name, is employee, then what condition you want to write? So suppose this expression value is employee, then I want to copy into the employee container. Employee container I want to copy a data. So if this expression value is employee, then I want to perform one copy activity. So click on this. click on the plus, click on the copy data, let's create a data set. So my file is available in a blob storage, so I'll select that. It is a CSV file, so I'll select that. A link service I have already created, but let's create one more, and we'll give the name as a blob storage 3. You have to select the subscription, you have to select your storage account, and then click on the create. So what is your input file? My input file is, I will select that. My input file is employee1.csv, so I'll directly select the input, click on the OK. My source is ready. So if the value is employee, then it should pick the employee1 CSV data and it should copy into the employee folder. So I'll click on the sync dataset, blob storage, CSV only I want to copy. A link service, so let's use the same link service, and I want to copy into the employee container. Click on the OK, and delimited text too, right? So go to the delimited text too. I want to store into the employee folder. So what I will do, I'll create one parameter here. Click on the new name, you can give employee, and go to the connection. The folder name you can pass this particular employee. Click on the OK. Now if you'll go to the pipeline, it is asking the particular value. So click on the add dynamic content and the folder name you can select. So it will copy a data into the employee folder. In an employee container, it will copy into the employee folder. So if I'll show you what we have done, if I'll go to the pipeline, this is the switch activity. So in a switch activity, we have passed one folder name condition. If the during runtime we will pass this value, if we are passing employee1, then it should copy a data into the employee folder. So if you want to write another condition, suppose if it is a department. So in a storage you can see we have a department folder, right? So if I'm passing a department folder, then what actually we want to do? I want to perform another activity. So I'll use the same copy activity. I can use the same source, the target also, and I can pass this. Or here you have to create a new, because in a if it is a department, then you want to copy into the department container, right? So better to create a new data set. So I'll click on the blob storage, CSV file, a link service, and I want to copy into the department container. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. So delimited text. Go to the delimited text. Click on the folder. So here also I want to save into the department folder. So I'll create a new folder name as a department. Click on the connection. Directory name we will pass as a department. Click on the OK. Now if I'll go to the pipeline, here also you can pass the value as this particular folder name. Now if I'll show you my pipeline, so I have this switch statement. So here what I am doing, I am passing an expression. If this value is employee, then it should copy data into the employee container. If it is a department, then it should copy data into the department container. There is one default value also. If this value is not employee in the department, then it will perform a default activity, that is a no activity as of now. So let's try to debug this. So if I click on the debug, you can see it is asking me the folder name. So I want to copy into the employee container, so I will just pass the employee. Now click on the OK. Now you should see it should satisfy this employee container activity, and it should copy a data into the employee container. So let's wait, it's debugging now. So like that you can define a multiple activities. So based on the expression, if any of the activities satisfy, you can perform any of the activity. So it is running now. You can see copy data 1, it is in queue. You can see it is succeed. If I'll go to the storage in an employee, one folder will be created as an employee. You can see employee folder. Here employee 1 CSV got copied. If I'll show you in a department, as of now no file is there. Now what we'll do, we will try to debug again. Now here I will pass the department. If I'll pass the department, it should copy a data into the department folder. So it's running. It is succeed now. Now you will go to the storage account, go to the department. You can see department folder got created and this particular file got copied. So as of now, input file I have taken employee1.csv. That's why it is got copied. But that also you can parameterize, and based on the particular value you want to copy a specific folder, that you can do. But the overall use case is like based on the switch, multiple case statement you can pass, and based on that copy activity you can perform. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the validation activity in Azure Data Factory. First we will try to understand how validation activity works in Azure Data Factory, and then we will try to do one practical based on the business scenario, and we will try to understand more about the validation activity. So when actually we use a validation activity, let's try to understand. So with the help of the validation activity, we try to validate our pipeline whether the dataset reference is exist or not. What is dataset reference means? So dataset generally represent your container name. What is your container name? What is your folder name? And what is your particular file name? So this combination is nothing but a data set, right? So if with the help of the validation activity, what actually we do, we try to validate whether this particular references exist or not. So suppose I have a scenario, I want to validate the particular file name is exist or not. If the particular file name is exist, then only I want to perform a copy data. Otherwise I want to return false and I want to send an email. So in this case, what actually we'll do, first we'll try to, with the help of the validation activity, we try to validate a data. We try to check this particular data set references exist or not. If this particular references exist, in the success of the validation, what actually we'll do, we'll perform a copy activity. If this particular reference is not exist, then what we'll do, we'll try to send an email or we'll try to return a false. So that kind of the use case we have. So by the name itself you can understand validation activity we use to validate our pipeline. And if you have to check the particular data set references exist or not, so with the help of the validation activity, first we try to validate, and based on the true and the false we try to continue our execution. So what actually we are going to do in this particular practical, first we will try to, we have one of the data set that is available into the particular location. If the particular file is exist or not, then what we will do, if particular file is exist, then we will return true. If the particular file is not exist, on the failure of the validation we will return a false. So that is the use case we are going to do. So let me show you. First I will show you my data set. So I have created one storage account. In this storage account I have an input container. In this input container I have employee1.csv file. So what we will do, we will create one pipeline. So what we will do, we will try to see how actually we can use a validation activity first. So I'll click on the new pipeline. You can search a validation or you can go into the general. In a general bottom you can see you have a validation. So click here. In a validation, first you can assign any name. I am going with the validation one. Now go to the setting. In the setting you can see it is asking a data set. So let's create one data set. So I'll create a blob storage data set. File is CSV file. A link service, we will try to create our link service. We'll try to assign a subscription. We'll try to assign a storage account, and we'll create a link service. Now particular file path. So what I will do, I will pass this container name only, and I'll click on the OK. And this particular file name, whatever, so this is the data set we have created. So I have passed only the container name, the folder and the file I haven't passed. So what I will do, this particular file name I want to pass during runtime. So I will create one parameter, click on the parameter, I'll give the file name. File name I have given, go to the connection, click on the add dynamic content, and that particular parameter you can select, click on the OK. So during runtime, it will ask to pass the file name. So now I'll go to my pipeline again. In this pipeline, you can see here also it is asking what is the file name. So for that, what I will do, I will click outside, click on the parameter. I will create the same parameter file name. Click on the validation. During runtime only we will pass this. Click on the file name. Click on the OK. Now after that, first you have to specify your data set. So data set we are passing dynamically. So in file name we are passing dynamically. So whenever we will run, we have to pass the particular file name. So for that, first we will try to validate with the help of the validation activity. Now go to the timeout. So in a timeout you can see, so first it will try to validate your particular path. If the path is exists, then this particular will be success. If it is not, success, then the timeout will happen. So you have to specify till what period your timeout should be happen. So what I will mention, I will mention like within a 30 second, if my, if it is failed or if it is a timeout, then the failure should be happened, means particular location is not exist. So timeout, actually I am mentioning the 30 second. Sleep, what is the sleep, the particular duration time interval, it delay in second between the validation and attempt. So 10-second interval we have. Important is the child item. In the child item you can see ignore, check if the folder is exist or not. So if you want to check only the folder exists or not, you can use a ignore. If you use a true, check if the folder exists and the has item in it, means particular folder should be available and also the file should be available, then you can use a true. If you want to validate folder exists and that is empty, then you can use a false. As of now I am going with a ignore only. So I have specified the particular data set, file name, timeout I am mentioning the 30 second, and sleep time is 10 second, and child item I am going with the ignore. Now what actually I will do, I will create one set variable. So in this set variable, if it is success, so you can see on success, this particular set variable should return a true value. So how actually we can do, I will just connect this set variable. I will go to the setting. I will create one variable name x, or you can give name as a success, and you can return the value as a true. So during success my value should be a true. So that is the validation. If the validation is failed, then what I want to return, I want to return a failure. So set variable, during the failure my failure should return a false value. So for that I will create a variable name. I'll give name as a false, or failure you can mention, any name you can mention. This particular variable we are creating, or you can give as a failure. So this is what I have done. So what actually I am doing, in a validation, whenever I will run, it will first validate my pipeline. If it is success, then the set variable will return a success. If it is a fail, then set variable will return as a failure. So I am performing a set variable activity, but any other activity like copy data should happen. If it is success, then you can use a copy data. If it is a failure, then email should go. So that kind of the activity you can mention here. So let's see whether our pipeline is working or not. So whenever I will click on the debug, so it will ask the file name, because that is the parameter we have passed. So my file name is, if I show you, employee1.csv, right? So let me pass the employee1.csv. So it will check whether the particular file is exist or not. If it is exist, means it is success, and our value should return the success. You can see validation 1 is in progress. You can see validation. If I show you the output, exist is true, and if I show you the set variable, it is a true value, means it is a success. Now let me try to run again. Let me mention only the employee one. This particular only I will mention employee.csv. This particular file is not exist. In this case what will happen, let's see. In this case failure should happen, and we should get a failure variable. This set variable 2 we should get. So let's see. You can see the validation is going on. It is still validating. So you can see 7 seconds. So we have mentioned our time interval, timeout 30 seconds. So till 30 seconds it will validate, and then the timeout will happen because the particular file is not exist, right? You can see validation is timeout. If I'll show you activity timeout, and if I show you the set variable to, we should get a failure. So that actually is happening. So if it is success, then this particular activity should happen. If it is not success, this activity should happen. So for the particular data set reference exists or not, we can use a validation activity. So I hope you got idea. That's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the execute pipeline in Azure Data Factory. The execute pipeline activity allows a data factory or Synapse pipeline to invoke another pipeline. So with the help of the execute pipeline, we can invoke any other pipeline. For taking example, suppose I am working in any of the pipeline and I already have a other pipeline which is available. Suppose one of the pipeline which is doing a copy activity, I have another pipeline which is doing a delete activity. Like that, I have a multiple pipelines available. So with the current pipeline, if you want to invoke any other pipeline, so you can use a execute pipeline. So that is the simple use case. Let me show you with the example. Suppose in Azure Data Factory, you can see I have one of the pipeline one which is doing a set variable. I have another pipeline which is doing a delete activity. So let's see how actually we can use a execute pipeline. So for that, you have to go into the general. You can see execute pipeline activity we have. You can give any name here, description you can pass. Go to the setting. You can see we have a option invoked pipeline. So if here you will see, you can see pipeline 1, pipeline 2. Suppose you want to invoke pipeline 1. So if you'll click here, and after that, if you will debug, that particular pipeline will get invoked. You can see wait on completion. So if you'll unmark this, you want to wait like pipeline 1 should be completed, then only the other execution should happen. Then you have to tick mark this, otherwise you can unmark this. Suppose here I have a multiple things. Suppose I am having a multiple scenario like this. Okay, get meta, and after that copy activity is happening. So what does wait on completion means? So we are invoking pipeline 1 also. Whether you want to run parallelly this get metadata and other activity with this pipeline 1, or you want to wait for the completion. So that is the meaning. So we will not tick mark, and after that, so that is the simple use case. So with this, what actually will happen, it will try to trigger the pipeline 1. Let me debug it. You can see it executed the pipeline 1 and the pipeline 1 got executed. You can see this is the pipeline run, and this actually got executed. So yeah, that's it, the simple use case. I hope you got the idea. That's it. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the filter activity in Azure Data Factory. It is a very much important. So by the name itself, you can understand whenever you have to apply a filter on array, you can use a filter activity. So you can use a filter activity in a pipeline to apply a filter expression to an input array. For taking example, suppose I have one of the storage account. In this storage account, I have a multiple files like file 1, file 2, file 3, file 4, file 5. Like that, the multiple files are available. Now what is your requirement? From this storage account, you have to filter a particular files. So what actually you have to do, you have to filter that particular file. Like the multiple files are available, but you have to filter particular specific file based on the expression. So for that, what we can use a filter activity, and then after that, if we have to perform a copy data or any other data activity, that you can perform. The main agenda of the filter activity is like, suppose you have a multiple values available in an array, and if you have to filter a data from this particular array, you can use a filter activity. So what we are going to do, we have one of the requirement. In this requirement, we are taking a same example. In a storage account, I have a multiple files. Now I want to filter only the file 1 files with the help of the filter activity, and that file I want to perform a copy activity. So if you have to read all what are the files which is available in a storage account, for that what we can use a get metadata, and we can get the all the file name, right? So that actually we can do. So after that, what we will use, with the help of the filter activity, we can write a expression and we'll try to filter a file one data, and after that we'll perform a copy data. So that is the practical we are going to do. So let me create a new pipeline. In this new pipeline, I'll go to the general section. First, I will use a get metadata. First, I'll show you my container also. So in a storage account, I have a two container, input container. In input container, I have a multiple file department CSV, employee CSV, employee 1 CSV, employee 2 CSV. I want to filter only the department.csv file. So what I will do, first I want to read what are the files which is available here, right? So what I will do, I have created one new pipeline and I have selected the get metadata from the general section. In a general section, you can see get meta, right? After that, you have to go into the setting. You have to create a data set. So let me create a data set where my file is available in a blob storage as a CSV format. So I'll select that, and link service we have to create. So I will select the subscription, I will select the storage account, and I will click on the create. So that particular link service will get created. I have to pass the file path. So my file is available in an input container, and I'll click on the OK. Now as of now, what we are saying, so with the help of the get metadata, we are trying to read what are the files are available. So click on the field list. In the field list, you can see you have a multiple. So if you click on the child items, you will be able to read what are the files are available into this particular uh, in particular storage account. So what I have done, I have created data set, I have selected the field list and selected the child item. Now if you try to debug, let's see whether we are able to read the all the files or not. So if I will show you, you can see it is succeed. So here from the output, we have to remember one thing that actually we will use in a filter activity. Under this child item, you can see we are getting two value. One is name and the type. So this name is representing the what is the file name. So that we have to remember, because this item dot name actually we will use in a filter activity. So now what we will see, so we are getting a multiple values here. That is fine. Now we want to filter only the department or CSV from here. So what you have to do, go into the iteration, click on the filter, just try to select the filter here. Now you can see in a general option, you have to just mention here the name and the description if you want. Go to the setting. Here you are getting two options. One is the item, second is the condition. So item is like which particular value from where you want to filter. So we want to filter from the get metadata one, right? So I'll click on that dynamic content. So I'll use a get metadata one child item. So this is nothing but this is the output from the get metadata one. Like we are getting a multiple values, right? So that will represent this like multiple file name values. Now after that, we have to write a condition. What value you want to filter? So I'll click on that dynamic. So I will select filter. So while debugging the get metadata one, we were getting two value under the child item, name and the type, right? So if I select the name, that is representing my file name. So from here, what actually I want to filter, I want to filter a department.csv. So what I will write, department.csv, and here we have a multiple function available. If you click on the collection, so you can see we have one of the function name as a contains. So what we are going to use, we are going to use a contains here. So what actually we are using, we are using a contains. So item dot name, that is nothing but any file name which is containing department csv, means our value will be filter out. That value only we want to filter. So I'll click on the OK. Now if I will try to debug, I should get only one value in a filter condition, that is a department.csv. So let's see. You can see it is succeeds. So in a get metadata one, we were getting a multiple files. Now if I'll click on the filter one, you can see we are getting only the department1.csv. So that only got filter out. Now after that, we can use a copy data activity as usual to only copy that particular data. So you can use a copy data and you can pass the particular value into this copy data also. So like that, actually if you have to filter any value from the array, we can use a filter activity. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the until activity in Azure Data Factory. First, we will try to understand the use case of the until activity, and with the practical example, we will try to see how actually we can use a until activity in Azure Data Factory. So let us start with that. Until activity, it provides the same functionality that do while loop provide in a programming language. So if you are from a programming language, you might be aware about the do while loop, right? So it works similar to that only. It executes a setup activity in a loop until the condition associated with the activity evaluates to the true. Let's take an example. Let's understand. So by the name itself, you can understand until means my pipeline will keep on executing. My pipeline will keep on executing until the condition satisfied to a true. If my condition satisfied to a true, then my pipeline will get stopped. If it is a false, so till it is becoming a true, my pipeline will keep on running. So until the conditions satisfied to a true, my pipeline will keep on running. So that is the meaning of the until activity. Let's take an example. Suppose I have a storage account. In this storage account, the my requirement is like I have to check whether the particular file is available into this particular storage account or not. So what I will do, with the help of the until activity, I will try to put one condition which will check whether the particular file is available into the storage account or not. If my condition, I will give one condition. It the condition will be like whether the particular file is available into the storage account or not. So if it is a false, means my if the file is not available in storage account, my pipeline will keep on executing. If it is become true, then the execution will stop. Means until my condition is not becoming true, my pipeline will keep on running. So that is the use case of the until activity. So what we are going to do in a practical, we are going to do a practical similar way. In a storage account, I will check whether the particular file is available into this particular account or not. So I will use until activity for that, and my pipeline will keep on running until the particular condition is satisfied or not. So that is the use case. So let's do a practical and let's understand. So let's do a practical and let's try to understand. So I have created one storage account. In this storage account, if I show you, I have created one container. As of now, no file is available here. So what actually I want to do, let's see how actually we can use the until activity. So I'll click on the create pipeline, go into the iteration and conditional. You will see a until activity. Just drag it. Now what this until activity do, you can see bottom we have a general setting activity user property. Go to the setting, this expression here we have to pass a expression, and this expression until it will become a true, this particular whatever the activity you will mention under this until activity, right, it will keep on executing until this expression become true. Whatever the activity you will mention under this until activity, it will keep on executing. So that is the use of the until activity. So you may have a question like how much time it will keep on running. So we have option of the timeout. Suppose you want to check only for the 2 minutes, so you can mention the 2 minutes. So only for the 2 minutes it will keep on checking like whether the particular file is exist or not. Suppose for 30 minutes you want to check like whether the particular file is exist into the storage account or not, and if it is exist, then only you want to perform a copy data. So what you will mention, 30 minutes here in the timeout, and you will pass a expression to check whether the file is exist onto the particular container or not. So that is the thing we are going to do. What actually I will do, as of now I will create one variable name. So go into the click outside, click on the variable, click on the new. I'll create one variable name as a file exist, and the by default I will pass the value as a false. So it is saying like the by default the file is not exist. I'll go to the until, and this particular variable whatever we have created we will pass here. Click on the variable file exist, and let's convert this string to the boolean. So I'll use a boolean, and I'll just click on the OK. So by default this variable value is a false, so this will return me a false value, means the file is not exist. So until this value become true, my activity will keep on executing till for the 2 minutes, because I have mentioned the 2 minutes. So how to check like whether the file is exist into the storage account or not? So for that what we can use a get metadata activity. So I'll use a get metadata. Click on the get metadata, go to the setting, we'll create one data set. My file is available into the blob storage. .csv file. I'll use a one link service which I already created. If you haven't created, you can create a link service. And the file path you can pass input container. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. So this is the data set we have created. And by default, let's see whether the employee1.csv file is available onto this particular container or not. So by default, I am passing this particular name. Now I'll go to the pipeline. If the employee1.csv file is not exist, so it will keep on executing. So whatever the output we will get, right? So in a get metadata, you can see this is the data set you have mentioned. Bottom you can see field list. In the field list, you will be having one option exist. So with the help of the exist, you will check whether the particular file is available into the storage account or not. So exist will give a true or false value. If it is a true, means the file is exist. If it is a false, means the file is not exist. Now what I will do, this particular whatever the output we will get from a get metadata, I will pass into the if condition. So I'll use a if condition activity. Click on the if condition activity, add dynamic content, get metadata exists, right? Use that and convert into the boolean. So whatever the output we will get from the get metadata, whether the file is exist or not, so this will give me true and the false value. So if it is become true, then what is the condition you want to use? If it is true, then I want to update my variable. Whatever the default value was false, right? I want to update as a true. So I'll use a file exists. This value I will make it as a true. So that is the condition I have mentioned. I'll go back to until activity. So if it is true, then set variable I am updating. If it is a false, so I am updating set variable as a false only. So I'll click on the set variable. If the file is not exist, then it will become a false only. So what I have done till now, let's try to understand. So I have created one variable file exists, and by default I am passing the file is not exist, means value is false. I am using until activity. This until activity will keep on running until this particular condition is satisfied, whatever the variable we have created, right? And by default it is a false, by default value is false. So until this value become a true, my pipeline will keep on executing. So what actually I am checking, I am first checking whether my file is available into the storage account or not. That is my use case. So I am using a get metadata activity, and I am using a exist condition. So exist will tell me like whether the file is exist or not. If the value is true, then I am passing into the if condition. So here whatever the output of the get metadata we are getting, right, that value we are passing. And if it is a true, then the whatever the variable, right, that we are updating as a true. If it is false, then it will become a false. So until this value become a true, my pipeline will keep on executing. That is the use case of the until activity. Let me debug and let me show you. As of now, no file is available, means my pipeline should keep on executing for the 2 minutes. Let's see. You can see get metadata 1 output is false because no file is available as of now, right? If it is false, but my until activity is a keep on running. You can see here. You can see my pipeline is keep on running for the longer time. It will run for the 2 minutes because file is not available as of now, and it is a keep on running, and it is trying to execute the get metadata, set variable, if condition. So this pipeline is keep on running because as of now no file is available. So let's wait when actually it will get stopped, because we have mentioned the time period of the 2 minutes. So it will keep on running for the 2 minutes, and after that it will get stopped. So as of now, what I will do, I will just manually cancel it, and after that what I will do, in input container I will try to upload one file, employee1.csv file. Let's try to import this particular file. I am importing, uploading. Now go to the data factory. Now let's try to debug. In this case, my value will become true, and the pipeline will exist on that time only. You can see it is succeed. Get metadata 1, it is a true. if condition set variable, it value become true, right? After that it will be executed successfully. When it was not true, then it was keep on executing because we are using a until activity. So that is the use case. Try to do a practical and try to practice 2 to 3 times because we are using a multiple service here, right? Get meta, if condition, until activity and all. So try to do a practice and try to revise this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the web activity in Azure Data Factory. So with practical and with example, we'll try to understand how actually we can use a web activity in Azure Data Factory. So web activity is generally used for the REST API call. So web activity can use to call a custom REST API from a Azure Data Factory itself. So if you have a REST API, if you are dealing with the REST API and through which actually you want to call your data, then you can use a web activity for that. You can also pass the data send and the link service to a consume and access by the activity. Like in a data set, whatever the data set we create, right, and whatever the link service we create, as a body part, if you will see the body part, generally you will get a JSON, and this particular JSON, if you have to pass into the REST API, that also is possible through a web activity only. So for example, let's do a practical. With the practical only we'll get a better idea. So what I have done, I have one of the website dummy.restapi example.com. In this you can get a dummy REST API call. So let me open and let me show you. So I have opened dummy.restapi example.com. If you'll see here, we have a few public APIs are available, like employee. You can see method is a get and the type is a JSON, and this is the particular URL you can see. Now if I will open this through a get method, I am able to get all the employee data information. Similarly, we have a employee ID. This will give a get a single employee data. If you want to get a single employee data, you can use this. If we have a post method also, if you want to create a new data into the particular employee table, now if you will click, we have to post that method. Because we have to post that method, then you have to use a post method. Similarly, we have a put delete. So these are the method which is available in a REST API that actually we can use that. So what actually I will do, I'll open my Azure Data Factory. So I have opened my Azure Data Factory. I'll go to the pipeline. I'll click on the new pipeline. I'll go to the general option, and here you will see the web activities available. So just drag it. Once you will drag the web activity, you will get three options: general, setting, and the user property. So general section, you can mention the name, description, what is the activity, timeout, retry as usual. But I'll go with the setting. In this setting, we have to pass the get employee data URL. So this is the particular URL, right, which we are going to pass into the URL section. So here first it will ask to pass the URL, whatever the data you want to get. So I want to get this particular URL. What is the method? So I want to call the data. So for that I will use a get method, and after that you will see option for the authentication. So generally you will be having an REST API case multiple option, like if you select the basic, it will ask the username and the password. Similarly for the system manager identity, for that the resource you have to pass. Like that we have a multiple, like client certificate, service principal. So these are the things we have to pass, but as of now I'm going with a by default. Now if you click on the advanced section, in the advanced section the integration runtime you have to select, and whatever the timeout if you want to mention, that also you can do. And if you want to also paste the data set and the link service, that also you can do. So as of now I'm not going to do that. So only the URL and the method I have passed. What I will do, I'll just publish it. Click on the publish and we'll try to run, and we'll see whether we are able to get the employee data or not. So it is publishing. Let's wait it to be completed. Once it will complete, then we'll try to trigger it from here. So generally for any REST API calls and all, we can use a web activity. So you can see publish is completed. Click on that trigger. Click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Now go to the monitor option. In the monitor option, if you will refresh, your pipeline should start running. You can see it is completed also. If I refresh, it's completed also. Click on the pipeline, and here you can see what is your input. So click here, Input is the method, and the get method we are calling through a particular URL. And what is the output we are getting? If you select this, you can see all the data we are getting: ID, ID2, employee name, age, image, everything we are getting. So like that we can get a call from a particular through a web activity. Any REST API call we can do. Here we also get an option like to pass a data set and link service. So whenever you will create any data set, so by default, if you will go to the body part, that will be in the form of the JSON. Even this pipeline, if you will see the body here, so this is nothing but a JSON format. So similarly, whatever the data set we create, whatever the link service we create, that will be in the form of the JSON only. And that also, if you want to pass through a web activity in any REST API call, that also we can do through a web activity. But I haven't worked on that. That is not important. But just for the knowledge purpose, you have to remember, if you have to pass any data set and link service, that also you can do through a web activity. And if you have to also perform the post method, then the post method you can select here. Whatever the post URL first you have to pass. Suppose here, if you will see, this is the particular post URL, right? So I just copy this. I just have to paste this, and in a body you have to pass what actually you want to add. If you want to add a new record, right? So for that, all the information whatever you have to pass, you have to write into the body itself. This particular example is not available, but whenever you will do a post request, then you have to pass some value, right? So that value actually you can pass under the JSON body, and you can pass the particular employee, like the employee ID, whatever the info you want to add, right? So through a post method you have to pass into the body, and the same process you have to follow. So I hope you got the idea. That's it. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about the fail activity in Azure Data Factory. So first we will understand when actually we use a fail activity, and then we have one of the practical scenario. Based on that, we'll try to understand the fail activity in Azure Data Factory, and we'll try to understand in depth. So let us start with that. So fail activity, when actually we use a fail activity, when you want to throw an error in a pipeline intentionally. So suppose you have a pipeline, and based on the certain condition, what actually you want to throw an error. Like if this particular condition is satisfied, then I want to throw an error. If this particular condition is there, then I want to do a copy activity. If you have a requirement like that, then to throw an error, what actually we can use a fail activity. So that kind of the use case we have. Whenever you want to throw an error based on the certain condition, you can use a fail activity. I have one of the interesting example. Based on that, we'll get a better idea. So suppose I have one of the storage account. In this storage account, I have a one container. In this particular container, I am getting a data. My file name is employee1, and my file name is employee2. And also I have some other files are also coming into this file. Now what actually I want to do, whenever my file name contains the employee1, what actually I want to do, I want to copy this data and I want to put into the employee container. I want to take the data from this particular storage account, and I want to copy this data into a employee container, and I want to move that. Similarly, if the file name contains the employee2, then my case2 statement will run, and it will perform a copy data activity, and it will try to store my data into the employee container. If my file contain any other name other than this employee1 and employee2, suppose department file is there. Now in this case, what actually I want to do, I want to throw an error. So what actually it will happen, it will go into the default case, and it will throw an error like file doesn't contain the employee data. So like that. So intentionally, if you want to make failure of your pipelines, and then what actually you can use a fail activity. So that is the scenario we are going to use. So in switch activity, we have already discussed, we can have a multiple case statement, and based on that you can have a multiple activities. So this is the practical we are going to do. So let me show you. So I have a this input container. I have created one input container. If you will see, I have a multiple files, employee1 and the employee2, employee1.csv, employee2.csv. I'll create one more container name as a employee, and in this employee container I will try to move that data if the particular file is there. Okay, now what I will do, I'll go to the data factory. So I open my Azure Data Factory. What I will do, I'll create a pipeline. We are going to do perform a switch activity here. So what I will do, I will have a certain condition. So I'll go to the activity. In this activity, what I will pass the file name. So we'll create one parameter. So click on the outside, new. You can give the file name, something, and this file name actually we are going to check in the condition. So file names, if the particular file name condition satisfy, and if the file name contains employee1.csv, then we'll perform a copy activity like that. So I'll add a catch statement. So if the file name contains employee1.csv, then what I will do, I'll perform a copy activity. So in this, if the file name contains employee1, then I'll perform a copy data activity. And what this copy data activity will do, it will take a data. So I'll create one data set, CSV file, select a link service. I already created a link service. What it will do, it will take a data from a input container employee1.csv, and it should copy into the sink location. So this is the particular source we have selected. Click on the sink. We'll create a new blob storage data set. And what actually we'll do, we'll try to copy into the another container, and the container name is the employee container. Link service we will select. Where you want to copy, I want to copy into the employee container, so that I will do. This all the process we have already done in a previous video also. So I have created a source and the sink. So again I will go to the switch activity. So if the file name contains the employee1, then it will perform a copy data. Similarly, you can add another case if the file name contains the employee2. In this case also, what actually it will do, it will perform a copy data. But in this case, it will take a data from a employee2 file and it will copy. So if it is a employee2, perform a copy data. Click on this. Source you can select. So what I will do, I'll create a new data set here. Blob storage. You can do parameterize also here. And what I will do, if it is contain the employee2, then I want to take this employee2 file, employee2.csv, and I want to copy into the employee container. So sync will be the same for both, right? So I will just use the whatever I created previously. Now if I'll go to the here my switch activity. Now switch activity, if I'll show you, I have given a condition like, so in switch activity I have a default, I have a employee1 and employee2 case. So in the case of the employee1, what actually will happen, it will happen the copy data, employee2 also it will happen. If it is contained other than the employee1 and employee2, then the default should happen. In this case, what will happen, I'll add the failware activity. So what I will do, I'll add the activity of the fail. So this activity will do, go to the setting, it contains the three general setting and user property. Go to the setting, what is the error? So unknown file you can give, any failure message if you want to have, you can get that, and error code I am adding the 101. So this is one I have added. Now if I'll go to the pipeline, now let's try to debug it. If I'll click on the debug, first it will ask the file name. So I'll give the name as a employee1. Click on the OK. Click on the debug. You can see the copy data happened and the file should be available into the employee container, the employee1 file, because we have done that. Now suppose if I am running, if I am again debugging, if we have another file, suppose department file. Now if I'll click on the OK, in this case the error should be happened. Click on the debug. Not yet started. You can see switch activity failure. You can see the failure message is unknown file, whatever we have configured, and error code is 101. And here you can see the failure activity failed because the inner activity itself failed. Because of the fail one, because we have a different file, this both got failed, and we'll get a error message whatever we have mentioned. And this error message you can configure with email, and you can have in your email ID. So whenever this kind of the things are happening, you will get an email, and from there actually you can monitor it. So if you have to intentionally fail your pipeline, you can use a fail activity. And that's it in this video. I hope you got it. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to see about the script activity in Azure Data Factory. So first we will try to understand when actually we had to use a script activity in Azure Data Factory, and then we have one of the scenario based on the practical example. We'll try to understand the script activity scenario. Okay, so let us start with. So when actually we had to use a script activity, with the help of the script activity, we can perform any DML and the DDL operation. So what is DML and the DDL operation? DML statement like any insert command, any update command, delete command, select command which we use in a SQL, right? So these are all the kind of the operation you can do with the help of the script activity. DDL statement like if you have to create, alter or drop any of the database manager, to create, modify, to remove a database object, you can use a script activity. Means any kind of the operation which we perform in a SQL, right? DML and the DDL. So that kind of the complex script actually you can write in a script activity itself, and that actually you can execute. So this support in the following data source. It support for the Azure SQL database, Azure Synapse Analytics. It support for the SQL Server database, and Oracle and the Snowflake database. It actually supports. So if you have any data source related to the Azure SQL database, Synapse Analytics, SQL Server, Oracle and Snowflake, then you can use a script activity, and you can write any DML and the DDL operation. So let me open my Azure Data Factory. So I have created one Azure SQL database. In the table, if you will see, I have a multiple tables are available, like the product table, sales table and all. So if I'll show you, select star from sales table, sales LT address table, let's take. If I'll run this, I am able to read that. Now how actually I can perform this same operation through a script activity. So I'll open my Azure Data Factory, go to the author, click on the pipeline, click on the new pipeline, go to the general, and here only you will see the script. Just use that. Now here you will get a three option: general, setting and user property. General, the basic description, you can mention the name, description, timeout, retry and all. Go to the setting. First we have to create a link service. So our link service is SQL database. I'll select that, and after that we have to pass the subscription, we have to pass our server name, we have to pass our database name and username and the password. Let me give username and the password. And after that it is asking the encrypt. This all is not necessary as of now. I'll just click on the create. Now my link service is now ready. So now you can see script. It is asking me to write a script. So we can write any kind of the script here. So suppose I will write the same script which I have written here. Select star from the sales lt dot address. So let me write this. Select star from the sales lt address. If you have any parameter, that also you can pass. And after that what we have to do, we also have advanced option. In the advanced option, the execution timeout, the enable, the logging, these are the things are available. Now once you have written the script, let's try to debug now. I started debugging, it is running now, so let's wait. You can see it is completed, succeed. If I'll show you, so you can see row count is the 450, and it is able to read all my file like address ID one by one, all the column and all the rows. Actually it is showing me like all the address related details with what we have. So similarly, suppose if you have to write, I'll show you another example. Suppose I also want to see the customer data. So what I will write, select star from dot customer. So we have a customer, right? Sales lt dot customer. If I'll execute both the things will be shown here, right? So let's try to see in data factory, if I'll write both the things, sales lt dot address and the customer, whether I am able to read both the things or not together. So if I'll click on the debug now, let's see whether we are able to read the address as well customer table or not with the help of the script activity. So I clicked on the debug. Now it is succeed. Now if I'll show you, you can see we have a row count of the 450, result set count is 2, and here you will see all the related with customer as well as the address also. address also means any kind of the DDL and the DML operation, whatever the complex query, anything you have, you can write into the query itself. And suppose you have any of the store procedure that actually you are writing and you are passing a parameter, so that parameter also you can call here. You can add a parameter and you can pass whatever the parameter value you have there, and you can pass the value and that will be executed. So if you have any of the store procedure and the parameter is there, so that parameter actually you can pass and you can execute that. So try to do this practical by your own. Try to use any of the store procedure and the parameter pass and try to see whether you are getting a result or not. Similarly, in the bottom, if you go to the advanced option, in the advanced option we get a two option. You will get a option like this: script block execution timer. Then second is the enable login. So if you click on the enable login, so here you will get a two option: activity output and the external storage. So this, when you will click on the external storage, suppose whatever the output you are getting, that actually you want to store somewhere. So with the help of the external storage, first you have to link service you have to create, and you can store that activity output. Suppose any print statement is there and that actually you wanted to output, then you can use the activity output. So external storage, whenever you want to store somewhere your output, then you can use that. So for that, first you have to create a link service, and after that you have to pass the particular location where actually you want to store, and that particular location it will get stored. So I hope you got the idea. That's it. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the exist transformation in Azure Data Factory. First we will try to understand how exist transformation works in Azure Data Factory, and then with practical we'll try to understand exist transformation. So let us understand exist transformation. It is a row filtering transformation that check whether your data exists in another source or stream or not. For taking example, suppose you have a two data set. One is the this particular data set, second is this particular data set. Now you want to check, suppose here we have id column, here also we have a id column. Now you want to check whether this particular id exists into this particular file or not. If it is exist, then you want to have a record. If it is not exist, then you want to filter a record, that you want to remove that particular record. So in this case, what actually you can use a exist transformation. So with the help of the exist transformation, you can check exist condition also and not exist condition both. In the case of the exist condition, what will happen, you will check whether the particular file is available into whether the particular record is present into the another file or not. If it is present, then you will take that record. In the case of the not exist, what actually will happen, you will check whether this particular column is not exist into the another column. If it is not exist, then you want to take a record, otherwise you will filter. So both the condition you can check. So it is similar to the SQL also. In a SQL also we use exist and not exist condition, right? So similar to that, here also we can use exist and not exist condition, and we can perform through a exist transformation. So in a SQL, if you'll see, we check, right, select column from a table name where exist, select column from another table name where condition. So if particular column is exist into the another table or not, that kind of the condition we put, right? So similarly here also we can do the same. So let's do a practical, let's understand. So I have created one storage account. In this storage account I have input container. If you will see, I have a two file. One is the employee file. If I'll show you employee file, in an employee file I have a employee id column, name, salary, address, location and email. All the employee id column is available here. Now I also have a department. In a department, if you will see, I have a only user, department and destination, and you can see a user, that is a id, only 1 to 3 is available. So I want to have a record only for the user 1 to 3. But in employee CSV you can see, right, we have a multiple employee id column is available 1 2 3 4 5 6. But I want to check whether the in a department the particular id is present into the employee or not. If these three are present into the employee, then only I want to have a record, otherwise I will filter out. So I will put a exist condition where I will check from a department file whatever the user id column is there, whether if it is exist in employee1.csv, then only I want to take a record. So that kind of condition I will put. So I'll open my data factory. Now I open my data factory. So exist transformation comes under the data flow. So click on the data flow, click on the new data flow, and first we will add a source. So I'll click on the source. We'll create a data set. Our what is our data set? It is available in a blob storage. So I'll select the CSV file. I'll select that. A link service I have already created, so I'll select that. If you haven't created, what actually you can do, click here, click on the new, give your subscription, give your storage account, and then click on the create. After that your new link service will be created for the blob storage. After that give the file path. It is in input. My first file is employee1.csv. Click on the OK, click on the OK. My first source is ready. Here you can see 6 columns is available. I'll add the second source, blob storage, continue, delimited text. I will select the same link service whatever I have created, and the file path. So I will select the department file. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now if I'll show you in the source one, I'll go to the data preview. If you want to use the data preview, first you have to on the data flow debug. After that you will be able to see. Now you can see in this particular employee file I have a multiple employee IDs are present, 1 2 3 4 5 6 and all. But what actually I only want to have only those employee ID which is present into the my department table, and in department only 1 2 3 is present, so I only want to take that. So how actually I can use how can I filter that? With the help of the exist. So I will use click on the plus, go to the exist. So first it will ask to give the name. So exist one, this is the name we have given, and after that it is asking the left stream. So left stream is the source 1 file. What is the right stream? Right stream is the source 2. Now here you can see we have a exist and doesn't exist in both the conditions, so we are going with the exist. Now what I will check in a left stream, employee ID. So in a left stream employee ID, and in the right stream user column. So whatever the employee ID is, so what I am checking, whatever from a department table, whatever the user ID, if it is present into the employee ID, then only I will take. So for that, that is the condition I am giving here. Now if I'll go to the data preview, now from employee table I should only get the whatever the employee ID which is present into the department table. You can see 1 2 3 because 1 2 3 only was present. So because in my source one multiple duplicate record was there, that's why it is coming multiple times. But only it is coming 1 2 3 1 2 3 because it is present into the second source. Now after that you can add a sync, and in a sync you can add a data set where you want to store. I want to store into the blob storage, CSV file, a link service, output folder. Click on the OK. Go to the setting. In a setting, if you want to give any name, that actually you can give, like I want to give output to a single file. So what is the name you want to give? Exist file something I can give, and click on the set a single partition. And now after that, once you will run your pipeline, so you can see we have given output to a single file and optimize single partition. And after that, what you have to do, you have to create a new pipeline and just drag it. Click on the publish all, publish, and after that, once you will run your pipeline, the data should be available into the output location. Publish is completed. Click on the add trigger, trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor. You can see it is succeed now. If I'll go to the my storage account, output file, Now you can see exist file. This is the file name we have given, right? That file is available, and if I'll show you, only 123 is present. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see about the conditional split transformation in Azure Data Factory. First we will understand when we have to use a conditional split transformation, and then with practical we'll try to see how actually we can use in Azure Data Factory. So let us start with that. So conditional split transformation, it is similar to the case statement which we use in a programming language. So in a case statement, what actually we use a certain condition, and based on that certain condition we try to divide our row into a based on the certain condition. For taking example, suppose you have a address location. Suppose this address you have a India, suppose you have a US, suppose you have a UK data. Now what actually you want to write a certain condition. If India is there, then you want to put 1. If US is there, then you want to put 2. If UK is there, then you want to put 3. So how actually we can achieve this? So in a programming language we use a case statement, and based on this particular data we try to write certain condition, and based on that we try to derive a new value. Similarly here also, to do that we can use a conditional split transformation. Let's take one example, and with that example it will be more clear. So suppose I have one of the storage account. In this storage account I have all the employee information. What is employee ID, name, location, everything is there. So suppose we have a ID and the location of the all the employed, whether they are belong to the India, whether they are belong to the US, whether they are belong to the UK. All the employee information I have in a single file. Now what I want to split that. What actually I want, whatever the India employee information we have, that should flow into the separate container. Whatever the US employee information we have, that should flow into the second container, and whatever the UK employee information we have, that should available into the separate container in a separate file. So how actually we can achieve this? So this actually we can achieve with the help of the conditional split. So what we will write a certain condition based on the location. So if the location is India, then it should flow into this particular container. If it is a UK, then it should flow into this US location. If it is a UK, then it should flow into the this particular location. So that is the practical we are going to do. So we have ID, location, and we will write conditional split transformation, and we'll try to divide India data into a separate container, US data into separate container, UK data into a separate container. So that is the practical we are going to do. So I will show you. This is my storage account. So I have an input container. In input container I have a employee information. This is the employee location file we have. So if I'll show you file, so this is the CSV file. So you can see we have employee ID, name, salary, and the address. India, US, India, US, UK, UK. So 3 location we have, and now I want to separate it out. If India, then it should flow into the India container. If it is a US, then it should flow into the US container. If it is a UK, then it should flow into the UK container. You can see I have also have a UK employee container, US employee container, India employee container. Here only it should save. As of now, no file is available here. So now let's do a practical. So I'll go to the my data factory. So this conditional split transformation comes under the data flow. So we'll create a data flow. Click on the new data flow. Click on the add source. First we'll see to add a source. So what we will do, first we'll create a data set. So where actually our file is. So our file is available in a blob storage. So we'll create a data set for that. It is in CSV format. So we'll select that. We'll create a link service so that we will be able to access over the storage file, right, which is available in storage location. So I'll pass the storage account name, Azure subscription. I'll just click on the create. Now after that we will see, we will pass the file location path. Now in file path, where actually our file is available, it is available into this input container. So I'll select that. So I have given the file path. I have selected this particular file. First row as header, click on the OK. Now our source is now ready. If you want to preview, click on the data preview, and you have to open the data flow debug, and you will be able to preview your data. So that is how you have to debug. So that is the thing you have to remember. As of now it is rotating, that's why it's not coming. Once it will complete, you will be able to preview your data. Now what we are going to do, we are going to split our data, right? So what we will do, click on the plus. You can see we have a conditional split. So we'll click on the conditional split. Now here we can write a multiple condition. Now here you can see conditional split setting. So you have to give the stream name, split on the first matching condition, all matching condition. So here Here you can see split on. So we have two options, first matching condition, second is the all matching condition, whether the first matching condition should be satisfied or all matching conditions should be satisfied. So I am clicking on the all matching condition, and here you can write a multiple case statement. So add conditional stream, like that you can add a multiple. Now what actually I want to do, I want to divide my employee India. So what I will write, I will just write a India. You can give any name here, stream name. Now here you have to write a condition. So what you can do, you can double click here into the any, this will open. Now what we will use, we will use a equal expression. So what I will use, equals, you can try first expression and the second expression. So in our file, if you will see in a input file, we have a location column, right? That particular column we will try to check whether it contain the India or not. So you can see we have a address column. So what I will write, equal address, address should be India. So I will pass India. If it is equal, then it should go into the employee condition. I'll click on the save and finish. If it is address is India, then it will flow into the India, and I will write USA. I will write the same condition. What I will write, equal, I will write address, address should be US. So if I'll show you in my file, it is a USA. So I'll write a USA. I'll click on the save and finish. Similarly, I want to add one more condition. So what I will do, I'll click on the plus, add a conditional stream, and here I can write a one for the UK. And here also I will write the same condition, equals. Equals will match whether it is equal to that particular condition or not, whether address is equal to UK or not. Click on the save and finish. Now if you want to preview your data, what you have to do, you have to click on the data preview. Click on the refresh. Once you will refresh, you should be able to preview your data. So you can see from the source one, whatever the file we had, we are trying to divide into the multiple file from India, US and the UK. Let's see whether it is working or not. So in India file only it should flow, India data it should flow. From USA data it should flow. From UK data only it should flow. Now you can see, so output stream you can see we have a India, US and UK. So in India you can see we are getting employee ID 1 and 3 which is belong to India. So if I'll show you, ID 1 it belong to India and ID 3 belong to the India. So USA is belong to the 2 and the 4. So let's see whether 2 and 4 is coming into the USA or not. Click on the USA. You can see 2 and 4 is flowing. Now what actually you can do, you can add a sync location here and you can particular place that file. So I'll add the sync location. So what you have to do, you have to create a sync location blob storage, and after that you have to just pass the particular location file. So you can use the same link service, and here you can pass like particular location. So the India should go into the India container, right? So I'll just pass that, I'll use that, click on the OK. Similarly for the US also you can add the sync, or you can, what actually you can do, you can do a parameterize, that will better. So same link sync you can use that for multiple purpose, otherwise you have to create a multiple data set. Here also you can add CSV file and the same link service and then the file path. So US data should go into the US. Similarly for the UK also you can add. So as of now I'm not doing, I'm just going with that. Now what I will do, I'll create a new pipeline and I will just drag this data flow. What I will do, I'll click on the publish and I'll try to run the pipeline. You can see publish is completed. Now click on that trigger and trigger now. Click on the OK. Go to the monitor. Your pipeline should start running. Let's wait it to be completed. You can see it is succeed now. If I'll go to the particular location, the blob storage location. So in India employee, only India employee file should be available. So I forgot to add in a single partition. Click on the edit. If you will see, only India file is available into this India container. Similarly for the US and UK. So I hope you got it, how actually we can use the conditional split transformation. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the pivot transformation. First we will understand how pivot transformation works, and then with practical example in a data factory we will see how actually we can use a pivot transformation. So we use a pivot transformation to create a multiple column from the unique row values of a single column. For taking example, suppose you have a one of the column name is a country. In this country column, you have a value like India, you have a value like USA, you have a value like UK. Now what actually you want, this is the unique rows, right? Unique rows value. Now what actually you want to create a column with the unique rows value. Now how actually we can do, I can use a pivot transformation and I can create a multiple column, one column for the India, one column for the USA, one column for the UK. I will only take the unique value. You can see India is 2 times, but only I will take a unique rows value, and with that rows value I will try to create a column, like a from a row to the column conversion we are doing that. Actually you have to understand, pivot is a aggregation transformation where you select a group by column also and generate a pivot column using a aggregate function. So here we also have to use a group by and the aggregate function that you have to remember. So let's take one example, and with that example let's try to understand usually what kind of the scenario you will get to use a pivot transformation. In this example you can see I have a one of the data. In this data I have a employee ID, I have a department, I have a country, and I have all the employee ID information, I have all the department related information, I have also have all the country information also. Now my requirement is like I want to get the output like this, like department IT where I have a from India I have a 2 employee, from the USA I have a 1 employee, from a department cell I have from India only I have a 1 employee, and from a USA I have a 0 employee. So this is the output I want. So how actually I can achieve, so this India and the USA, right, that is coming into the country. So whatever the unique value which is coming into the country column, what actually I am doing, I am trying to convert into a column. So suppose in a country column if I am getting India and the USA, this is the unique value that actually I am converting into the column, and I am creating a India and a USA column. Suppose here also we are getting a UK, then one more column will get created UK, and there also we have to do a count. Here you can say we had to use a group by column. I am using a group by department, and also we had to use aggregate function. So here I am counting the count of the employee ID. It means what is the count of the employee ID. So if you will write a SQL query, the SQL query will look like this: select count of distinct ID, and we had to group by the department from a table, and we had to group by department. This is the query we will write, right, in a SQL. So what actually we are doing, we are grouping based on the department, and what actually we are counting count of the ID, which is the 2 and 1. In India you can see we have a 2 employee, right, this is the employee and this is the employee, means total we have a 2 employee. In a USA, in a IT department, we only have 1 employee, so that is why 1. So similarly here if you have to achieve this result, we use a pivot transformation. So here also we get an option like to use a group by function, to use a aggregate function. Let's take another example. So what is the practical we are going to do, let's try to understand. So I have this particular data. In this data you can see I have an employee ID, I have a department name, I have a department ID, I have a name, I have a country. Now what actually output I want, output like I want based on the each department ID, how many employee belongs to the India, how many employee belong to USA, how many employee belong to the UK. That is the output actually I want from this particular data set. So what I will do, I will do a group by based on the department ID, and what I will do, I will pivot this country column into a multiple column based on the unique values into this country column. I'll create a column for that, like for India, and I will try to count like how many employee are there. So count of employee ID I will do. So that is practical we are going to do. So what I will do, let me open. So I will show you, this is storage account which I have created. In this storage account I have an input column. If I'll show you, in this input column, this is the data set I have. You can see I have an employee ID, department name, department ID, name, and the country, and we want to pivot this country, right? So I'll open my Azure Data Factory. So pivot transformation will come under the data flow only. So we'll click on the new data flow, click on the add a source. First we will create a data set like usual. So our data is available in a blob storage, so I'll select that. It is in a CSV format, so I'll select that. We'll create a link service. Here we will select the subscription. Here we will select the storage account, and I'll just click on the create. Now after that we have to select the file path where actually file is available. My file is available in input folder. This is the particular file which I have. I'll just select, I'll click on the OK. Now my data set is now ready. If you want to preview, go to the data preview, but you have to first on this validate button. So it's already on. Click on the refresh. Now you will be able to preview your data. You can see column, total column is 15, because it is also treating some more column which is a blank also, that is why it is showing the 15 column. You can see prop 1, prop 2, something like that, but I am able to read my data as of now, right? Now after that what we will do, we will try to use which particular transformation. We are going to see about the pivot transformation. So I'll click on the plus and go to the pivot transformation. In this pivot transformation, bottom you can see what are the things we had to do. We had to use a group by, right? So based on which particular ID you want to group. I want to group based on the department ID, so I'll select that. Go to the pivot key. In the pivot key, which particular column you want to pivot. So in this case, I want to pivot this country column, right? So based on this unique value of the country, I want to create a multiple column. So I'll select that. So I will select here the country column which I want to pivot. And the bottom you will get a value that is optional, so don't put any value. By default it will take whatever the unique value will be there. Based on that it will automatically create that pivot column. In this column we have to use a expression, whatever the group by, whatever the aggregate we want to do, right? So what I will do, I'll click on here. I'll try to write expression. What is the expression I will write? Expression I will write count of which particular employee ID I want to count. Save and finish. Now after that if you'll click on the preview, let's see whether it's working fine or not. You can see I am getting a department ID. The India, for the department ID we have a one employee. For UK also we have one employee. In USA we don't have any employee. For department ID 2 we have a two employee from India. So our values are getting properly. This is what actually the output we wanted, right? So what we have done, from the unique value of rows we have converted into a column, like, and you can see the India, UK, USA, this is the column also got created. And after that you just have to create a sink, and there actually you have to run, then finally your data will get stored. So I'll click on the sink. Here you can create a data set where you want to store. So I want to store in as a CSV format only. Where I want to store, I want to store into the location of the output. This is the output location where I want to store. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. After that we have to create a new pipeline, and this data flow we will just try to drag this. After that click on the publish all. You can see publish, and there is no error. Once the publish will complete, we'll just try to trigger it, and our file should get saved there. But one thing you have to remember, go to the data flow whenever you are saving, right? In a go to the optimize, you can see use current partition. So always use a single partition. Also in a single file only it will get saved. If you want to multiple partition you want to set, that you can use, but a single partition as of now I want to save, so I'll use a single partition. Again I'll try to publish. Click on the publish. Publish is completed. Click on the add trigger. Click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. You can see it is succeed now. So I'll go to the storage account. In this storage account output folder, here the file should get saved, and this is the file which got saved. And if I'll go to the edit, I can preview that. So this is what I am getting the output. Means my pipeline is working fine. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have understand about the pivot transformation. In this video we are going to discuss about the unpivot transformation, and this both the transformation are opposite to each other. In the case of the pivot transformation, what actually we were doing, suppose you have a ID, suppose you have a country column. In this country column you are getting a unique value. Suppose you have given a India, suppose you are giving the USA, and suppose you are giving a UK. Now if your requirement is like, if you want to convert these row values into a column, like you want to have a ID, you want to have a one India column, you want to have one USA column, you want to have a UK column, based on these unique values, if you want to convert these row values into a column, then you are using a pivot transformation. And in the case of the unpivot, we do a opposite. Suppose if you have a value like this, suppose you have ID is given, India, USA, UK is given. Now if you want to convert this value into a row, then you will use a unpivot transformation. Let's take one example. Suppose I have given one value. I have a given ID 1 2. I have a department, engineering department, sales department. I have a from a USA, I have a 10 employee who are from a engineering department. I have a 5 employee who are from the sales department in a USA. In India, I have a 20 employee who are from the engineering department. I have a 10 employee who are from the sales department. Now you can see the USA and the India, these are a unique columns. Now if my requirement is like I want to convert this value into a row. For taking example, I want output like this. I want to have one separate column as a country. In this country column only I will try to have a value for the USA and India, and whatever the count we have for that we will store into the employee count. So what is the output actually I want? I want to have one ID. I want to have a department as usual what we have. This USA and India, I want to create one new column country, and in this value only we will try to store the USA and India whatever the value we have in a employee count. So for the ID1 engineering from USA we have a 10 employee. From ID1 engineering from India I have a 20 employee. So I will get a total 4 rows because we are converting this column value into the row value. So this is the output we want. Then in this case actually we will use an unpivot transformation. So you have to remember in the case of the pivot, if you have to convert rows into a column, then you will use a pivot transformation. But in the case of the unpivot, if you have to convert column into a row, then you will use a unpivot transformation. You can see like this column we are converting into the row, so that only you have to remember. Now let's do a practical. So I have one of the example. Let me show you the data set first. So this is the data set I have. I have ID department India and USA, and what is the output I want? ID department, as well as I will create one country column where I will store this India and USA and corresponding value into the employee count. So that is the practical we are going to do. So I have created one storage account. In this storage account I have a unpivot.csv, this particular file I have created, and if I'll show you, this is what my file looks like. Now let's see in data factory how actually we can do that. So this also comes under the data flow. Click on the new data flow. First we will add a source. So first we have to create a data set. It's available in a blob storage, so I'll select that csv file, and after that we will create a link service so that we can establish a connection with a blob storage. So I'll select the subscription, I'll select a storage account, I'll click on the create, and after that we'll select the file path. So where actually our file is available, this is available in input unpivot.csv. I'll click on the OK and click on the OK. Now in this case my file is available. If you want to preview, first you have to open the data flow debug option, and in a data preview you will be able to see. As of now it is rotating, so once it will complete you will be able to preview. Now let's see how actually we can perform an unpivot transformation. So if you will click on the plus bottom, you can see you have an unpivot. So click on that. In this unpivot option we get a multiple option, ungroup by, unpivot key, unpivot column. So if you will see in our data, so first we will discuss ungroup by. So these are the value will be as it is, right? ID and department. So that actually we have to ungroup. So I will select the ID as the first column, and I will select the another column department. So these both the column will be as it is, right? So I will select the ID and department. Now second option is unpivot key. So this is the which particular new, what is the new column you want to create? I want to create one new column as a country. What is the type also we have to select? So the type will be a string only. So let's make a string, and the pivot column names as value. So whatever the column name will be there, that value only will populate in the country. So we'll select that. Now on pivot column, in this case we are going to create employee count, because whatever the value is here, if you will see this 10 5 5 and 10, for that we are creating a one column employee count, and there we will store. So for that I am using a this column, unpivoted column, employee count, and the value I am putting as a string only. Now let's see how actually we are getting a proper value or not. So it's still rotating, so let's wait it to be completed. Now you can see this is the output we are getting. So we have created a new column as a country, and this is the employee count actually we are storing. So if you will see, this was our input ID department. We have created a new column name as a country, and there we are storing India and USA value and employee count. These are the value we are storing. So it's very simple step. The first step is like ungroup by. So whatever the value you want to keep as it is, you can mention in ungroup. Whatever the new column you want to create, that you have to mention into this unpivot key, and the last one, whatever the aggregate value you want to store it, so that actually you have to use into the unpivot column. After that, you just have to add your sync, and you just have to copy your data. So suppose I want to copy into the output location, so I'll create one data set as a CSV file. I'll use the same link service, and I will try to store into this output location. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. After that, go to the optimize. Use a single partition. Click on the new pipeline. Just drag your data flow debug, and after that you have to click on the publish all. Once the publish will complete, you just have to trigger, and then that file will get stored into your output location. So that is the process only we have to follow. Now my publish is completed. I will just click on that trigger. Click on the trigger now. Click on the OK. Now I'll go to the monitor option, and here my pipeline is running. Once it will complete, we should be able to see our data. You can see it is succeed now. So we'll go to our location, storage account, into this output. You can see one file got generated. Go to the edit. You can see we have a data ID, department, country, and employee count. So I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the surrogate key transformation in Azure Data Factory. First, we will understand where we have to use a surrogate key, and then we practical will see how actually we can use a surrogate key in Azure Data Factory. We can use a surrogate key transformation to add an incremental value to each row of data. Suppose you have given one data set. Suppose in your data set your name is given. Suppose name is A, B, C, and your location is given India, US, UK. I like that data you have. Now what actually you want to add one more column, the column name as ID, and whatever the record will be there, the incremental value it will add based on the data. Suppose if a new value is coming, the automatically it will take the value as a 4 and it will insert the data. So whenever you want to increment the value in each row based on your data, you can use a surrogate key transformation. So we use a surrogate key transformation to add an incremental value to each row of data. Let's take an example, and with that example we will understand more. So if I'll show you the data, I have a storage account. In this storage account I have input container. In this input container I have this particular data available. Now if I'll show you, in this I have a ID is given, what is the department is given, what is India employee count, and what is the USA employee count, that is given. Now my requirement is like I want to add one more column, and based on the data it will automatically increment the value like 1 2. If we have a 2 record, it will take first record as a ID 1, and the second record it will take as a ID 2. If the new record is coming, then automatically it will take as a 3. So that actually we can achieve with the help of the surrogate key transformation. So how actually we can do that? So I will open my data flow. So this also comes under the data flow. Click on the new data flow. First we will add a source. So for that we have to create a data set. So I'll select the blob storage. I'll select the CSV file. I'll select the link service, new link service. I'll select the subscription. I'll select the storage account, and after that I will just click on the create. Our link service is ready. Now we will point out to our data. So I'll click on the file path, and this is the input. I have this particular file, so I'll select, click on the OK. Now if you want to preview your data, first you have to open a data flow debug option, and after that you have to, if you'll go to the data preview, you will be able to preview your data, but as of now it is rotating, right? Now let's see how actually we can use a surrogate key transformation. So you can see we have a surrogate key transformation. So select that. In this surrogate key you will get first key column. What is the column name you want to add? So let me give you the name as a employee ID, something I will give employee ID. This is the column I will create. What is the starting value? I want to start value from 1, and step value means like how much value you want to increase. I want to increment by 1. If I'll give you 2, then after 1 3 will come, then 5 will come. So what is the step value? We are giving as a 1. Now if I'll go to the data preview, if I'll refresh it, I should be able to see our data. Our new column will be added, and the value should be available. Now you can see we added new column employee ID, and the 1 and 2 is available. If you will be having a 10 record, then 1 2 3 4 5 6 it will be available. So let me give this step value as a 2. Now in this case you will see, if I refresh this, our new column will be added, but the step value will be the 2, and its starting value will be 1, and then the 3 will come. You can see employee 1 and then 3 will come. So like that, suppose you want to have a start value from the 10 and you want to increment step value by 1. In this case, if I refresh it, so it should start with a 10 and then 11 should come. So like that, actually we can modify it. You can see after 10 11 is coming. So this transformation, so generally we use a surrogate key transformation when we are designing a dimension table in a star schema analytical data model. In star schema, each member in your dimensional table require a unique key that is a non-business key. So in that kind of the scenario, generally we use a surrogate key. So if you'll see in a star schema how actually it will be, so you will be having a multiple dimension table and that will be connected, right? So so in each dimension table generally we require a unique key. So to get this unique key we can use the surrogate key transformation. So I hope you got the idea, and that's it in this video. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the Windows function in Azure Data Factory. First we will understand where actually we have to use a Windows transformation, and then with practical we'll see how actually we can perform a operation in a Azure Data Factory. So Windows function, so in a SQL also we use a Windows function, right? So it is similar to that only. So in a SQL generally we use a different Windows function. For example, rank, we also use a dense rank, we also use a lag, we also use a lead. These are the different Windows functions are available. So in a Azure Data Factory, if you have to perform a similar kind of the operation, what actually we use, we can use a Windows transformation in a Azure Data Factory. So with the help of the Windows transformation, we can perform any kind of the Windows operation like a lead, lag, entile, cumulative, rank. These are the operation generally we can perform. So where generally we use this all the Windows functions. So these are the scenario generally we use. For taking example, suppose you have given this particular data set. In this data set, if you want to find out who is the top 4 employee based on their salary, so what actually we'll do, we will use a row number or rank, and based on their salary we will assign a rank for that. We will assign a rank, who is the top employee, who is second top employee, who is third top employee, like that. Based on the Windows we will try to create one column, and this column actually we can use to find out who is the top earning employees. So in this kind of the scenario we use a Windows function for that. Similarly, if you have to perform a cumulative operation, any kind of the cumulative operation, so there actually also we use a Windows function. So how actually we write a SQL query in a SQL? So let's try to understand. So generally we perform, suppose the same kind of the operation, you have to find out the ranking. So what you will use, you use a rank, and after that we use a over clause, right? In a over clause, suppose if you have to partition or group, so in this case what we use a partition by column. Which particular column, suppose you want to partition based on the location, so you will mention the partition by location. And after that we have to sort based on the which particular column you want to show the rank. So what I will use, order by salary. I want to sort based on the salary, so I will write that. And based on the descending I want to write, so I will use the descending. And after that, from table. So this kind of the SQL query generally we use in a Azure Data Factory also. This all the operation generally you will get to see in a Windows transformation. So you will get to see like over means we use a partition for that. We use a sort. In this case we can mention we based on which particular column we want to sort, and after that we get a what kind of the operation we want to perform. We want to perform a ranking, then we can mention the rank. If you want to perform a sum of particular salary, then also you can mention the sum of salary and all. So this all the flexibility we get in a Windows function. So let's see, let's take an example. With that example we'll understand that. So I have one of the data set. This is the employee2.csv data set I have. If I'll show you, in a storage account it is available. So I have employee ID, name, salary and a location. What I will do, I want to perform based on the location what is their cumulative salary. I want to perform like based on their location what is the top 2 employee. This kind of the scenario I want. So how actually we can perform that? So I'll open my data factory. This also comes under the data flow. So I'll go to the data flow, click on the new data flow. First we will add the source. For that we will create a data set. It is available in a blob storage. So I'll select the blob storage. It is CSV file. So I'll select that. I'll create a link service to establish a connection. After that I will select the subscription. I will select the storage account. After that I will just click on the create. In this case what will happen, my source will be ready. First we have to select the file path where our file is available. So my file is available into this input container. So I will select that and I'll just click on the OK. Now my source is now ready. You can see column 4. If you want to preview, first you have to open a data flow debug option, and now if you go to the data preview you will be able to preview. As of now it is rotating. Now let's see how actually we can use a Windows transformation. So click on this plus, bottom you can see Windows, click here. In the window you will get a option. So in a SQL also we use a over clause, right? Over here, over means it is like a partition. So based on which particular column you want to partition. I want to partition based on the location. You can see we have India and we have UK. So let's partition based on the location. So I'll select the LOC. I will give the name as a LOC. So this is the name. Over means partition, which particular partition you want to over. Now after that sorting, from which particular column you want to sort. I want to sort based on the salary, so I will select the salary column, and based on the ascending or descending I want to sort based on the descending. So here also we get option to select the descending order. Range by, it is unbounded, so let it be. Go to the Windows column. Here we have to write a expression. So what is the new column you want to create? I want to create a new column as a cumulative salary something. I will write cumulative sal, and after that expression we have to write. So double click here, write sum of the salary. So based on the location what is the cumulative salary I will calculate. Sum of salary I will write, and I will click on the save and finish. You can see it is giving me error. So go to the source, check for the projection. You can see salary it is considering as a string, so we'll convert into the integer. Now if we'll go to here, go to the sum of salary, we are not getting any error. Now let's see based on each location whether we are getting a cumulative salary or not. So I'll click on the data preview. So what is the output we should get? We should get the output like based on India, based on their salary, what is the cumulative salary based on the descending order. First it will show the 20,000, then 20,000, then 20,000, 40,000, then 40,000 plus 10,000, 50,000. So like that the cumulative salary it will show for the UK. Based on the ascending order, first it will show 24,000, then 24,000 plus 17,000 it will add, then 24,000 plus 17,000 plus 5,000 it will add. So let's see whether we are getting the same output or not. Now you can see based on the UK, first it is showing the 24,000. So if I show you here in a UK location what is the maximum salary? 24,000, right? So it is showing the 24,000 plus. And after that you can say in a UK it is showing the 41,000. How actually 41,000 is coming? It is adding a 24,000 plus 7,000. So that is a nothing but a 41,000. Now after that the 5,000 is available in UK. So what actually it is doing? 24,000 plus 17,000 plus 500 it is doing, and it is showing the value 46,000. So this we call it as a cumulative sum. Means we are actually doing a sum of the all the salary based on the row wise. In India, what is the first salary, maximum salary 20,000, then it is adding a 20,000 plus 20,000 40,000, then it is adding the 40,000 plus 10,000, that is a 50,000. So like that actually it is showing. So similarly, if you have to perform a ranking, so in this case what you will do, come here, instead of the sum of salary you can write a any ranking function also. For taking example, let me write a rank. You can also perform a dense rank also. Click on here, data preview, refresh that. Now you should get the value. So it is similar to the SQL, only the same kind of the Windows operation we are performing with the help of the here. You can see in a UK what is the maximum salary. So 24,000 is maximum salary, so it is assigning a rank 1. 17,000 is second salary, then it is assigning 2. Then 5,000 is second salary, it is assigning 3. In India, what is the maximum salary? 20,000, so it is assigning 1. And because we have a 220,000, so it is assigning the same rank because we are using a rank function, and after that it is assigning a rank 3. So and similarly you can also perform a dense rank operation and all. So if you have to perform a any kind of the Windows function in a SQL, so that you can use a Windows function for that. After that we just have to add a sync location. In a Windows we are performing a ranking, right? So let's mention the rank here, rank. After that go to the sync. In the sync what we will do, we'll add a data set. And we will use the same link service. And after that we will select the path where you want to say. I want to save into the output path. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. After that go to the optimize. Use a single partition. And after that we have to create a new pipeline. Drag the data flow. Click on the publish all. And after that we will trigger it once the publish will complete. So this is the simple step we have to follow. I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. So thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the alter row transformation. First we will understand where we have to use alter row transformation, and then with practical example we'll try to understand how actually we can use it in Azure Data Factory. So let us start. Use the alter row transformation to set insert, delete, update and upsert policy on a row. So if you have given a data set on row level, if you want to perform any kind of the transformation like insert, update, delete and upsert, if this kind of the operation you want to perform on the row level, based on the row level, then you can use a alter row transformation. Let's take an example. With that example we'll get a better idea. Suppose I have one of the storage account. In this storage account I have a file in a CSV file. Now I have also maintaining one SQL DB. In this SQL DB, whatever the information we are getting, the latest information is coming into the storage account. Whatever the information we are coming, that actually we are copying into the SQL DB. Now suppose I have ID1, I have ID2, I have ID3, India, UK and USA employee. So what I have done, I have just copied a data from a storage account to the SQL DB, and in SQL DB also I have a employee table there, ID, country 1, 2, 3 is available. Now after some time what happened, suppose this ID1, this employee, he is going to USA. Now his value is becoming USA, but ID1 is already we have copied into the SQL DB, right? So in this case what actually we want to do, in this case I want whatever the ID which is already present here, I want to update that. I want to update as a USA. So ID1 which is India, so in this case I want to perform a update operation, because ID1 which is already I have copied, but later this ID1 became a US employee, right? So I need to update the table. So in this case what I will do, I will perform a update operation. So that kind of the flexibility we get in a alter row transformation. Now suppose we got a new employee. Suppose ID4, this is the new employee who actually joining. The name is ABC. Now in this case what I will do, I need to insert, because this record is not present into this DB, right? So what I will do, in this case the ID for ABC, this employee I have to insert. This is the insert operation. So either you have to perform insert, update, delete, upsert. So in that kind of the scenario we can use a alter row transformation. Suppose one more employee we have, and that he is from the Japan, he is from there. So in this case what actually I want to do, I don't want to copy. So in this case what actually I can use, I can directly use a delete operation. So whoever is from the Japan region, I don't want to take that data. So in this case you can take a delete operation. So let's take an example, and the same example we'll try to understand. So let's see how actually we can use in Azure Data Factory. So first we have to go into the data flow, click on the new data flow. Here we will see how actually we can perform a alter row transformation. So click on the source. First we have to select our data set. So I have already created a data set for the blob storage, so I'll select that. You can see source, go to the data preview. If you refresh it, you will be able to preview your data. Now after that, if you click on the plus, here you will see a alter row transformation, and that is very simple. So this is the alter row. Now here you can see first you have to pass the stream name, description, incoming stream. After that you have to assign the alter row condition. So you can see insert if, update it, delete if, upsert it. These are the condition we are getting. Update and insert is nothing but a upsert if. So suppose delete if, I am applying a delete if. So what actually I want to do, if I show you the data, this is my data what we have. In this data I don't want to take country who are from the UK employee. This data I don't want to take, that I want to delete it. So in this case what I will use, I'll assign one condition. So first delete if, this is the condition I am assigning. Select on the plus, I'll write country equal to, if the country equal to the UK, then that data I am assigning a delete condition. So that data will not take. So if I'll click on the data preview, now if I will show you, now here you can see we have a total 4 insert, 0 update, and delete is 2. You can see 5 and 6 who are from the UK, the cross is there, right? That means the delete operation is happening. That data will not take when we will try to copy. Now again what I will do, I'll click on the plus. After that I will use a update if. Suppose I want to update a data whose name is Manish, because that data I want to update. So in this case what I will use, update if, and then I can apply a condition name equal to the Manish. If I will apply this condition, in this case the update will happen. So if I'll show you data preview, if I'll refresh it, you can see now we have a 3 insert, 1 update, 2 delete. So like that you can apply a multiple delete if and update if condition, and after that you just have to add a sync location and we have to perform a copy operation. So like that if you have to perform a delete, update, insert, this kind of the operation, so with the help of the alter row operation we can do it. I hope you got the idea. That's it in this video. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to discuss about the rank transformation in Azure Data Factory. So generally we use a rank transformation to generate a order ranking based on the sorting condition. So in a SQL also, right, suppose you have given a employee ID and you have given a salary. So based on the salary, their descending order, if you want to generate a rank, so in this kind of the scenario, what actually we can use a rank transformation. So you can use a rank, and also you can use a dense rank. So it is similar to the SQL. There we have a rank and the dense rank concept, right? Here also we can apply a rank and the dense rank with the help of the rank transformation itself. Let's take an example, and with that example let's understand. So I have one of the data set. You can see alter row.csv. This is the data I have, employee ID, name, country, and the salary. So what I want to do, based on the descending order of the salary, I want to assign a rank for that. So what I will do, I'll go to the data factory. I'll click on the new data flow. In the new data flow plus I will create a source. So I already created a data set, so I'll select that. This is the text I have. If I'll show you the data, go to the data preview. If I'll refresh it, I should be able to preview my data. Now after that what we have to do, click on the plus. Here you can see we have a rank transformation. This is the rank transformation. So in the rank transformation you can see we get an option like the whether you want to have a case sensitive or if you want to have a dense rank, that's also you can select that. But first you have to assign what is the new column you want to create. I want to create a new column as a rank salary something I want to create. Based on the rank salary I want to create, and after that you have to apply a sort condition. So based on which particular condition you want to have this ranking. So based on the salary and their descending order I want to have. So I select the salary and the descending. Now if I'll click on the data preview, I should be able to get a rank based on the descending order of the salary. So you can see, but here you can see salary 5000, it is showing a rank 1, but based on the descending order we have selected, right? You can see this salary is a ABC format, this is a string format. So first we have to convert this into the integer, so that kind of the problem generally we see. So what you have to do, go to the source projection, this salary you can convert this into the integer. Now if I'll come to the rank, if you'll refresh it, now you should be able to preview data correctly. Based on the descending order of the salary, we should get a rank. You can see the highest salary is 24,000, so it assigned a rank 1, 20,000, 2, 20,000, 2, 17,000, 10,000, 5,000. So like that actually we can use a rank transformation. So I hope you got the idea. After that you just have to add a sync location and the same kind of the operation you can do that. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can handle a below error. So I was getting so many queries, like so many people are facing this kind of the issue. Dataset is using Azure SQL database link service with SQL version v2 type, which is not supported in a data flow. So if you are using any data flow, in this data flow if you are using any Azure SQL database, so after publishing you will generally get this kind of the error. So let's see how actually we can handle this kind of the issue is generally because of the version. So to handle this, what we have to do, first you have to go. So what I have done, I have created one data flow. In this data flow I have a source and the sink. In a source, if I will show you, I have a SQL database, and sink also I have a SQL database. But when I will try to publish it, I will get the same error. You can see publishing error, right side. Data set is using Azure SQL database link service with SQL version v2, which is not supported in data flow. So this is the error we are getting. Now to handle this, what actually we had to do, this handle is because of the Azure SQL database. So for that you have to create a new data set. Click on the new data set, go to the SQL database, select the SQL, Azure SQL database. This is the SQL database dataset we are using, right? We had to create a new link service. Now one link service is database 4, right? Here you can see we have a version is by default it is a recommended. If you'll go with this recommended, you will get that error. Nowadays this is a common issue we are getting. So or use this legacy one. If you use a legacy one, that particular error will get resolved. Let's see whether it's working or not. So I had to select all the DB name. I have to give the username and the password. Click on the create. So version we have to select a legacy. After that, select a table name. Select import schema none. Click on the OK. Now here we can select any table. So this address table we will see. Click on the preview. We are able to view, right? Now I will go to the data flow. Now what I will do, I will change this data set as a this particular the new one which I have created. So I will just change that. So sync one I have changed it. Source one also I will use the SQL table 4. Now if I will try to publish, I shouldn't get that error. You can see when I am publishing, I am not getting that particular error. So if you are getting that error, means what you have to do, you have to create a new link service, and there you have to select the version as a legacy version. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see how actually we can handle this particular error, import schema failed error. So this kind of the issue generally people are facing nowadays. So let me show you how actually we can handle. So whenever you are using data set as a Azure SQL database, whenever you are using Azure SQL database as a data set, so while selecting table, even though we are selecting a table, after that also we are getting a this kind of the issue like import schema failed. So let's see how actually we can handle this. So what you have to do, so I have created one data flow. Let me show you this particular error. So in a source, if I select a data set as a SQL database, so first I have to select the Azure SQL database, click on the continue link service. Let me create a new link service. So I will select a link service. So this version as a legacy we have to select, subscription we have to select, server we have to select, and the database we have to select. We have to give the username and the password. So let me give all the details. Once you will do that, click on the create. So our now link service is ready. Now if I'll click on the table, if I select the sales LT address, after that if I'll click on the OK, even though I have selected the table name, I am getting a schema import failed error. How actually we can handle this? So to handle this, you have to click on the import schema as a none first. Click on the none, click on the OK. Once you will do that, so this particular error will get resolved. Now if you'll go to that particular data set, in this data set, this is the data set we have created, right? In the data set option, you will see all your data set. Now from here you can select the particular table. So this is the table we have selected. Now click on the preview. You should be able to preview your data. So if you are using any SQL database, so import schema you have to select as none, and then this particular issue will get resolved. So while creating a data set, first import schema none you have to select. You have to come to the data set and you have to select particular table name, and after that again you will go, that particular issue will get resolved. So like that actually you have to handle. So I hope you got the idea.
Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see one of the ADF question which was asked in one of the interview. So the question is like how to count number of files which is available in a blob storage account. So I have one of the blob storage account. In this blob storage account I have a multiple files available. Now you have to tell me how many files are available into this blob storage. Why I'm doing this? Because based on the count only I want to take a decision, like if the count is greater than 5 then only I will perform a copy activity. So this is the scenario. So how actually you will get to know like how many files are available into the blob storage account. So think about the solutioning part. So let me show you how actually we can do in a ADF. So I created one blob storage account. In this blob storage account I have a multiple files available. So if I'll show you container, I created a blob storage. I have created one container, input container. In this input container, I have a multiple files. So I had to know from this data factory like how many files are available into the blob storage. How we can do that? So for that, what actually I will do? I'll create one pipeline, new pipeline. I will use a get metadata. So I will use a get metadata activity. In this get metadata activity, first I will create a data set. So file is a blob storage. So I will select the blob storage. Continue. It is a CSV file, so I'll select that. Click on the new link service, and here I will select the subscription. I will select the storage account, and I will click on the create. So I created a link service, and I will select the file path. So on which particular folder files are available. So this is the input folder where files are available. I'll select that, and I'll click on the OK. Now from the get metadata, we will get to know what are the files are available, but we don't have any option for the count. So if you will see in the field list, you will see we have a multiple option like child item will tell like what is the file name, what is the file types, and we have exist. From this option we'll get to know whether the file is exist or no. We have option for the item name, item type, what was their last modified. So these are the things are available, but there is nothing like a count which will tell me like how many files are there. So what I will use, I will use a child item as of now. Now let me debug. So from child item, what I will get here, I will get to know all the files information. So what I will do, based on this file information, I will try to derive that. So if you will see from the child item, I am getting to know what is the file name, what is the file type, name type. So these are the files which is available, but there is nothing like count how many files are there. That is information we don't have. To get that, what actually I will do, I will use one variable. I'll create one variable, set variable. So what I will use, I will use a set variable. I'll just connect it. So my approach is like whatever the input file name which is we are getting from this get metadata, I will pass into the variable, and I will find out the length of the file name. Like how many files are there, we'll get to know from the length function. So what I will do, I'll go to the setting, I'll create one variable name as a file count.
and we will select as a integer. Click on the confirm value. We will add the dynamic content. In this dynamic content, what I will do, I'll select this child items and we will find out the length. Means what is the length of this child item, whatever we are getting information, right? What is their length? So if I'll do this, now if I will debug this, from here we will get to know the count. So let's wait. So you can see from this get metadata, we are getting to know about the name, types and all, right? Now what actually we are doing, we are passing that into a variable and we are finding out the length. So it is giving me the value as a 6. Now if I'll show you how many files are there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm getting to know total 6 files is there. Now after this, what actually you can do, you can use a if condition and you can pass this variable here, and you can have some condition like if the value is greater than 5, then perform copy activity, otherwise skip it. So like that actually we can do. So I hope you got to know like how actually we can find out the count. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to see one of the scenario. So our requirement is like we had to trigger a email whenever any Azure Data Factory pipeline fails. For taking example, suppose you have a multiple pipelines. This is the pipeline 1, this is the pipeline 2, this is the pipeline 3. Like that you have built a multiple pipelines, and in real time we build a multiple data pipelines in Azure Data Factory. Now whenever you are building a pipeline, and suppose after 1 month you are working in some different project, so monitoring of this particular pipeline is also your responsibility. You have to monitor all the pipelines which you have built. So how actually you can monitor, how actually you can check like whether this pipeline is running properly 24/7 or not. So in that case, what actually we do, we generally try to trigger one email alert notification. So whenever any data pipeline fails, we will get an email, then we can go to that particular data pipeline and we can rerun and we can see the error. So that's how actually it works in a real time. So it's very much important to know about the email and alert, how actually we can set up and how actually we can monitor our data pipeline. That actually we are going to see in this particular video. So let me open my Azure Data Factory. So this is my Azure Data Factory. What actually I will do, I will just create one new pipeline. So I will create a new pipeline. In this new pipeline, let me create one set variable. So what I will do, I'll go to the setting, I'll create one variable. Variable name I will give as a file name. I will select as a string. Click on the confirm, and the value I will pass a employee. Now if I will debug, this pipeline will run. Means whenever this pipeline will run, my set variable value will give me the name as a employee. Now what actually I will do, this pipeline, let me give this as a @int 1 2 @int, and let me give 1 2 3 something. I am converting this string into a integer. Now in this case I should get error because we have already defined our variable as an integer, but we are passing as a string value. So that is not possible, right? And that is incorrect also. So in that case, what actually we will do, in this case we should get an alert whenever this pipeline is failed, because this pipeline is not correct, right? In this case we should get an email alert. So how actually we can set up an email alert? So for that, what you have to do, you have to come to the monitor. In this monitor you have to come into this alert and metrics. So what we have to do, we have to first click on this alert and metrics, click on the new alert rule. Here we have to give the alert rule name. So I can give any alert name like pipeline failure alert something name. I am giving pipeline failure alert. Severity you can select whether it is a highly important data pipeline which need to rerun. So that kind of the severity you can select. I will go with the save 0, and after that we have to select the add criteria. After that we have to select the add criteria. In this add criteria, what is the criteria, based on that you want to get an email, so that you have to select. Here we have a multiple option, but we want to get an email whenever the failed pipeline runs metrics, whenever any failure happens. But for cancellation, for other thing also, if you want to get an email, that also you can select. Click on the continue, and after that you have to select this name, right? So whether you want to have this email only for the one pipeline or for the multiple pipeline. Suppose you have a multiple pipeline, then you can select all. And after that the failure type. So I want to have for the all the failure type selection. And the condition you can see greater than 0, then we should get the trigger. So I have selected only one pipeline, right? So any pipeline which failure greater than 0, then I should get a email. So that is the criteria. Suppose you have a 3 to 4 pipeline. So if any pipeline failure happening which is greater than 0, then I should get an error. Means if one pipeline also throwing error, then I should get an email. So that is the criteria. That's why 0 we have selected. And evaluated based on the period over the last 1 minute any failure happens. So that is the criteria I am selecting, but based on your requirement you can select that. Click on the add criteria, and after that we have to configure. Click on this configure notification. So first we have to create an action group. So I will give test project something. You can give any name. Short name we have to specify. Test project I will give, and the add notification. So here you can add your notification in your email, your SMS, or through Azure app notification. So I'll go with the email. I will mention my email ID here. I'll give my email ID. In this particular email ID I should get error that I have selected. Even if you want to get your uh, email in your phone number, that also you can set up. Click on the add notification. This is what we have done. Now click on the add action group. Once you will click on the add action group, in the left side the alert rule should be configured. Now click on the create alert rule, and you can see enable rule upon creation, and that is on. So that's good. So you can see this is the alert we have set up. Now I'll go to the author. This is the variable we have created, right? So if it is showing the publish all, then you can publish it. Otherwise what actually we'll do, we'll try to trigger it. So I should get error because my pipeline is not correct, right? We have defined a string variable, but we are passing an integer. So I should get error for that. So I'll click on that trigger. Click on the trigger now. Before to that, before triggering, I'll first show you in my email. You can see this in email ID. I have got one email. This you have been added in your Azure Monitor Action group. So because I have registered my email ID, right? That's why I am getting this particular email. Now what I will do, now I will try to trigger it because this pipeline will fail, right? So in the case of the failure, I should get a email for that. So it is running. So let's wait. You can see it got failed. Now whenever it is failing, in that case we should get a alert. Now you can see I got one email alert. This is the alert I got, and here it is mentioned about the data factory name and what is the error, and we also get an option investigate, through which actually we can investigate and we can monitor our pipeline. So that kind of the alert we can set up here. So yeah, I hope you got the idea how to do a email alert setup. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about the schema import failed error which we are getting in a data flow. So let's see how actually we can solve that. The similar video also uploaded in a last video, but few people are still getting error. So let's see in a depth how actually we can solve that. So what actually we will do, we will try to create one SQL database. With that SQL database, what actually we will use, we will use a data flow option. In a data flow option, whenever we are using Azure SQL database, this kind of the issue is coming. So let's see how actually we can solve that. So what actually we are going to do, first we are going to use a source, we are going to use a any filter condition, and after that we are going to use a sink. So what actually I will do, I will open my Azure Data Factory. I'll go to the author option first. In the left side you can see we have a data flow option. So let's create a one new data flow. Click on the new data flow. First we will add a source. So in a source, first we will try to create a data set. Click on the data set. It is a Azure SQL database. So I will search for the SQL, Azure SQL database. Continue. We'll create a link service. You have to select the version as a legacy version. Subscription. You can select any server name. You can select any database name. So this is the database I have. I will pass the username and the password, and I will try to create a data set first. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a one link service to connect with our SQL database. Now we will try to Now if I will select any table name, sales lt.address. Now if I'll click on the OK, you can see I'm getting a error, schema import failed error. How actually we can solve that? Click on the none, click on the OK. Once you will do that, you can see in a dataset, this is the one which we have created, right? So go there, in a dataset option you have to go here. Here you have to select a table. So if I select the lt.address, or let me select any other table, customer table. If I am able to preview data, click on the preview data, I am able to preview that. Now what I will do, I'll go to the data flow. In a data flow only the people are getting a issue. So if I'll go to the data preview, if I will refresh, I should get all the column which I am able to preview in a data set. But here you can see in a source one, it is showing the column 0. So what you have to do, so here it is working fine. If it is not working fine, if you are getting any error, so what you have to do, go into the projection. First you have to click on the reset schema, and then you have to click on the import projection. Once you click on the import projection, let me click on the import projection. In this case all the column will be shown, so let's wait for that. You can see once I'll click on the import projection, it is showing all the column name, and here also it is coming like the column 15 total. So what you have to do, you have to click on the reset schema, and then you have to click on the import projection. Now if I'll go to the data preview, if you'll refresh, you will be able to preview all your data. So like that actually we have to solve this kind of the issue. Now let's try to completely solve this. So what I will do now, I will use a filter condition. So let me use any filter. So in this filter condition, let's try to apply any filter here. So customer ID greater than 10 something, click on the save and finish, go to the data preview, click on the refresh. Here also you can see I am getting all the customer ID greater than 10, all the values I am getting. Now let's try to store this filter value in a storage account. So I have one of the storage account, this is the storage account. I have one of the container, input container. In this input container, let me try to save this. So what I have to do, click on the plus, add a sink. In the sink I will create a new data set. It is a blob storage, so I'll select that. Delimited text in a CSV file I want to save. Link service we will create, and we will select the storage account, and after that we will click on the create. After that we have to select the where you want to save. I want to store into the input container, so I'll select that. First row as header, click on the OK. Now this particular one is ready. Now what I will do, I'll click on the new pipeline. In this pipeline 2, I will try to drag this data flow 1. I'll try to click on the publish all. Click on the publish. Now let's see, our data is getting stored into the sink. If we are getting any issue, then we will try to debug that. Now my publish is completed. I will click on that trigger. Click on the trigger now. Now my pipeline will start running. Click on the OK. You can see it is running. So if you are getting an error in a data flow, what you have to do? First you have to go into the source. First you have to make import schema as a none. Then you have to go into the data set. You have to select your data set table name. Come to the projection. In this projection you have to click on the reset schema, and you have to import a projection, and then you will be able to preview that. Let's see whether it's working fine or not. So let me refresh. You can see this pipeline is running, so let's wait it to be completed. This is the pipeline 2 which is running now. You can see now it is succeed. Let's go to the input container. Let me refresh. Let's see our data is coming or not. You can see this is the part file. If I'll click here, I should be able to see my customer data. Click on the edit. If I'll preview, I am able to preview all my data from the customer ID 11, 12, right? Everything I am able to preview. So that's how actually we had to do. So do try this. If you are still getting error, please do let me know. Yeah, thanks.